it would seem that, well, maybe he's not a great guy, but he wants to live. So, of course, he's going to make himself absolutely indispensable, and he won't give over his encryption keys. And that, to me, suggests that he is not necessarily a good guy, but is protective of his life and what have you. However, that said, he has put all the Ukrainian bots and the pro-Ukraine bots and the anti-Russian ones back up. In fact, the Free Legion of Russia, or Legion of Free Russia, whatever's, those guys, people, Judeans People's Front, those people, they said that they had a bot that they used for something, and that had been stopped yesterday and blocked, and is now back up. So it would seem that maybe the owner of Telegram is not entirely on the side of the authoritarian system. There we go. That one. Very difficult to say, you know, well, he might not be best buddies with Putin, but for all I know, he might, and he's just protecting his life. You know what I mean? Anyway, Genesis Man. Now we'll talk.
Morning, Marcus. You're getting over your jet lag, bless you. So I just had a thought about the curse breeds that you were talking about. We should be running a book for charity, or more importantly, the fundraiser, shouldn't we? And it should be May 7th, May 9th, or neither. Place your bets, people. Yeah, what do you think?
I think Tracy might have an answer. Go ahead, Tracy.
Well, my answer for the last few days has been 7th, 8th and 9th. They will receive explosive gifts. So can we cheat, Genesis Man?
Can we have...
Sorry, Marcus. Of course we can, Trace. You're the boss. You can do whatever you like.
Well, when someone gives two options about what day should Russia be crushed, why not both? Yeah. John?
Can we not just do it today? I mean, you know, why wait? Just get on with it. Just knock the thing down.
Well, you see, I think they're going to tell them May the 9th because it is used frequently by civilians, right? So they want to ensure that closer and closer to that date, civilians are less likely to be using it. So I can see why they would give out a date. Maybe do it the day before or the day after, you know. Wait until May the 10th, and when the Russians going, you didn't do anything. Really? Boom. Are you sure? You know, because I'm that kind of girl. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I particularly like May the 5th because that's my birthday, and that would be a nice birthday present. So we'll see.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's excuse me, I nearly burped really loudly then. Sorry. So yeah, it's coming down, and we can all speculate on the date, but does it really matter? When it happens, it will happen, and we will all sing and dance and play the Church Bridge on Fire song, and it will be a massive celebration. And I don't really mind when that happens, as long as it's this year sometime. I think, you know, we can safely say it's going to be this year. Tracy?
Well, as there is technically what they in Russia would call a celebration, but really here in the real world we call it a fake inauguration, I vote for May the 7th at noon, when that indicted child snatcher is getting inaugurated on TV.
I think that is a fine idea, Tracy. I like that one very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now then, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Sorry, I'm doing like 6 things at once. You know how I do. So, oh yeah, that was that about the bots, right? Okay, we've done that. Now then, Ukraine has been forced to withdraw from some positions this morning. However, the Institute of the Study of War, well, yesterday, day before maybe, but the Institute of the Study of War has come back and had a look at everything and said, you know what, this doesn't really help with Russia's rapid tactical success. In fact, it's not a rapid tactical success. It's, again, very slow movement, very slow movement with an awful lot of attrition. But because of massive numbers and things like that, Ukraine are obviously going to what's that in there doing? Oh, sorry, what's that doing in there? Oh, for God's sake. Can you hear my computer being upset? Ding, ding, shut up. Oh, madam. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that as well. That's really annoying. Never mind. Where was that? Oh yeah. So the Institute of Study of War has also said if Ukraine receives some more ammunition, believe it or not, and some reserves, I would say it's important to be able to rotate some of these guys out, because we know that the guys who were in Avdiivka that got rotated out, some of them have been fighting for almost 2 years non-stop. And so you can imagine that in some places it's sorry, I'm going to tell you what I'm laughing about in a minute. Yeah, in some places it's just very spicy, and if you've been there for a very long time, I can't imagine that the need for a rest that you would have, put it that way. So really important that these guys do get rotated, and that has been one of Ukraine's issues, that they've had to wait for people to be properly trained. And we know that everybody is training consistently throughout Europe and what have you, but you've got to give them time to pick it up. You can't just like give them a couple of weeks and then go, off you go into the frontline trenches, boys. They're doing it as fast as they can, but they've got to be prepared for the situations. They've got to be, sort of prepared for what they're going to be facing. Otherwise, it's just as bad as the Russians chucking them in with no flipping idea of what's coming at them. And so, yeah, really important that those people are trained properly. And that stuff just takes time. Just takes time. At least it's being done regularly. Now then, I don't know about you, John, but if I were the Russians, thinking of doing something military-like, would I necessarily build that thing in Belgorod? What do you reckon?
Seems like a dubious choice. I mean, it's getting a bit hot in Belgorod, isn't it? They could certainly expect some presence raining down on them if they did attempt to do that. What are they building there?
Well, they're building an airstrip. A new airfield is in construction, located 9 kilometers west of the center of Alexeyevka even, which is a military logistics center in the Belgorod region. So satellite imagery has been published by Red Intel Panda, the OSINT researcher. Sorry, got to give him credit because he's paid for this shit. So it's reported that the construction work resumed after the winter. So, well, you know what's going to happen, don't you?
I have my suspicions.
Looks like a clear and obvious target to me.
So that's odd. So they're getting like pushed back, but they decided to build another airstrip. Is this like logistics thing to bring stuff in? What can they possibly be thinking? There's, I hope they've got some air defense there that works. That'd be a first.
No, that's the thing, John. They'll only put air defense there if they've, got aircraft there at the time, I would think. Well, just getting aircraft in there. You know what will happen, though, don't you? The Ukrainians will let them. They'll wait They'll wait and they'll watch them put helicopters and aircraft there. When they've gathered a few together, they might deal with it, you know. Also, I believe they have seeded a few of their chaps into Russia. Both times that they went into Russia, they, shall we say, released some friends and made other friends while they were there. And so there's every possibility that that place is actually being built by somebody who's in touch with Ukraine. And we'll be giving them all the details as and when a juicy target turns up.
Hang on a bit, guys. Just give it another week or so, and you should be good to go. That kind of thing.
Yes, and also what Will said about, you know, them building coke cages around these oil drums, oil tankers. You know, it's work. It keeps them busy. It uses up resources. Makes it look as though they're doing something. But is it really useful? Is it really useful? Certainly, I would say the location of Belgorod is tiny bit of a bad idea. Now then, how's about this?
Just going to
Oh,
say, actually, how long do you think it is going to be before they build like coke cages over airfields? They just cover the whole thing. Should make landing quite interesting. No,
Oh,
that's a
indeed.
project.
I like that. Yeah, they've got like a maintenance sort of scaffold rig thing that they can push over a plane, you know, which is almost like a frame, a scaffolding frame that just sort of sits beside and over the plane. And I think we did see them using some of them to try and protect aircraft where there weren't any, earthworks to protect them. Either that or they were doing work on more than one aircraft at once. But yeah, they kind of did have some aircraft coke cages. Now, I've got something here translated by, or translated, believe it or not, a frank explanation by a Russian serviceman on whether it's worth going to Ukraine to earn money. Now then, shall we see what he's got to say? Because apparently he doesn't think it's a good idea. So he's decided to make another video, sat drinking an energy drink. Lovely. Yeah, one of them gross ones. It's called Burn, this one, so even better. So he says something about, will you pay me? This is what I wanted to say. Oh, he was talking about Burn. Will they pay him for the advert? The most painful thing with you guys, we were young. One was only 19. He had no idea if even to hold, take apart, or load his assault rifle, or how to treat it. So he wasn't cleaning it. Of course, I already had combat experience. We gave this guy an armoured vest, a helmet, a gun. And, within 5 minutes he was dead, probably. And here we were, sent to the 0 line. Okay. So these 4 guys got lost. They had another one with them with the call sign Moz, I think. He was also a first timer. We asked him, why the F did you come here? And he said, what do you mean why? For money, of course. For money, got it. Here's your gun. There's the bloodbath. Go and earn your money. Oh, nice. So, of course, they went to earn their money. And he earned a lot. He became 200. So he earned every penny because he didn't serve in the army. He's no experience. He could not handle a gun. He didn't know how to shoot, what to do about kamikaze drones, whether to stand up or lay down. Lots and lots of stupid questions from these new guys. These things take ages to explain about what you're going to do. But no, they're just going to make money. They thought it would be easy. F no. First, get your stuff together. Survive somehow. Try and dodge kamikaze drones. I imagine that's lots of fun. Or birds that are dropping bombs on you. In the end, If you complete your combat task, you're doing well. As a result, combat tasks hardly ever get completed. Why? Because we are shelled from everything. All right. Well, we'll talk about that some other time. So what else have you got to say? I just wanted to explain to people what's happening here. There is a war here. It's not like World War II, where you simply went and killed Germans. No, this is a modern war. War of drones, the war of the Baba Yagas. Ooh, they hate them. All these birds and all this stuff that always sees you, adjusts, and then either mortar fire, kamikaze, or cluster bombs will hit you. If you're interested, you can see more of this online. And for those who want to be heroes and show Kuzinka's mother or some other mother, I can tell you that you came to the wrong address. Your heroism will disappear when you end up in combat for the very first time. Ooh, he's basically laughing. You see your first corpse? Well, there's a ton of corpses here. And you end up amongst the corpses too. It's scary. In fact, it's not even scary. It's effing scary. More than fear. This is a horror. You created it, guys. So, to be a hero, to show how much of a Rambo you are, maybe some of you perhaps will be heroes, but hurry up. But first, you should put on much bigger diapers so you can carry more shit around. Fight your fears. Do not desert or get captured. The worst thing is to be captured. Why is that the worst thing? You should shoot yourself instead. He doesn't explain why. He just says, heroism, patriotism, you will be killing. You try to complete your tasks, you find one, but the next thing, there is a Bradley. You have to run away from kamikazes. You might capture one in a foxhole or a dugout. Then you can boast. So he's talking about capturing POWs. Otherwise, I tell you, welcome to hell, dear brothers. Welcome to hell. Those of you coming for money, he's got advice for them. Before making ill-conceived decisions, like I did, think 100 times whether this will be worth it. Either you are sick of life or you're a total fool to come here. Patriotism goes away very, very quickly when you realize that you just want to live. Simple as. The money can be earned in free life. Perhaps not a lot, but it's enough to live. Good luck to anyone who wants to feel this burn of adrenaline. There's loads of it here to be had. Oh, good. But I suggest to not come. It is not worth it. It is necessary. This is necessary, but it is a really, really bad idea. Those who don't know the army, or don't know or understand, those who have no experience with arms, well, you're fucked, basically. Leave your comments and I'll answer all your questions. So, he was quite jovial about the whole thing. I think he's got a bit of that dark sense of humour. But yeah, what he's saying is very much that don't come here, guys. Not for money. If you've got experience, you might survive. And if you haven't, don't come. Now, I appreciate his words, but you know what's going to happen, don't you? Those guys are going to go there anyway because they aren't being given much of a choice. But that just goes to show they had a bunch of new guys turn up. I think he said four guys turned up, and every last one of them had come for the money. One of them didn't even know which way up to hold his gun, virtually. And when he said, you know, you've come for your heroism, okay, here's your gun, there's your bloodbath, off you go. None of them came back because guess what? They didn't have any training or any clue. Almost almost could feel sorry for them, but I ran out of sympathy some time ago. So yeah, it's good actually that this guy is giving such a frank description, because this is why, one of the reasons why they don't like to swap prisoners, because when the prisoners come back, they tell you that actually captivity isn't that bad at all. So
Yeah, that was one thing that struck me about that.
yeah,
Pretty
a bit
cold
like some of
appraisal,
the
wasn't it?
video.
Yeah.
The frustration that Zolkin has with some of their answers. Go ahead,
Yeah,
John.
sorry to butt in. I thought I'd lost you again there. I thought we were heading for another meltdown, but it looks like we're okay. Yeah, as I said, it's a pretty cold appraisal, but a couple of things that struck me there was one about, he said that, you know, this is necessary or something, so he's towing the party line on that one, and the don't get captured comment as well, which is pretty weird. So that's clearly being kind of knocked into them. I won't ask how, but that seems to be the kind of the thing that's really being put into their heads. Just don't get captured, and you know, if they do get captured, then they're going to be enjoying their time much more, I think. So hopefully that, what was it called, that sort of hotline thing they had, that
Oh, I want to
yeah,
live.
I want to
That
live,
one.
that one. Yeah, they start dropping the leaflets again, or sorry, is that a bit kind of anachronistic? Start sending the text messages.
Oh no, they did drop leaflets in some cases. Yeah, in an area near Bakhmut, there was a group of Russians that were surrounded, and they were given the opportunity to surrender, and they said, "No, no, F you, we're not surrendering. You'll kill us all." So they shot a leaflet shell in to the area and peppered it with leaflets, giving the "I want to live" details, and said, "You've got 24 hours to make up your mind," basically. And within 12 hours, these guys decided to give up, because they had actually run out of ammo, and they realised that they probably were not going to be murdered. And they came out and gave up, and were indeed passed back into the POW system. So it all worked out for them and they lived. But yes, there are plenty of opportunities to surrender. It's just that they've put so much, you know, into their heads about you will be tortured and murdered horribly and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, there's that going on, that they still put out all this disinformation about what the Ukrainians will do to you. And to be fair, looking at the way they treat POWs, I could appreciate that, you know, they might think that that's coming to them. So it's unfortunate.
Well, exactly. I suppose if that's what you see around you, or that's what you've heard from your own side, then you'd kind of expect the same, wouldn't you? It's oh, what a shit show. Excuse my language.
Well, it is. It is. It's a proper bin fire, isn't it? Now then, there is something that I wanted to mention. Let me just check that my outstanding task is still there. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, I can't believe that one. Right, okay, sorry. I've just picked up an outstanding task, and it's like a massive review. And I think I might have saved that one till tomorrow. Yes. So, never mind. Where was I? It's notable, by the way, that all the border crossings with Poland have suddenly been unblocked. I don't know if we've noticed that, but they've all gone home, because the Polish government basically said, if you don't go home tomorrow, we'll get the police and the army in, and we'll just arrest you and move your trucks. And look at that. They all went home. Amazing. Isn't it funny that when you really, really want to do something, you can get it done? So, yeah, a lot of that could have probably been avoided. Pees me off. However, at least now we know that it's no longer a problem. So there's that. I'm like, really? Shall we do the MOD report for today?
Yeah, we can certainly do the MOD report. I'm just going to say that, you know, everything just seemed to melt away, didn't it? The aid got passed, the border got unblocked, things started flowing through. I'm kind of wondering whether it was, I don't know, a bit of a kind of a sucker punch kind of thing in some ways, or maybe holding off on that. But yeah, it was extremely frustrating that that bloody border was blocked for so long. It really was. But yeah, let's do the MOD report. Oh, beat me to the request. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was just I got distracted. I do that. Here we
Me
go.
too.
Here is the latest defence intelligence update for Ukraine from the British MOD for the 29th of April 24. So, according to the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, 604 civilians were killed or wounded in the month of March 2024. This equates to a 20% increase from the previous month. These deaths are attributed directly to missile and aerial munition strikes throughout Ukraine and increased bombardment along the front lines. The report highlights the increased coordinated strikes on Ukrainian critical infrastructure, with 20 destroyed or damaged infrastructure sites. 57 children were reported to be killed in April 2024. No, March 2024, sorry. This was double the previous month and attributed directly to Russian use of aerial munitions. In total, there have been recorded 31,366 civilian casualties in Ukraine, including all Ukrainian-controlled and Russian-controlled territories, since the 24th of February 22. Now, these figures are not full or conclusive. This is only confirmed deaths. Now, it says here 10,810 killed and 20,556 wounded. These figures highlight the tremendous cost of life sustained by civilians from Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. So they are highlighting the terrible toll of Russia targeting civilians, which is what they do. And this is why, you know, again, we need to point out that Russia is the aggressor here. Ukraine is literally defending themselves. Now then, do you want to talk about F-16s, John? Just a little.
Oh, can we? I think they were talking about these kind of things overnight, but for me, I fell asleep. I didn't hear any of it. So yeah, let's talk F-16s. Is this like the underground stuff that I see going on here?
Yes. So this is, well, it's kind of expected because Ukraine does have some large underground storage facilities. And I think we'll remember Captain HIMARS showing off where they keep their HIMARS, which is indeed underground. And Ukraine is apparently equipping their underground storage facilities and bunkers ready for F-16 fighter jets. These are dispersed locations on different types of airstrips. It will be very difficult for Russians to detect Ukrainian aircraft, he added. So also, it's just worth noting that there are a number of Finnish consultants who, well, they know how to make proper underground bunkers, the Finns. So I think they've been giving them some good advice on exactly how to make them safe and, you know, get the better use out of them. They've probably gone round a number of them and said, yeah, this one will do, this one won't do. You know, you can convert this one, that one isn't going to be useful, so on. So, yeah, I do believe that F-16s are going to be not just sat out on airstrips somewhere, they're going to be sneaking in and out and popping out of the ground when they're required, which I find just fun.
Yeah, it's all a bit Thunderbirdsy, isn't it? That's fantastic.
Yes, exactly. It's all a bit Thunderbirds. Yeah, that's the sort of thing. You know, the ground will open up and zoom. So yeah, looking at that, looking forward to seeing that happen. Obviously, I don't want to know where these bases are at all, but certainly F-16s in Ukraine seems to be creeping ever closer. My goodness me, I hope they turn up soon. Now
But
then,
it does. Sorry, Marcus, just to butt in there. It
No, no,
does
carry on.
kind of, I guess, give some kind of rationale to what we see as the delays, because I mean the US talking about, you know, that there's going to be losses. Some of these are going to be lost or damaged or whatever at some point, but important to minimize that and important to get everything in place to protect them as much as possible so that they can have the biggest effect possible. So maybe that's what's been going on, the construction of these kind of sites. Seen a lot of air defense taken out as well. So maybe kind of there's a right time and a right moment for these things to arrive. I don't know. What do you think, Marcus?
the right time and the right moment for these things to arrive? 12 months ago.
Well, yes, absolutely. But yeah.
Yeah, 12 effing months ago. But there we are. Here we are, in fact. There is no point moaning about what could be, because, you know, it is what it is. So here we are dealing with the current situation. Now then, Macron. Oh, I'm loving him. I don't know if you guys have seen what Macron's been saying recently, but I tell you what, he's filling out those trousers. He really is. Here's his statement. I'm in favour of opening up this debate. The debate he's talking about is using French nuclear weapons to protect a wider part of Europe. So, he says, which therefore must include missile defence, long-range shooting, nuclear weapons for those who have their own, or have American nuclear weapons on their territory. Let us put everything on the table and see what is really protecting us in a reliable manner. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Now, Ukraine is Europe. Yeah? Just saying. But yeah, if Russia can put Iskander nukes on the border with Finland, we should also be able to, you know, just put these things around wherever they're required. Russia needs to know their place and the protection of European interests. Well, we live here, you know. Sorry, no, I don't. I'm in the UK. Sorry, guys. And John's over there on the other side of the West, apparently. But you know, most of us live in Europe, and our collective defence to allow us to live is going to be very important. And he's being really pragmatic. He's talking about things which all the leaders talk about in hushed tones, you know, as though it's almost a taboo subject. And he's like, no, we're bringing all this stuff out into the open. We're talking about it. In fact, we're talking about doing things that we've never done before because of you, Russia, because you're being terrible to all of us. So the finding out phase is starting. And I love it. I love this strength that he's, been. I think they've all had a good chat. And he's basically said, well, you lot can't do much because of your policies. But you know what? Us Frenchies are not the same as you guys. And we're going to show you how it's done. And here he comes with his strategic ambiguity and, his opinion that Russia needs to wake up in the morning and wonder what we're going to do, not the other way around. And yeah, I can get absolutely behind that. You know what? I'll buy that man a beverage. And that's like a real big compliment for me because I'm a girl. I don't buy drinks.
So, if I understand correctly, what he's saying that the nuclear weapons that France has, they're kind of suggesting pushing out a nuclear umbrella with those, independent of the US one. Is that what he was saying there?
Yeah, because France don't give a stuff now at this point. They're like, nah, get out of our way at this point. So, I think it's a beautiful thing. They've said, well, you're not going to need nuclear weapons of your own, guys, because we've got some, we're happy to extend our protective umbrella. And I just think that is, it's one way to stop everybody else going, we definitely need nukes of our own, because that has been the consensus of opinion. And I'm quite sure America wouldn't appreciate that. But certainly France saying, well, we've already got some, so, we'll just extend our range a bit, build some new missiles that will help us protect you guys, and big two fingers up at Russia. And, well, I think that this would be a much more favourable way of protecting Europe with nuclear without everybody having to be cuddling their own nuclear bombs. You know what I mean? Nale.
Yes, hello again. And hello, Jon. Can I comment the video you were talking about a moment ago? Because it's quite...
Absolutely.
Yeah, so he also said that when he was talking about this new chap that came to the front lines with them, and he didn't know the right way to hold an assault rifle. So he said that he sent him to the zero line to complete a task, and he got killed. Can you imagine having your brothers in arms that are like that? Because isn't it in everybody's interest to train these guys, at least when they come to the front lines, and make them better soldiers? What's an absolute a-hole of a man, and man in scare quotes. But hey, typical orc, right?
Absolutely, yeah. But the very fact that he basically says, these guys are turning up and they haven't an actual clue. They've been promised a high wage for coming here, and they think it's all just going to be, logistics and firing some guns from miles away. And then you go, yeah, here's your rifle, here's your bulletproof jacket, which doesn't work. And there's the bloodbath. Run. And, that the ones with a bit of experience, sit back and let them do it, because it saves them from having to do it. Yeah, Nale?
Yeah, so it's a bit equivalent, since I'm a electrician, and I get like apprentices from time to time. That situation was the same as me, as telling a guy that is on his first work training to go and work in some sort of supply line with 630 amp fuses. Yeah, go and do that. That's absolutely stupid, and that's not how you do things. Because if I have an apprentice and he comes to me, the first thing I tell him that I'm gonna kick your ass now for 8 weeks, so you learn stuff, but I won't put you in harm's way, because then he will be dead and haven't learned anything. It's really silly. And actually, I think the me telling him that I'm gonna kick their ass is the most effective part of my teaching habits. Yeah.
Tough love.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. Sometimes you're tough on people so they don't do stupid things and die.
Absolutely. Always ask first if you don't know what the hell you're doing.
Especially when dealing with electricity. I imagine that's really good advice. Yes. I personally will not be messing with electricity. I can change a plug. It's as far as I need to go. Now, just something from Gunny this morning, because he is, the font of all knowledge and the best insult giver in the world. That he's mentioned this. 7 coffins were delivered to RAF Bryce Norton some time ago. And it was a day of mourning in the UK. And although he thinks the body count numbers are a little bit overhammed, but they do indicate trends at least. He's going to take today's numbers, give or take, as accurate. So, if he takes today's numbers as accurate, with 1,320 troops lost, this is the equivalent of 2 entire battalions in the British Army gone in 24 hours. Now, the UK apparently has 33 regular battalions. So imagine if that trend continues for 8 days. That would be half the British Army's regular battalion strength just gone. So the thing is, we would be absolutely screwed in days. If there were that many people killed of UK troops, the government would be riding on pitchforks, honestly. And yet, just shrug it off. Just another day. Throw in some more. It's incredible to me. Absolutely incredible how the life is just not valued in any way. Leo, welcome up.
Hey, Mockers. Great discussion. Thanks for everything that you do. So that was interesting what you said about Macron's, sort of escalating his comments. Actually, when he first came out and said everything should be on the table, and everybody started saying, "Oh, boots on the ground, boots on the ground," I was thinking, no, nukes on the ground. This is the guy who has nukes and is willing to say everything should be on the table, or nothing is off the table, as it were. I think that really this is a very, very important discussion. The West has been acting as if Russia has nukes and we don't. So Russia does this terribly irresponsible thing of nuclear saber rattling back and forth, and everybody in the West just hides under their beds. It's bizarre. The only way to deal with somebody who's being so outrageously, arrogant and sort of disturbing the entire, value system that we have, killing people and saying, "Well, I have nukes. I can just go ahead and kill 100,000 Ukrainians." The only way to do it is to stand up to them this way, and whether he promises to, protect Ukraine with his nukes, or whether he gives the nukes to Ukraine. I mean, I think that would be totally justifiable. And I think that if somebody gave nukes to Ukraine, and Ukraine agreed not to use them, but only to threaten with them, you know, but in a quiet kind of agreement, I think that they could blackmail Russia to leave. Russia would know that they would both get annihilated, or at least one of the missiles would get through and destroy St. Petersburg or destroy Moscow. And nobody wants that in Russia. So, you know, even Putin doesn't want that, right? He likes his luxury. He likes his life. He would get out of there because he would get nothing out of this. So I think it's just an attitude that we have to take. This Macron attitude is phenomenal. I know that it seems like so escalatory, but he's escalated. He's escalated. If you escalate maximally on one side, you can't just like lay down on the other side. So that's a great discussion. Hey, I had one other thing I just wanted to bring up about Putin's selective memory of history. You know, we all know that Putin became president really thanks to Yeltsin supporting him. And the part of history that we forget, because he talks about that the breakup of the Soviet Union was the worst geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. Putin would never have become president if not for the breakup of the Soviet Union. So for him, this was actually the greatest break in history. Anyway, thank you so much for everything you do. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, yeah, he'd still be in some outpost kind of journey manning as a kind of KGB underling, wouldn't he? I mean, he wouldn't have been anybody. That's all I wanted to say. But great points, Leo. I think, yeah, absolutely. Just get on the front foot for God's sake, because it's not doing us any good being on the back foot all the time. But I think Stabilizer Finn, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I do. Yeah, so I've been waiting for the moment that the Western leaders also remind Russia that we also have, well, not we, but the West also have nukes and they actually work. I don't know if the Russian ones even work. And I suspect that they don't know it either. And that's why they are using this nuke card all the time. What do you guys think?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I think it's certainly a pertinent question. I mean, looking at the rest of their stuff and the state that it's in, it's entirely likely that some of the missiles wouldn't take off. It's also entirely likely that if they did deploy, they wouldn't go off. But yeah, I mean, how do you make that calculation? It's a bit of a tricky one. But yeah, I think that however many tens of thousands of nuclear bombs they do have, I think that a large percentage of those are going to be duds. What do you think, Marcus?
Well, the oh, for God's sake. Sorry, I'm having a problem with my login here. Just gonna. Sorry, I've been trying to log in to my government system for about 20 times now. They gave me a new login key, and apparently the new login key hasn't been connected up with my whole thing. So, oh well, never mind. Where was I? Oh yeah, nukes. Well, the thing about Russia's nukes is that the people that used to look after them, the people who used to update and upkeep Russia's nukes, you know, the people who know exactly where they all are, they're all Ukrainians. What happened was that all those, jobs were basically being done by Ukraine. And 10 years ago, when Russia invaded Ukraine, they decided, well, F you, we're not doing it anymore. And so they stopped helping them upkeep their nuclear weapons. Now, about that, I think there's a part of a nuclear weapon that needs to be refreshed, renewed, replaced every so often. You know what? I went to make myself a brew. I didn't take my cup. Just anyway. So I'm gonna say I think it's something like tritium. That sounds familiar. I'm not sure why, but anyway, it's something that needs to be replaced. It's a gas type thing. It's part of the bomb itself, and that needs to be replaced every 10 to 12 years. Otherwise, they sort of go off, you know, and they don't really go bang. They just kind of fizzle. So that's one thing. There's also the fact that, well, I don't know if you've noticed, but quite a lot of Russia's bombs keep falling off their bombers. I'm just going to say that whatever weapon you use for those, you'd want to make sure that it wasn't going to just drop off your bomber within your own territory. That'd be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? So there's that to worry about. There's also the fact that if they even twitched a nuclear bomb anywhere that wasn't expected, you know they'd be getting an immediate phone call. What the F you up to, eh? So, you know, I don't think it would be that easy for them to just sneak one out on us. And I think they also wonder themselves if they still all work so well, because well, I've seen some photographs of these nuclear weapon storage places that have been leaked from over the years. And let's just say that a number of years ago, they didn't look like they were in the best of upkeep. So unless they've suddenly done some amazing work, which you know how it is in Russia, they'll promise it, they'll put it all down on paper, they'll allocate the money for it, and then they'll just paint it on the outside so it looks nice, and all the other money goes into a yacht. So there's always that as well. Now, I would imagine that they would indeed, because it's their strategic whatever, that you would think that they would place a priority on this and not corrupt out bunches of money from it. But they have. They really have. Yeah, I know, absolute madness, as that's your strategic protection. Not that they need it, because no one's invading Russia anytime soon, guys. Well, unless you're China, but they're doing it by stealth. They're not doing it through arms. They wouldn't need to. They're just gently bending them over until they don't realise that they're being effed. Or maybe they do realise, they just can't do anything about it at this point. So where was I? Oh yeah, nukes. So yeah, if some of the images that I've seen are legit, and I think they are, because I've seen images from inside Russian submarines and they don't look a lot better, and images from inside, you know, like Russian nuclear energy plants. That's the one. Again, they just don't seem to take care of things like they should. And yeah, so I'm beginning to think that they may have a few that work perfectly and that are upkept, but they won't have the hundreds of thousands of warheads that they used to have, just purely because the upkeep, very, very expensive, very expensive. But of course, they could cause a terrible problem with just one. So, you know, say they had 5,000 and only 5 work. Well, they've still got 5, you know. It's not like that threat becomes any less just because there's less of them. They would only have to place one in a very bad place and they could cause an awful lot of trouble all across Europe, you know. So there's necessary caution, but I do feel as though they probably don't have all the working nukes that they've been sort of letting us believe, because, well, you know, they just don't spend money on that stuff.
Yeah, and France has probably got enough to kind of really mess them up as well. So, yeah, as you say, if it's kind of it's not an empty threat in that sense, but I don't think that they quite have what they claim to have.
Well, I kind of liked the fire back from I think it was the Minister of Defence of France when on one of these propagandist shows they were saying, well, you know, maybe we'll send our nukes to Paris. You know, we could decide to send it to Paris, or we could send it to Berlin. And the Defence Minister of France went, well, we wouldn't need to decide whether to choose between St. Petersburg or Moscow. We could just hit them both. So, no. And I thought that was like a really nice little touch that they were saying, oh, well, we might hit France or we might hit Germany. And France came back and said, well, we'll hit you all over ourselves and we won't need to decide which one to do first. We'll just do them both at the same time because we've got enough stuff. And so, you know, I think they are hinting as well that they think that, you know, Russia doesn't quite have the arsenal that they make out they have. Also, it's a good opportunity to troll them. And let's face it, when the French start trolling you, you're in trouble because, you know, I don't always understand a French sense of humour, but when they start taking the mick, I notice that.
They're going to be in real trouble when the Germans start doing that.
Well, I must say the German people are very much on board. So is a lot of the German government. It's just a few holdouts that I honestly just put them in a room with some Ukrainian soldiers, and those soldiers can just talk to them very nicely about why they might need the Taurus missile. You know, just kind words, just spoken, you know, while holding a big stick, that sort of thing. Yeah, I really think the excuses have gotten to the point where it's pretty obvious to me that if he makes this decision, something is going to come out, some sort of compromise. Maybe not just him, maybe all his mates as well, because apparently when he was is it the mayor of Hamburg or something like that, let's just say there was a lot of questionable dealings, which he may or may not have been involved with, or at least turned a blind eye to, or at least that's the information that's coming out, put it that way. So I just think that he's got a couple of skeletons in his closet. He probably doesn't really want to deal with that sort of scandal because he's had plenty of others. And let's face it, he can be pushing other things to be done while holding off on the Taurus, because it's not like Germany's not doing anything, is it? Germany's doing quite a lot. In fact, I believe they've sent a pile of tanks just recently that have suddenly just been made ready. You know how these things happen. That it seems that Germany suddenly got the message that urgency is of the essence. And they kind of went, oh, right, we better get on with it. And they have. They've got on with quite a bit. And I can't really berate them for the lack of Taurus, because they are doing lots of other very, very useful things, including another Patriot. Oh, fine. Sorry, I just found something that the cats have killed. So, yeah, I don't think really we can have a go at the Germans, but we can use this as a lever, another pressure point to make him feel guilty enough to provide plenty of other stuff. So even though the Taurus itself would be very, very welcome indeed, all the other stuff that it's sort of guilted Germany into providing, I'm sure they didn't really need guilting, but you know what I mean. They harbour some guilt from previous. So they've sort of been cajoled into it a lot more because of this historical guilt. And if we can guilt them into providing, you know, patriots and air defense systems, which Ukraine desperately needs, then is it really such a bad thing? Don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting case, isn't it? The German aid, as you say, they've done an awful lot. They've provided a great deal of stuff, and they've been, as you say, sort of getting onto everybody to provide more patriots and air defense systems and all that sort of stuff. So the tourist thing is really it's kind of difficult to fathom, isn't it? And I don't think any of the excuses they put forward on that have really kind of held any water. So yeah, I mean, it's odd, but yeah, we should give credit where credit is due, because Germany has done a great deal, hasn't it? And hopefully that.
Well, patriots is where Germany shines, I think. You know, the fact that they've taken this on as well to try and pester everyone else to turn up with some extra patriots, I think they're really sort of showing strength in that. And you know what? If he can rustle up the patriots that Ukraine needs, keep your Taurus. Sleep with it. Do whatever you want with it. Keep it. Provide the patriots.
Yeah, there you go. So, you know, big shout out to all our German listeners. You have done a great deal. And when did like patriot become pronounced as patriot in British English? What's going on, mockers? Have I missed that bit?
I'm sorry, the Americans have got to me.
Well, yeah, that happens, but never mind.
Indeed. So
you'll
yes,
be saying schedule next or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like living in previous decades. Who knows?
Well, yeah, I think you learned English before we changed, and so yeah, maybe the Americans got to us after you went to Japan, man in Japan. Now then, you know how I said I was very excited about what's happening in Georgia? Well, so are quite another number of people. Now, you remember Linus Linkevicius? Linkevicius, maybe? Let's try again. He's recently been pretty based. He was the Lithuanian minister, ambassador to Sweden, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Defence. And he was the one that popped out a little photo of the Kerch Bridge and said, there's still time to take a photo with it if you hurry. You know, so he's been teensy bit cheeky with his trolling of Russia, like a boss. And, well, he's been looking at what's been going on in Georgia, and he said, this is not just a protest against the foreign agents law. This is the voice of the people. And if they continue in this manner, they will see their country free, independent, and moving towards a European future. This is their opportunity, folks. I thought this was coming a while back. When they last started protesting against the Russian law and it just wasn't adopted at that point, it didn't even make it past the first reading, that, you know, satisfied the public. But the fact that they've tried to push this through again and it's got through its first whatever now, its first hurdle, you know, it's almost as though they've tried to sneak it in, a bit cheeky. And of course, you can't sneak something like that past the Georgian people. They don't want to be having closer ties with Russia or Russia's type of state, shall we say. And this is one of the first things that they do, this foreign agents law. So that means that anybody who could possibly, push towards a more democratic future gets labeled as a foreign agent, and off they go. So, all your free press disappears. And one thing I've noticed about good journalism is your your government's checks and balances. Because, believe it or not, governments, like businesses, are sociopaths. And mostly they're looking to, fill their quotas, do what they need to do to keep everything afloat. And sometimes the focus changes to sort of, keeping everything running rather than changing things for the better. When you stop representing the people are going to start to make their voices heard. And when you start to remove free press, that is information and part of the voice of the people that you're taking away. Look at what investigative journalists have done with regards to pulling out threads of corruption. They found a thread and they pulled on it, and it's unraveled all this stuff going on in Cyprus, which was a bit obvious, but dragging it out into the open made people deal with it. And had they not been there to pass that information and put it into a readable format and make everybody understand how this web of corruption was spun, that's really important work. And it's something that is, I imagine our security forces are a little bit busy doing other shit at the moment, to be totally honest. So that is like, did he call it like a guardrail? A guardrail. A fourth arm of the government, as it were. It's a check, it's a balance. Politicians doing terrible things. Who exposes them? Journalists. Their friends don't give them up. Their constituents don't necessarily know. But a journalist will out you, no problem, if they find corruption, because they put themselves in harm's way to find this information out. Journalists die chasing stories. And you've got to remember that these are, this is important work that they do. Now then, I'm talking about journalists, though, not newsreaders that just read what they're told. You know what I mean? There's a difference. Some newsreaders are very good, but I'm talking about journalists, people who actually investigate things. Because, I remember when that's all the news was. It was proper investigative truth and boobies on page 3. But that's what it was. And yes, you had a couple of tabloids with the, aliens land on the earth and things like that. But you knew which was which. You knew which was entertainment and which was news. And now it's kind of difficult to tell the difference. So investigative journalists, I support so fully, so wholeheartedly. Those guys are doing the work that some of our security services should possibly be doing. But just dragging this out into the open, because, you can imagine that, again, if this was found out by maybe national security team, they wouldn't tell us. They might deal with the problem, quietly. A little bit later, they'll release a little paper on it somewhere that nobody reads. But journalists will come out and shout at us and say, "Oi, this is happening. Have you seen this?" And it gets public pressure involved. And you can use it to further investigations, put it that way. And so anyway, just a little shout out for proper investigative journalism. Woohoo! Go guys and girls. So that started off with me just saying, though, that this foreign agents law would remove those people from your society. So, yeah, it just would. It would start to degrade the truth. There you go. So, yeah, it would start to degrade the truth. And, well, we know for a fact that Georgia has been in that position before where they've been, you know, a bit more under the boot of Russia than they are now. And they really want to not go back there. So, their government is due a refresh. And I think they will get there, you know. I actually think they will get there. I'm very hopeful about what I see in Georgia. And you know what? When you speak to the Georgian people, when you see them protesting, they're carrying Ukrainian flags. They're singing Ukrainian songs. And they are referring to the Maidan. So I'm just going to say that there's changes are coming. Not going to be easy, but there is changes are coming. Now then, a Ukrainian filmmaker, former political prisoner and defender of Ukraine, Ole Sentsov, has sent a photograph this morning from Chasiv Yar in Donetsk saying, "We hold this." So just to be aware that if the Russians tell you that they have taken Chasiv Yar, they have not, because there is rumours abound, and they did make a massive attack on Chasiv Yar, and I think we can see from the numbers this morning that they did it mostly with meat waves.
Yeah, and I'm sure that they will take Chasiv Yar like about 10 times between now and May the 7th. So watch out for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll see that be announced and announced and announced. I mean, at one point they ran into the very edge of the eastern part of the place, planted a flag and ran out again and said, "Look, we've captured this bit." They hadn't. So just so you know, you will see a lot of this now because Russian forces are basically continuously launching attacks on Chasiv Yar. So this morning, Russian forces launched a mechanized assault. They successfully lost 2 BMPs. 3 other armoured vehicles hastily retreated and abandoned their infantry to die under Ukrainian drones and artillery. Oh dear, oh dear. So yeah, it looks as though they're still trying. So I'm just looking at the oil refinery update, by the way. Pre-war, Russia's oil refining capacity was something like 6.86 million barrels per day. I think it's supposed to be billion. Anyway, might be million actually, because United States have a capacity of 17.94 million barrels per day, which is a lot more. So just remember that it's quite an interesting data point, this, that the US are refining more than, well, almost 3 times more than Russia were pre-war. And what will they be refining now? Why the hell are we buying crap from Russia? They're not even making much. I've got to say, yeah, the US are outdoing them in all sorts of ways without even trying. Without even trying. Says it all to me. We're stronger than them. We're better than them. We always have been. And if America comes to join us, Well, and it would appear they are indeed standing as allies with us. I say us as in Europe. That's what I mean when I say us. That gives us a strength that Russia can't possibly stand up to. It's only because we've allowed ourselves to become softer, weaker in a way, that that Russia have ever had any sort of advantage. And we just need to remember who we are. And when we do that, and especially America, I mean, America's starting to remember who they are, I think, now. Remember that we are the people who fight for justice, who fight for values, who fight for freedom. These are things which are super important to all democratic nations, shall I say. It's a better way of putting it, isn't it? And, well, if we all stand together, there is nothing and nobody who can stop us. So let's take a bit of inspiration from the fact that, you know, 6 months ago, or for the last 6 months, me personally, I've been proper at the bottom of a pit. Oh, I have. And you won't have known about it at all because I'm that girl that won't tell you. Oh, dead stubborn me. But see what just a few changes can do. Morale has improved significantly. And I kind of feel that my morale has improved significantly, not only with therapy, but also with the fact that things are starting to look a little less bleak for Ukraine. Because I swear, where I was getting to the point where I was going to like say one day, well, we're up shit creek now. We're going to have to watch them die, basically. You know, that wasn't something that I was looking forward to have to say, to be honest. So, yeah, the fact that, well, if I can overcome that struggle, anyone, absolutely anyone can do anything. That's what I feel like, because that struggle wasn't with anybody else but my own brain. And it's very difficult to fight yourself on these things. I can't exactly just punch myself in the face, can I? Get over it. No. So, you know, we all have our battles to fight, and we just need to remember who we are. Get that sort of like, you know, energy going again. I just had to remind myself that I am an effing queen and I can do anything. And so, in the same way, we need to remind ourselves that we are the West. We are the democratic nations. We are allies that stand together. And when we stand together, nothing can stop us. Sorry, guys, I had to have a little bit of inspiration today.
No, that was quite a TED talk. That was fantastic, Marcus. Thanks for that. It's you make a really good point, actually, because and think something we should all remember, because yeah, Russia talks a good game, and yeah, they've got a lot of manpower and they've got a lot of weapons, but what have they achieved? I mean, it's a real nightmare for Ukraine, but they've put all that manpower and all those weapons into Ukraine, and Ukraine's been fighting them off with all of our kind of cast-offs and 30-year-old kit, whatever we felt like freeing up from old inventories to send to them. And what's Russia achieved in that time? Yeah, okay, they've put on an offensive over the winter, and they've kind of advanced a little bit here and a little bit there, but what have they really achieved? So if we, you know, get our shit together and really get serious about it, then there's nothing that we can't do. As you said, Marcus, if we all stand together, then there is very little, I think, that they can do. So yeah, it's good to remember that perspective, I think, which is kind of what you were saying there. And yeah, try not to let it get you down when things aren't going so well, and try to maintain that perspective, which I'm not particularly good at doing either, Marcus, to be honest. But yeah, that's where we should be. Yeah.
Well, I would say we all need to give ourselves a talking to sometime and just, remember that warrior energy, because we all have it in us. Some more than others, no doubt. But yeah, remember where we came from. We are sort of proud countries that are proud of our heritage and our history. And yes, we did some shitty things in the past, but you know what? We're better people now. And we want to preserve that better life. And we certainly don't want authoritarian governments coming and making us all learn Russian. F that, by the way. I'm terrible at other languages anyway. So, just remember who we are. Just remember that we won't be bullied. We won't be slaves to anyone. There's a song about that, which the Brits sang, we will never, ever be slaves. And it's very true that we would make terrible slaves, because we really aren't good at taking instruction. We really aren't. as a nation, we're very feisty. So yeah, I think we need to, all of us need to summon up that bit of warrior spirit and realize just who we are. We are the West, damn it, plus some of the East. You know what I mean? We are the countries of democracy. And yeah, just like Americans, you're America, for goodness sakes. You're America. You can do anything you want to. It is a massive place of opportunity and enterprise, and the United States of America, folks. They can do anything they put their mind to. They really can. And yeah, we just have to remember who we are. Nale.
Thanks. Are you channeling your inner Axel, perhaps?
You know what? That line actually came from President Biden. This is the United States of America, folks. We can do anything we put our minds to.
America.
So actually,
I love America.
Yeah. But no, actually, I was completely on the opposite side from Axel there. I know he's not a lefty, shall we say? Definitely not a lefty.
Hey, me neither.
But, well, the thing is, you don't have to be left or right, do you? To remind yourselves of who we are. We are better than the Russian army.
That is correct. And I have to say that we are better in many other ways too. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Now then, I'm just looking at the calendar, and apparently it's time for me to go. And we have the lovely Jenny here. So she's, oh, hello. Tim will be a little bit later. It's up to you, John. Do you need to rush off, or shall I go and do some work?
Today is Green Day in Japan. I don't know what that means, but it does mean that I have a whole day off. So I've kind of been Green Day. It sounds like a rock band, doesn't it? A pop group. But yeah, I'm not
punk, I think we call it.
There you go, that sort of thing. So I'm not doing a great deal. So Mockers, you go off and sort out your login details, get yourself sorted out on the work front, and I will sit here with Jenny until Timothy arrives. But Mockers, you're an absolute inspiration. Always lovely to sit here next to you and listen to you talk. And thank you very much again for your time this morning.
I'm feeling all positive and empowered and stuff because my kitchen smells of rhubarb instead of a dead mouse. So, it's all good.
That's got to.
And yes, but just remember that in order to take care of others, you must also take care of yourself. So if you care for others, also remember to care for you too. And with that little piece of advice, I shall go and do some work for a change.
Thank you, Moggers. And yeah, it's good to know where the dead mice are. I always find. Stabilizer Finn, Nile, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Can Jenny hear me, because I have a ice hockey gloating story for you today.
No, can't hear a word you're saying.
Huh? You can't
I
hear me.
Nope.
Of course you
I don't
can.
want to. I don't want to. I
Okay.
just can't. No, I'm kidding. I hear you
I'll
perfectly
skip
fine.
it then. I'll skip it. Jenny doesn't want to
Oh,
talk to me. No.
okay,
But
seconds out. Round one, go.
yeah, so my ice hockey gloating story. Today I saw a hockey legend here named Mikko Koivu. And if you know anything about the NHL, you might know he's older. The brother called Saku Koivu, who was the captain of the Montreal Canadiens. And that's a post you don't get by sucking at hockey, I think, because hockey is quite serious in Montreal. So yeah, that's my story for today. I enjoyed seeing it, actually. It was great.
So one of my favorite hockey players in the NHL right now, it's a Swedish guy that is called Mika Zibanejad. Aren't
Uh-huh.
that super Swedish, isn't it? Mika and then Zibanejad.
Yeah, that's totally Swedish. He's from
Very.
Jokkmokk or something.
No, actually, he's from Stockholm, but his mother is Finnish and his father is Iranian. But
Really?
yes,
That's a great combo if you want to play hockey or revolt against the regime.
yeah, he does both. He's really really good. I noticed him when he must have been 20, I think, and he played in the junior championship and did really well, and was drafted. And he played several seasons with Henke Lundqvist, who is the goalie. He was the goalie for the New York Rangers, and Mika Zibanejad ended up there. And it's really funny because when the the Americans pronounce his name, they're like, at first, the first time I said their name, they're like, don't know who that is. And then somebody else started talking, and they named him, and it was Mika Zibanejad or something. And I'm like, yeah, it's pronounced Mika. It's not Micah. It was really funny.
Yeah, I can relate to those problems because every time, well, Finnish being Finnish, of course, it's unpronounceable to a person who speaks English, I think. So I've had a lot of fun listening to the NHL and stuff like that because of that.
Yeah, I know, me too. And before you figure out who they're talking about, you're just going like, I wish I knew. In fact, Yom, you live in Japan, and my mother, she was my grandpa brought home her very first single was a Japanese song, and because the Americans couldn't pronounce it, they renamed it to Sukiyaki. And so Americans have a tendency to rename things in a way so that they can pronounce it. And Finnish, so here's a cheat code for everybody else. If you see a Finnish word and it looks like it's unpronounceable, remember you have to actually pronounce every single letter. All of them. Just, it's a
That's really kind of efficient, isn't it? There's no wastage there.
no, no, there's not.
Yeah, it's not like French. Half of the letters are, you know, in the way almost. So yeah, NHL, the well, what do you call those guys who are talking while the game is on TV?
The commentators.
And now, yeah, commentators, yeah, they all sound to me, and this is nothing bad against them, but because my ear is tuned to choppy Finnish, so they all sound like they have mullets and they chew gum all the time. That's just my ear, you know. So when they say Teemu Selänne, Teemu's Lamb, that's not his name. It's Teemu Selänne. Get with the program, people. But it's fun to listen to. So thanks, America, for amusing me again. Thanks.
I wish I could stop laughing, but there's been times when I've tried to listen to the commentators too, and there comes like a Swedish guy, and I'm like, I wonder what they said. I wonder who they were talking about. And then you see like their names on the back, and they're like, now I know. Nyström is one that they really can't do. Nyström. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not it. Go ahead then, John.
Yeah, well, actually, that's exactly what I wanted to say. It's the same for the Swedish names, right? It's hilarious to listen to, but yeah, maybe not easy. But yeah, just about back to Japanese, what you said there, Stabilizer. Japanese is really simple to pronounce, actually. It's just a nightmare to read it if you don't know the character or the signs. But yeah, to pronounce easy. Understand maybe not so easy, but pronunciation is simple. Maybe John can back me up there.
Yeah, it is. It's you just like pronounce every letter really, but the problem is trying not to stress any of the syllables. That's the only kind of downfall for people who are more used to kind of stressed languages rather than more rotund languages. You just end up trying to put some kind of stress on stuff when it shouldn't be there. Then John, go ahead.
Yeah, and you have to remember to put an O after everything. So Dradopitto. You cannot stop on a. It has to stop on a vowel, right?
Absolutely. Concerto. Fudo. Yeah, all those loan words, they're kind of hysterical, which presents a lot of problems when you're trying to teach closed syllable pronunciation to Japanese speakers. But yeah, it's all good stuff. Right, I see Tim is here, and that means that I can go off and enjoy the rest of what I am being told by Den John. It's not Green Day, but Greenery Day, which is still as mysterious, but I will keep listening to the space. I'll pass over to Tim. Thanks for the 10 minutes that we shared here today, Jenny, and thanks to everybody who's been up contributing to the space. And sorry for the, what are we calling it? Elongate, Space Gate, something like that. That was quite a trip, but we're back. We're always back. And I will sign off here and say goodbye, everybody. Until next time. And Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Ram Slava, and thank you, John. I will send you the link to the song. I can actually sing along to the song.
I can sing it now for you if you like, but I won't. I know exactly what you're talking about. I won't inflict that on you. But goodbye. Thanks.
And I see that Tim is here. How are you doing, Tim?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm still recovering from the meltdown earlier on. Elongate, I suppose we must call it, where the whole of Twitter basically died. It was amazing.
Have you found out like the reason for the complete and utter destruction of Twitter? Why it went down?
And now I think the cleaners were in the server room and they unplugged a computer to plug their vacuum cleaner in, and that was the computer that Twitter was running on. And then they had to, it took them ages to work out what was going on for a start. And the vacuum cleaner was loud, so she couldn't hear anything. She couldn't hear the internet imploding. And it just took them a while. Eventually they managed it and plugged it back in, but it's Windows 95, so it takes a while to start up. It's something like that, I think.
You know what? That sounds plausible to me. It wouldn't shock me if that is what happened. I believe it. Well, I'm glad that the space came back up and that we're back online. Then John, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what Tim said there. I hope Mr. Dyson is listening. Maybe he could strike a deal for cordless vacuum cleaners. Who knows?
Or those robots, so that it always has like its own station.
And
Oh.
that is Sir James Dyson to you, Denjon.
I'm Swedish. We don't have titles. Sorry.
Don't you literally have a landed aristocracy
Nope.
and a king?
Ah, you mean Carl Gustav? Yes.
Oh dear. What? So there's no Swedish nobility anymore. That's gone.
We're all nobility, so there's no point in to stress it.
Okay. So what is a Swedish knighthood? Is that a thing?
No, I don't think so. Well, maybe it is, but it's called something else, not called a knight. Obviously, that's English, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe Jenny knows.
I think we did away with all that. I don't think that you have baron from Stoppinghet anymore. I think we kind of took that away from them. We stripped them of all their powers. They have nothing. They're just like us now. And we can call them you do instead of their titles.
Your audio is horrible. It sounds like you're co-hosting from inside a mattress.
Maybe I am. I got lazy today. Hold on. Let me switch off my earbud. Is it better now?
Oh, that's much better. That's much better. Thank you very much for that, Jenny.
You're welcome.
Okie dokie. So, welcome to the usual North Sea Empire segment with me and Jenny. We've got a whole bunch of Brits and Scandinavians on the panel, and also Prince Heather. So it's very, very North Sea and very, very imperial. And I do like to kick off our segment by plugging our fundraiser, because not only is that a core part of our mission, as well as spreading the message and keeping people's spirits up, we do also run periodic fundraisers. They run for, I think it's usually 2 weeks. And we target, I think, usually about $25,000 per fundraiser. So we like to do this in quite a focused way. So rather than just raising a bunch of money and chucking it all at Come Back Alive or United 24 or whoever that is, we like to focus our efforts and work with particular units, particular organizations within Ukraine who have a pressing need that your donations can actually make a difference to. Right, so there's no point in raising money for a Patriot battery because that costs about $1 billion. So we're not going to make a drop in the ocean there. And also, we of course cannot provide weaponry to Ukraine because we are a 501c3, and as far as I'm aware, we don't have the right sort of license, and we don't really want to end up in Guantanamo Bay. Now, so what are we doing this time? We are working once again with hospitals, and we're working once again with solar power units. So we did this I think about 6 months ago now, maybe a little longer, where there was a hospital in Kherson that is now the proud owner of a solar power system, courtesy of you amazing listeners, donors, and speakers. Now we are running a similar, in fact, a pretty much identical fundraiser this time around, but this time in Kharkiv. So we are working with what are they called? Use energy, green use energy. Oh gosh, sorry. The exact name has completely gone, but there is an American manufacturer of this sort of thing, solar power units, converters, inverters, all of that jazz, that have business in Ukraine and even have manufacturing in Ukraine and are generally big Ukraine supporters and all around good eggs. I think they're based in Arizona, but don't quote me on that. We are partnering with them and our wonderful donors and listeners to provide solar power units for hospitals and medical centers in Kharkiv. So there is a bit of an energy crisis at the moment in Ukraine. So the Russians have been putting intense pressure on Ukraine's power infrastructure with their constant attacks. So the Shahed drones, the ballistic missiles, the cruise missiles, and of course in Kharkiv in particular, the glide bomb threat has become very significant. Now, 80%, 80% of Ukraine's power infrastructure has been attacked successfully, so damaged in some way in the last month. They're kind of holding on by their fingernails at the moment. But until Uncle Sam's latest aid package starts kicking in, particularly on the air defense front, they are very, very sad pandas indeed. So we can help. We can help in a very, as I said, a very specific, very targeted way, by ensuring that the hospitals of Kharkiv and the medical centers of Kharkiv at least have some kind of sustainable backup option. Right? Because obviously hospitals, they are important buildings. They need a constant power supply. They will have generators. They will have power plants of their own. However, they will probably be diesel, and that means they will run out of fuel. They're not designed to be a constant source of power, so they tend to be quite expensive to run. And also, if all of the electricity is out in a city, then you can't get diesel anyway, because the pumps that pump it out the ground are, of course, electric. So switching on the emergency power, clue is in the name. It's for emergencies. It's not going to last if the power is out for a week or two. So it's not a sustainable solution. Solar power, on the other hand, is we can ensure that a building has its critical electric functions still running, by providing them with solar power units to put atop their roofs. And this will help them ensure that the basic services of the hospital remain operational. So go to our website, MriyaReport.org, chuck us a regular donation, or chuck us a one-off donation, or make a regular donation. We are a 501c3 in the United States. This means that if you are an American or a Canadian taxpayer, you will receive a tax receipt, which you can then offset against your federal income tax. So you get a little tax bonus there. If you are not American or Canadian, you can still donate, obviously, but you may not get the tax benefits. So you have to check the law in your country. So MriyaReport.org. Do please chuck us a bit of money. Don't give us your bus fare. Don't give us your rent. But if you're buying a coffee every morning, maybe think about chucking that $2 or $3 towards Maria Report instead, and we will ensure that it is put to excellent use in Ukraine. Now, as a 501c3, of course, we have a degree of transparency and governance. So we are under the laws of Uncle Sam. We have to report annually. We have to have good governance structures in place, and we have to vet our causes very carefully. So we do the work, so you don't have to. We have a team of loyally gremlins in the United States who do all of this sort of thing for us, and ensure we are in compliance with American law. So you can donate with peace of mind, which is lovely, isn't it, Jenny?
Yes, it is. I like the fact that the status gives you a tax break if you are both US and Canadian citizens. That is amazing. I don't know if we get tax breaks in Sweden. We pay a lot of taxes and we get a lot for our money by tax breaks.
Yeah, we have a thing called gift aid in the UK. I don't know exactly how it works. I think it's something like if you donate, the government matches your donation, or something like that. I don't think it's, or oh gosh, yeah, I don't know exactly how gift aid works, but you have to fill in a tiny little form that says, I'm a British taxpayer. Please claim back some tax on this on my behalf, or something like that. And it's a tiny slip of paper. So when you go to church, they'll when the alms box comes around, they'll give you a gift aid form as well. But I don't think there's any kind of tax relief on charitable donations at the individual tax return level in the UK. There is in Estonia, and the cool thing about it in Estonia is the tax authorities, they scalp your bank data, and if they see you've made a donation to charity, they account for that, they do the tax return for you, and they automatically refund whatever you're owed, which is really cool, right? So your annual personal tax return takes literally 20 seconds because they have all the data already, which is, yeah.
So the one
Um,
thing that I'm super impressed with when it comes to Estonia is the fact that you can vote online in the elections. They have online voting instead of having ballots. In Sweden, we still have to go to a special designated place and show a ID and then fill out like pick whoever you want and then put the ballots into envelopes. I think it's like 3 different envelopes, like the city, county, and the government, the parliament. And then it's manually counted. But Estonia has electronic. I love it.
yeah, everything's online here. Like having to go to a place to do a thing, it seems kind of bizarre to me now. The only time you ever have to go to a place to do a thing is if you're picking up some kind of official document. So if you're getting a new ID card or a new passport, you have to go to the police station and they give it to you. They have to give it to you physically. They can't post it. But everything else is online. You know, you do your taxes online. You do your you vote online. You get married online. You get divorced online. You have a baby online. You know, like I assume you also die online, but I'm not. I'm not quite there yet. Yeah. Oh, a listener kindly points out that yes, the gift aid is not applicable to MriyaReport because we are not a British registered charity, so you can't do gift aid with us. I was just mentioning it because we were talking about tax deductibility of charitable donations, which I think is a thing in the UK subject to gift aid, but the charity does that, you don't. But yeah, it's all super online here, and yeah, it's fun.
So, do you find it now like kind of annoying when you actually have to go those few times when you have to go and do something in person? Because it's most of the stuff you can do online in Sweden because we also have like an ID, like an electronic ID that is connected to your bank, I think. And in order to get it the first time, you go to the bank and identify yourself. And then after that, you don't have to deal with the bank anymore. You can sign legal documents. You can pretty much, you know, do everything online except for voting, which I can't for my life figure out why, because I do have that electronic ID. And And I remember like in 2022 when we had our last election that this was something that was mentioned that in Estonia you can do it online. Why can't Sweden? Because we do everything else online. Why not voting? But that is like one of the few things left. And they do send passport and national ID. You have to go to the police station to pick up. But your driver's license comes to your local post office because that is not an official government ID. It's not as valid as a national ID, which I thought was weird as well. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it's a little odd. So there are it feels a bit weird when it happens. There are some things that you can't you feel like you should be able to do online, but you can't. So for example, if you need certain things like a firearms license, for instance, you have to turn up at the police station and say, yes, here I am, I'm not a lunatic. Other strange things like resigning from the board of a charitable organization. You actually have to go to court and resign. But you can't just untick a box on the internet. You actually have to physically show up at court, and you have to attest to some legal thing. I think that's because the law around that is quite outdated. So yeah, there's a couple of weird little things where it's quite jarring just how manual it is. Um, some of them are obviously for good reason, like the firearms license thing. Like you don't want some dude on the internet, right? You want somebody to, probably want to look somebody up and down before you give them that sort of a piece of paper. But Yeah, there's a couple of odd things. Resigning from boards is quite difficult here. And so if you're the sole director of a company or the sole director of a charity, resigning, you actually have to drive to Tartu, and you have to go to Tartu County Court, and you have to resign from the board. Otherwise, you can't.
I'm not sure, but I think you might be able to do that online in Sweden, but I'm not 100% sure. Do you know then, John?
No, actually, I don't. I want to talk about the election not being digital. I think one reason is that it's supposed to be. I mean, when you do the voting here, you step into some kind of a screen behind the screen and do it 100% privately, so to say, and that's by the law, I think. So if you do it at home, then you could be doing it together with others and maybe be influenced. So I think that there's probably reasons for it, because I mean, for sure the technology is there and it will be probably quite simple to implement. But I think it's about the privacy and not have the ability to be influenced by someone else in that moment.
I can still threaten my kids to vote the way I want them to. I'm their mother. I'll work on them like up until they go in there. I'm like, I'm gonna beat your ass. You're gonna sleep on the balcony in the winter. All kinds of threats. I'm kidding.
That sounds extremely illegal, Jenny. Like that. That sounds like something they would actually send you to prison for.
Probably. But the Swedish prisons are really nice, though. So I've heard. I've really never been to prison, but I have a friend that works for the Department of Corrections in Sweden, and she says it's pretty nice. Go ahead, then, John.
Yeah, right. Anyway, and you know who to vote for this time, Jenny? Centon, 3%, right? 3%. That's very important.
Oh, I thought it was Piratpartiet.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll go back and do my research. Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, I just thought I want to make the North Sea Empire a bit larger, bigger, more complete by joining from Denmark. The thing about voting, there are also other concerns because in Denmark as well in Sweden and everywhere else, we have this authorized login system, and you log in, and then of course you could vote. It's not a big issue to make that, but when you vote in real, you have a book or something like that at the place of voting, and they register you, and you get a nice piece of paper, and you put it into a box. At the end of the day, you have maybe at that place you have 500 votes, and you have 500 X's, crosses, something, marks in the book, and it fits together, and it's still nobody knows who you are. Well, when you're logged in, they somehow need to make sure that when you have voted, that you cannot vote again, but they cannot know who you voted for, and they need to keep track of that you have the same amount of votes as people who logged in to vote. And on top of this, then you need somebody to create this system that and how, who are we gonna trust in the end to do this? It's a bit harder for Russia to come to each individual town in Denmark or Sweden and fill up our voting booths with artificial people and vote. Online, it could be easier. So in a peaceful, normal world where everybody has no bad intention, online voting is very, very easy. But In the real world, there are issues, and of course some countries allow it, and probably most of the time it works great, but not always.
Okay, so you actually did point to something that I didn't think about, the fact that you're not anonymous. My vote is still anonymous when I go down to the voting place. That is true. I didn't think about that, but if I do it online, hold on,
Yeah,
online,
you
yeah,
can say at least you know it's anonymous because you dropped it in a box yourself, mixed with other votes. So you are absolutely sure that it is anonymous, and you see it. I don't know if you do the same thing in Sweden, that you are assigned a specific place to vote, so you get crossed off in a book, and then you cannot vote again. And you also get your election cards by mail or something like that. But it's completely open for you to see what is going on, and you can easily you can see through the whole system. It's very open, and when you do it on a computer, you push the button, and then you kind of hope that it's registered, but you can't see it. You don't know how the system will work and what it will do to your vote.
yeah, that is true. I didn't think about that part. Because you do get a voter's registration card sent home to your address where you are registered with the tax, um, the Swedish IRS thing, and then you have to have that in a valid ID, and you don't have to have a national ID, so I don't need to bring my passport. It's enough with my driver's license, and then they tick me off in the ledgers saying that I have voted, and then I get to pick, and I go like behind the curtain where I'm alone. We do not have the army voting, helping us vote, helping us pick, like in Russia. And then so I stuff the envelopes, and they're different color cards depending on if it's local, county, or national, depending on which one of those it is. And then they put them in 3 different boxes, one for local, like so it's divided up. But I am there and present and see what they do the entire way. That is true. I didn't think about that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Fantastic. Okie dokie. So, shall we have a look at a few headlines, Jenny? Unless you've got something burning that you'd like to talk about.
No, there's nothing burning. No fires here. Maybe there are some in Russia though. I'm hoping.
Probably. I'll leave that to Mockers because she's the expert on things exploding and things lighting on fire. But we do have some somewhat mixed news this morning, or this afternoon rather. So there have been tactical withdrawals by Ukraine from the villages of Berdichi, Semenivka, and Nova Mikhailivka, which is on the eastern front. This is according to Alexander Sersky. He has said that the most difficult situations are in the Pokrovsk and Kurakove directions, where the battle is apparently particularly intense. Now, these are 2 cities in Donetsk, which are currently Ukrainian held, but they have lost a little ground in the last day or so. Now, General Sersky continues that the enemy has engaged up to 4 brigades in these areas, and is trying to develop an offensive west of Avdiivka and Marinka, making its way to Pokrovsk and Kurakove. Now, he said that the purpose of the retreat was to preserve the lives of the defenders, and he added that the battlefield position has generally worsened. In some sectors, the enemy has had tactical success, and in some areas, our troops have managed to improve their tactical position. Now, Despite this, the ISW have commented that Russia operationally significant gains west of Avdiivka remain unlikely in the short term. Ukrainian forces are outnumbered by up to 3 to 1, but limited resources are still preventing Russian forces from making the kinds of advances their greater combat power should allow. Now, General Syrskyi has said that fresh Ukrainian formations are being sent, and this combined with additional weaponry, thank you very much, Uncle Sam, would force Russian command to either accept that a near-term wider or deeper penetration is unlikely, or commit additional reserves to the area. So the Avdiivka, kind of west of Avdiivka, that particular AO, Russia seemed to be making some minor, some fairly minor but real gains. However, it's assessed by our friends at the ISW that they're not going to be able to capitalize on those because they just don't have the offensive power at the moment. Now, we shouldn't get too confident about this. Russia are expected to mount an offensive this summer, and I think something we've seen recently in the numbers is there's been a decline in the number of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles that have been destroyed. Now, this could mean a number of things. One of the things it could mean is that Russia is running out of them. That's possible. Another possibility is that Russia is holding them back in anticipation of something. Now, this, again, there's kind of conflicting analysis of this. So we've had the ISW and RUSI, the Royal United Services Institution in the UK, which is another military think tank. They have reported recently that Russia is able to replace her losses in terms of armored vehicles, indeed her losses generally, so manpower and materiel. The rate at which Russia is refurbishing or bringing out of mothball or producing new stuff and producing new men is greater than or roughly equal to the rate at which they're being lost. Now, this could suggest that they are kind of massing. So rather than this being a symptom of them running out of stuff, it could suggest that they are massing and they're preparing for their counter-offensive in the summer, or rather their offensive in the summer. So watch this space. We will be reporting it. We will be analysing it, and we will be bringing up the experts to talk to you about it as these situations unfold. But it is. Syrskyi seems pretty confident, right? And he seems pretty confident that he has fresh formations to throw into Avdiivka, and they are retreating. So that is kind of I don't know. I mean, cast your minds back to the Battle of Bakhmut, and to the that bulge they had. That was Avdiivka, wasn't it? That salient they were pushing towards Donetsk city. There were worries that some of Ukraine's best formations were sacrificed in those for largely political reasons. It appears that they have learned the lesson from that, and they're not going to be selling Ukrainian formations quite so cheaply anymore, which is surely good news. Yeah, watch this space.
So interesting that they talk about like the amount of like equipment that they have refurbished. And I understand that Russia had like a lot. But at some point they must be running out. It it the reason why they can crank them out at the rate that they're doing right now is because they have large storages. And I remember that I read a tweet somewhere where they were actually discussing this, and I think that the Swedish papers have also touched on it, like when will Russia run out of old tanks to refurbish? And I don't remember what they said. So I'm not even, I can make things up, but I don't like it. I didn't even do it with my kids when they were little. I always warned them, and I'm like, do you want do you want the truth, or do you want me to make something up? And sometimes they went with the making up, and I made up a really funny story, and I can do it here too, but it won't be the truth. But the truth is still the same, though, that they will run out of things to refurbish at some point, because they are not cranking out new stuff out of the factory at the rate of loss, if that makes sense. What is your guess on this, Tim?
Well, yeah, they will, but I mean, to the extent that all countries fighting a war eventually run out of steam, right? I think when it comes, basically Ukraine and Russia both have this problem, but they have it at two different scales, right? They have it at two different degrees of resolution. So Russia has it at a macro level, Ukraine has it at a micro level. So Ukraine has limited supplies of everything, right? And doesn't produce enough. And what she does produce, she often can't afford to pay for. So Ukraine has this problem very, very acutely of just not having enough materiel, not having enough men either. Russia's pain threshold is far, far higher. So it's not okay. So they're being underwhelming at producing new stuff, right? They're having to settle for kind of 70% solutions rather than having good things. But that's kind of inevitable. And they're not producing it at the rate that they probably, that we would anticipate that they could, or at least we would have anticipated that they could prior to 2022. But at the same time, they don't really need to, right? Because they have got a massively higher pain threshold than Ukraine. So this is a country that is 3 times the size of Ukraine, population-wise, economically 10 times the size of Ukraine, and it's a country that has a deep military tradition, which Ukraine doesn't really have. So Ukraine has gone from 10 years ago, when she was, not to put too fine a point on it, a military joke, to today, where she has very clearly the strongest military in Europe, or perhaps the second strongest after Russia. I mean, at least in terms of land army. But nevertheless, she doesn't have these vast reserves of stuff to draw upon, right? She doesn't have tens of thousands of older tanks in mothball in various in various conditions. She doesn't have millions of rifles packed away. She doesn't have millions of young men who've been through the conscription system before. So she just doesn't have the resources at her disposal that Russia does. And so what we've got here is a situation where Russia doesn't have to do particularly well to be superior to Ukraine when Ukraine is doing excellently, because we're just talking about two different scales of combatant here. Another thing we have to bear in mind, right, is that quantity has a quality all of its own. So as we've discussed before, what Russia needs now is Russia just needs stuff that's good enough. It doesn't need to be all singing, all dancing, going toe to toe with the Americans, the spiffiest, the best, the most cutting edge of everything. They just need to be as good as what Ukraine has and more numerous than what Ukraine has. We talked about 70% solutions. I used the example of a tank, right? So if you're producing a really modern tank, you're going to you're going to get different things from different countries, right? So you probably want a diesel engine from Perkins in the UK. You want the optics from Nexter in France. You want the barrel from Rheinmetall or Royal Ordnance. You probably want either British or American armor if they'll sell it to you, which they probably won't. Right? So you can go and pick and choose, and you can get the best of everything, and you can build your perfect, all singing, all dancing tank, and you end up with Abrams, you end up with Leo 2, you end up with Challenger 2, and it's bloody brilliant. That's not what Russia needs. Russia needs something that is just slightly better than what Ukraine has in larger numbers. And that means they don't need to buy the spiffiest gun barrels, the best armor, the best gun sights, the best optics. They can just get Chinese knockoffs that are kind of a 6 out of 10 rather than a 7 out of 10. And it doesn't really matter because they've got hundreds of these things or thousands of these things. So there's, it's the Stalin thing. Quantity has a quality all of its own. Doesn't need to be the best, just needs to be good enough. And they can win on that basis unless we continue our support of Ukraine. Does that make sense, Jenny?
Yeah. So, like one of the analysis that I saw, and this plays into the American aid package, is that um, they were kind of saying this in one of the Swedish papers. It was an opinion piece. It wasn't an article as such, but so this opinion piece said that it's amazing. Europe got the break, the breather break that it needed in order to ramp up production all over the place in Europe. And I was listening to one of the guests this weekend that said that Europe is being cheap rather than producing, for example, storm shadows right now and having it like in a storage ready to pick up and send straight away. They wait for the order to come in. And I think it's the same all over Europe, except for, the 155 millimeter shells here in Sweden. I don't think that Saab, for example, is making, they have an order for 100 CV90, but, they're making 300 just in case so that they have orders to ship off because it's not like butter. It's a little bit more expensive. And the governments around the world don't, or in Europe specifically in this case, don't really want to be caught with a big stocks. They want to keep that as tiny as they possibly can, so that because if Saab, for example, doesn't get all the stuff sold, then it's going to be the government that picks up the tab and pays it off, pays for the cost of this. And this guy was saying that we're playing it safe in Sweden or in Europe, not just Sweden, but all over Europe. And now is not the time to play safe. A lot of the countries in Europe, they have a very tiny national debt, and we can afford to borrow money from the IMF to increase our debt in order to ramp up the productions. So we don't have to wait for the EU to go like, okay, sure, we're going to give Sweden 130 million euro. You build out all of your factories, you hire more people to produce more so that we can give Ukraine, I don't know, 50 shells on the 15th of every month. Then Ukraine knows that on the 15th we will get 50 shells. I'm pulling the numbers out of my ass, by the way. So don't quote those numbers. But in order for them to be able to continue the war, same thing like, okay, so on the 15th of every month, they get 15 155 millimeter shells, they get 2 CV90s, and they get an Archer. They know that this is coming on the 15th of every month until the end, until the Russians go back home. And then Finland produces whatever they produce, France does whatever they do, Germany does whatever they do, and England does whatever or UK do whatever you guys do. But we keep the production. So on the 15th, something will be delivered and it becomes a dependable thing, it's something that Ukraine can depend on. And as scary as a thought is of increasing the national debt in order to finance a war that we don't want to come to our shores. To be honest, I'm not even shy about saying this. I don't want this war to spread to my country. And the best way to do that is to make sure that Ukraine doesn't lose, but that Russia does. And so I don't understand the hesitancy in the governments around Europe when they're like, it's scary to take out debt. It's scary to increase taxes. It's scary to cut back on something in the whole social welfare thing that we have going in our countries. But in the end, we're going to have to do this eventually in one way or another. And we have currently, much like the US did when it came to this bill, we have a choice to make. Either we increase our debt, raise taxes, or do cutbacks in our countries to increase the production levels, or we wait for the war to come to us. And which one sounds more acceptable? For me, I'm willing to increase taxes and increase our national debt here in Sweden. That is something that I can live with as a citizen in Sweden, to make sure that my kids don't have to hide in bunkers. If I'm going to be completely rude and obnoxious and horrible, but I really don't want that here. Um, I don't know if I'm just waffling or if I'm making sense. What do you think, Tim?
Well, Sweden is quite a thrifty government, right? So Sweden has high taxes, but a very small deficit and a very small debt to GDP ratio. So if you look at it, you look at Sweden in context. Sweden's debt to GDP is something like 41%, 42%, bounces around there. You compare that to the shall we say, Southern Europe. Greece is somewhere around 200%. Italy is like 150. France is about 120. Spain and Portugal about 110. So the fiscal basket cases of Europe are all the way up there. Germany, who's generally considered to be the kind of the one of the sensibles, 65, 70% of debt to GDP, I think. The UK is about 85. And you go all the way down, you get countries like Estonia, which barely has any national debt at all. It's about 20% of GDP, I think. And Estonia doesn't run a deficit. I can't. It's constitutionally forbidden from running a budget deficit. So yeah, so Sweden has a lot of spare fiscal capacity, and it's not a case of Sweden borrowing from the IMF. If Sweden has a AAA credit rating, if Sweden wants to borrow, Sweden just issues a bond and goes to the capital markets and sells it, right? So all of the pension funds, not just in Sweden, will gobble that up because it's AAA debt, and they can also go to the Eurobond market. They don't have to borrow in kronas, but making that useful. So having debt in kronas, debt denominated in euros in fiscally significant amounts would probably put upward pressure on the krona, which is something that the Swedes probably want to avoid because it would make their exports less competitive. But nevertheless, right, if Sweden wants to borrow money, Sweden could borrow money. So if Sweden wants to borrow tens of billions of euros, Sweden can do that without breaking a sweat, and she can do that without putting any significant holes in her public finances at all. So, yeah, Sweden's got credit lines, all right. If the thriftier countries in Europe want to borrow a bunch of money, then there's certainly room, right? So I'm just looking at a table now. Poland debt to GDP 50%, Netherlands 50%, Czech Republic 45, Ireland 42, Denmark 30. So these are some quite big economies by European standards, and they don't have much debt outstanding. Um, the capacity's there. The political will may not be, but it's not like Europe is running out of money here. Does that make sense, Jenny?
Yeah, it does. And it wasn't until I listened to the guy that was talking this, I want to say Saturday, but it could have been yesterday too. No, it was Saturday. And he was saying that we have to stop playing safe because a war can be avoided if we don't play it safe. And we need to make stuff that will be sitting on shelves so that in case it is needed, we can send it to Ukraine quite fast. And it's kind of like that running tab that I was talking about a while back. Why don't we just give them like a bar tab? They come in, they get to drink, and at the end of the night, we settle the tab. And I don't understand why we haven't. I understand that it's going to hurt in the wallets of the citizens now, but at the same time, I think a war will hurt more than doing it this way. Um, I don't know.
I,
Let's see. Oh,
I,
go ahead.
I guess it depends. Like when it comes to that stuff, I can see European competition rules coming in. So if a country, I don't know, if Sweden goes to Ukraine and says, right, here is a 20 billion euro credit card, so a 200 billion krona credit card. You can buy whatever you want from Swedish manufacturers with it, and we'll settle it up whenever. I could see the European Commission. Well, for a start, it's going to piss everybody off because everybody wants a piece of the pie. And secondly, I could see the European Commission going, why only Swedish companies? So yeah, I could see that. I could see that getting very messy indeed, and I could see people falling out over that. I think when it comes to that sort of thing, a common European approach is probably a better idea. Not only is it bigger guns, but also it's going to stop the children squabbling. So yeah, I can see why countries are kind of holding off for a European solution. Now that's both a reason and an excuse, right? And this is something that Ivana Klimpush said to me when I met her in Kiev. She is the chairman of the committee, the Rada committee for European and NATO integration. That was one of the things she said, because I'm British, so we inevitably talked about Brexit. And she said one of the things that she found was it was easier to deal with the British government because they weren't holding out for a European solution to everything, right? So they were just like, they felt they could act a lot more flexibly, and there was no um, there was no one holding their hand, so to speak, so they could just go, yeah, we can do that, yeah, we could do that, yeah, okay, let's do that. So it's both a blessing and a curse, right? So being a European Union country means that you have access to much greater capabilities and much greater mass of everything, much greater resources. But at the same time, the whole machine moves a lot more slowly because it's just got so many working parts. Yeah, that's kind of my take on that. Did that make sense, Jane?
Yeah, it does. Let's go to Reese because I have a question there too. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, there are formal problems that needs to be overcome to run the deficit within the EU. There are limits on how much you are allowed to spend over your budget without the Commission racking down upon the country. And most countries have in some way what Estonia have. For Sweden, it works a bit like this. There is a formal agreement that Sweden won't run a deficit unless certain criteria are fulfilled. This could be revoked by the government, but it is also a political agreement between the two major sides that is in place for so that when one government can't overspend at the expense of the next government. So that there are both formal and informal problems running a deficit. So these are political things. They are slow to change, but the problem is that no one is trying to change them, which means that the whole process is still in front of us. We should prepare by starting to not change them permanently, but to invoke an exception during this war, as we did during the pandemic. We should do the same thing as we did then. We have seen it working, and we could do it again, but it's not been done, which sucks. And a few facts from what you said before, Jenny. Saab doesn't produce CV90s. That's Hägglunds. BAE and Hägglunds produces CV90s. Saab is also a 100% private company, and the government wouldn't pick the bill up. That's the problem. That's why they're not producing as many Gripens as they could. Or they would probably do it. No one has ordered them, so they are not in full production. It sucks.
Thank you very much,
Well,
Roos. Sorry, Roos, had you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Fantastic. Yeah, so yes, there are European deficit rules. So European Union members have an obligation to run a fiscal deficit of no more than 3% of GDP. Now, a fiscal deficit, for those of you who don't know, is the difference between the amount of money a government spends and the amount of money it raises in taxation. So you can either run a deficit, in which case your government is spending more than it earns in taxation and is therefore having to borrow the difference, or you can run a surplus, in which case the government is raising more in taxation than she is spending, and that money can either be put in, stuffed into a mattress, that could be a bloody big mattress, or it can go towards funding tax cuts, or it can, yada yada yada, etc. So the European Union has rules about this. So I think it applies to all European Union members, not just to Eurozone members, but I'm not 100% sure on that. They cannot run a deficit of more than 3% of GDP, of which 0.6% can be a maximum of 0.6% can be a structural deficit. So one of the things that's fairly common and is seen as fairly sound in statecraft is borrowing to invest in stuff. So say you need a new railway system, or you need a new motorway, or you need a new power plant, or something like that costs an awful lot of money, and is the kind of thing that realistically only governments can fund. Just nobody tell the British government that, because they're determined to get the Chinese to do these things for us for some reason. Anyway, so borrowing to invest, it's seen as generally a good idea. What a structural deficit is borrowing to fund everyday government spending. So if you are borrowing money to run your health service because you can't raise enough in taxes to cover it, then that's called a structural deficit, and that's generally seen as a bad thing, because you're basically, you're basically living unsustainably on someone else's credit card. So yeah, it's 3% of GDP is the maximum deficit, of which a certain amount, of which only 0.6% would be a structural deficit. Now, what does that mean? Sweden runs a slight budget surplus. So Sweden runs a budget surplus of about, I think, about €1 billion. So there's spare dosh there, and they can dip down into their deficit as well. They're legally allowed deficit as well. So there's a lot of room. There's a lot of room on the broom, as the children's book says. Yeah, and Sweden's not the only country in that position. So there's a number of major economies that have way more space in their fiscal fundamentals to do something about Ukraine. That said, common European solutions. Europe is 2/3 of the way towards being a full fiscal union anyway. So if you're going to borrow enormous amounts of money to do important statecraft things, it seems logical that Brussels should probably do it as a coordinated policy, rather than member states simply cutting their own detail. Brussels is also well placed to ensure that whatever results from this doesn't lead to uneven, unsustainable, and illogical growth. So if Sweden decides to borrow 20% of her GDP, buy a whole bunch of weapons from Swedish companies and give them to Ukraine, what you're going to end up with is Sweden having this enormously outsized and unsustainable defense industry, right? That bubble will eventually burst, and then that'll cause problems in Sweden of quite a significant scale. And then what's going to happen then? Well, then Brussels has to get involved. So there's a duty towards sustainable economic stewardship that the European Commission has. That means that individual countries going full retard on this is probably a bad idea in the European context. Yeah, that would be my take on that. Roos, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, it's not like we don't have that problem with the huge military sector already. But we do have a few companies that have spare capacity as of yet, and it wouldn't be any problem for the future to actually fill that capacity up with orders. It just sucks that we don't.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Other good news, Jenny. I don't know if you follow any of the British defence establishment on Twitter, like the MOD or Grant Shapps or anybody like that.
I think I follow MOD, but I don't get all the notifications when these places post. So tell me.
Well, Grant Shapps has been busy tweeting pictures of a Storm Shadow factory all weekend. So he's been on a little tour of shorts of Belfast or whoever it is that makes Storm Shadow, and it looks like we're making them again. So somebody has ordered a whole bunch of Storm Shadows, it would seem.
Okay, that is amazing news. I'm really happy because when you said that they weren't producing any, I was like, but why not? Like, don't you guys, even if it wasn't for the war in Ukraine, one, the guys need to practice that they do both blanks and live ammunition and live rounds. So it would make sense to make them. Just, because it's fun when things go boom.
Absolutely. Although, I think we reached the point where we just didn't have enough to practice. So they would just kind of run around flapping their arms and shouting "whoosh" whenever they pretended to launch a Storm Shadow, and that was the training. No, probably not. But yeah, it was a limited production run to start with, so a couple of thousand were made. I don't know exactly how many, and a lot of them were used to deal with Mr. Gaddafi, and a lot of them were used to deal with Mr. Assad. So and a number of them were sent to Ukraine. I don't know exactly how many. A few dozen, I think. So probably not that many of them left. RAF stocks are going to be fairly low. the Royal Air Force is the only service in the UK that operates it. The French obviously have Scalp, which is a navalized version, but I think they also have an air launched one as well for their Air Force. They did Syria, they did Libya, so they probably fired off an awful lot of bang as well. So they're probably not going to have very many. Last time I checked, the French didn't have a live production line for Scalp. They have a production line for Black Mamba, which is an export version of Storm Shadow, which has a shorter range to comply with some kind of treaty. I can't remember what it's called, but you're not supposed to sell really good missiles to any Tom, Dick, or Harry. And so a lot of these systems have a kind of export version that they can sell to the children. I think the French mostly sell them to the Arabs. So there is they've got a production line for that. I'm not aware of anything being restarted on the Scalp front in France, but it looks like the UK is making these again at some scale. So whether that's to replenish RAF stocks or to give a whole bunch to Ukraine, the latest UK package, which was announced last week, did mention missiles, but I'm not sure if they were talking about Storm Shadow or if they meant missiles for the various systems that we've sold them. So Starstreak, for example, is a short range anti-air missile, or any of those other systems. So yeah, don't know, but it looks like the UK is starting to make these again, which is very good.
That is really excellent. So fun fact that I learned when my brother was in the mechanized unit up in the north, there's also an artillery base up there. And on New Year's Eve, the year between 99 and 2000, when we did the millennium shift, they called up old artillerists and said, "What are you doing on New Year's Eve?" And they're like, "Well, having dinner with the family kind of thing." They're like, "Would you mind going up?" So there are like fortresses around, there's 7 fortresses around the city. And this is where Sweden hid away the gold reserve that we had in country in some of these fortresses, and they just fortified, locked down the city and everything. But there were like a lot of rounds left, and they said, "Well, if you wouldn't mind, you can come out of retirement for one night, and we have loads of old ammunition, old artillery shells that we need to blow, and that will be our New Year's Eve." And none of them said no. And apparently they had a blast up there in the fortress, just shooting off round after round after round. So we did not do the regular fireworks. We did a salute, and they had like a massive stock of stuff that they got to fire off, and apparently they had a lot of fun. Would you come out of retirement for an opportunity like that, Tim?
Yes, I'd be all over that. It reminds me of a story. Some of my, well, not quite older, but some of my middle-aged Estonian friends told me, where back in the 90s, Estonia wasn't the lovely little quasi-Nordic haven that it is today. It was actually quite chaotic. So it was Estonia in the 90s and Russia in the 90s were very, very similar. So they hadn't quite got round to governing themselves properly yet. And the Red Army was still here until 1994. So there was an agreement where Estonia would be deoccupied, and the government would be, elections would be allowed. Yay. And Estonia's sovereignty was reasserted and explicitly recognized by Russia. Watch this space. And in return, the Red Army was allowed to stay, garrison the country until 1994, and the Estonian military had to maintain an early warning system and cryptography system for the Russian army until 2004. So you had a slightly strange situation where there was a brief overlap between Estonia joining NATO and Estonia still having an obligation to maintain the Russian army's cryptographic system. So that was in 2004. There was like a 2-week period where they were basically in the defense orbit of Russia and also members of NATO, which must have been very, very interesting, must have made them very schizophrenic. But nevertheless, during the heady days of the 90s, a fairly common recreational activity for Estonian boys was to go to your local Red Army camp and barter some weapons and grenades from them. Because these Russian chaps, right? These guys in the Red Army, they were there in Estonia. They knew that nobody wanted them there. They didn't really get paid. They got paid in rubles, which were worthless. And nobody wanted anything to do with them, and they didn't want anything to do with anybody. And that made them quite vulnerable to corruption, shall we say. So if you've got your hands on a crate of vodka, you could take that round the back of your local Red Army camp and you could trade it for a load of grenades, maybe a Makarov, maybe an AK if you were lucky, and a lot of ammunition. And then you could take that to the woods and you could throw grenades around all day. Bloody brilliant. And so they used to do that apparently when they were when they were teenagers. They go, "What are we going to do this Saturday? We could go get some grenades, have a play with those in the woods." Don't know how many people died doing that. I would be surprised if there wasn't a death toll. But still, sounds a lot more fun than my childhood. Anyway, I see Roos has got his hand up. Let's go to Roos.
Yeah, we were talking about Saab before, and they actually delivered their quarterly report just a few days ago. And it's quite interesting because it's probably the same in most of the European arms manufacturers. We could see order increase of 10%. We could see that sales went up 25%. We could see that investments in production capacity and stocks were quite heavy. And it's an increase in kind of a small gear up, but it's not the massive things we actually need to see for us to start out producing Russia. And I'm pretty sure we see the same thing in the rest of the European arms manufacturers.
Yeah, but I don't think that Sweden will ever be able to outproduce Russia on its own. I think that's going to have to be like a joint thing within the entire EU. It's not just
Definitely.
so
Totally agree with you.
yeah, so that is the thing that we have to so my point with the entire story is like Europe should prepare for the orange tangerine hobgoblin taking office in the US, which means no more aid to Ukraine. And that is my belief. It may be completely unfounded. I have no idea. And I don't really care. Um, but Europe should act as if this was the very last aid package coming from the United States. And if more aid package comes from the United States, that is an amazing bonus to Europe. But Europe should outproduce Russia and provide everything that Ukraine needs, and so that they can end the war by kicking out the Russians. That was the point of the opinion piece, and I agree with it. And I know that the EU, alongside of the handful of countries that are not part of the EU, like the UK and Norway, together, we can do this. Europe, as far as I know, if you take all the European countries, if you take EU and the non-EU countries and put our GDPs together, we have a bigger economy than Russia does, and our economies are more stable. The thing is, it's going to cost us, but this war will cost us regardless of the outcome. Because if we don't do this and Ukraine falls, the war will come to our shores. And if we ramp up the production and we give Ukraine, we have like a steady delivery, and we give Ukraine what they need, not what they desperately need at the very last minute, like putting a band-aid on an amputated limb, they have a much better chance at succeeding in kicking out Russia. It will end faster, and this strain on the rest of the economies will work better. But the wars, the war won't come to us, and that, I think, that should be the priorities of governments around the world, or around Europe, not around the world, but in Europe. It it is Europe's war. It takes place here. It's a global problem, but it is most definitely foremost a European problem, much like the Balkan War was a European problem and war. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, totally agree. This is what we've been saying for a few years. It hasn't really happened. We still are at a situation where part of the European arms industry is not running at full capacity. And which I think these figures from Saab are an indicator of the European situation. The Russians have geared up faster in the last year than Europe has. So the gap is increasing rather than decreasing. The only good thing is that Russia has eaten up more of its capacity to gear up, which, yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing, but at least there is still more room for improvement in Europe. It's really something we need to do, and every government should just go to their arms industry and say, produce whatever you can with the capacity we have now. We'll see how much does this cost the countries, and the EU should just order it and send it to Ukraine. If more is needed, then more capacity will have to be constructed. But we can't have arms industry standing still when war is knocking on our doors. It's really, really stupid.
Yep. And this is, I don't know. I mean, this is the conundrum, right? This is where Trump is entirely correct. And this is one of the things that he's quite right to moan about, that Europe doesn't invest enough in defense. The United States spends almost 3 times the European average in terms of GDP, in terms of percentage of GDP on this stuff than Europe does, right? We are slacking. We are freeloading on American capabilities and American money. And I think US administrations are perfectly within their rights to moan about this. The difference is, right, will moaning make any difference? Right? And I think this was kind of what Trump was getting at when he made that speech about a month ago, where he said he wouldn't come to the aid of a NATO ally. Well, the context of that was he wouldn't come to the aid of a NATO ally that wasn't spending its commitment, right? That wasn't maintaining its capabilities. And I think that's it was a silly thing to say off the cuff. But let's not pretend that he didn't have a point, Jim.
Absolutely. I do believe that he does have a point, and as much as it sucks to admit it, it is what it is. And we have to realize, and this was why I said that Sweden should maybe not raise taxes, but at least take out a loan so that we can build out the factories here in Sweden, hire more people, and produce more. So it will do us good. I think that there will be a change now in the way that we see orders coming into the different weapons manufacturers here in Sweden now that we're in NATO, because like it or not, NATO has a thing where they would prefer to buy from NATO allies before they go outside the alliance and buy the stuff that the countries need for their defense, for their own defense. And now that we are in the alliance, we have already started seeing that there is an increase in orders coming into Sweden. And that's a good thing. So we're going to have to build out these factories regardless. They said that even at maximum capacity, the small little factory that makes 155 millimeter shells, before the war, if they had kept that production rate up, the countries that we were supposed to help supply with their 155 millimeter shells, including Sweden, it would still take us over 5 years to get all of the countries in stock with the 30-day minimum requirement of being, I think it's like 1 month that you're supposed to have stuff enough for fighting for 1 month. And in order for us to fulfill all those orders, it would take us 5 years, even if you exclude Ukraine. That tells me that we could ramp up the production. And I read an article a while ago that said that the factory itself is afraid of building out because, yes, right now there's a great demand. Will we still be in great demand in 2 years, 3 years? Who knows? We can't predict the future, but so I was like 3-4 minutes late to the shift today because my very best friend in the world, she called me and I love talking to her. And she said the defense industry or the weapons industry will always make money because we are an angry race. Humans are angry people and we like to make money, and war makes a lot of money. There are 3 things that make a ton of money around this world: sex, drugs, and weapons, and war. Those are the 3 things. And she's not wrong. And so even if that factory builds out in Karlskoga, I don't think that they're going to have problems in 5 years. I think that they will still be in business, and they're probably not going to have to fire people left, right, and center. I don't think that this world will all of a sudden come to peace and there will be no wars in 5 years' time. That is my prediction. I don't know if you want to comment on that too, or should I just go to Bruce?
Let's go to Rus.
Yeah, well, the Karlskoga weapons manufacturing is the shell factory is quite interesting because there it worked. It's owned by Norway and Finland, actually, or it was before this expansion they announced, because now both Sweden and Finland and EU and Norway has put money into these factories on that produce 155 ammunition, and thus the government is getting back into owning a piece of this arms industry, and then this is probably what has to happen. The governments have to invest in the companies so they get funding, and the governments get back piece of ownership of this industry. I don't really see another way out of this, because now it's not really happening, because the private money is not ready to trust the governments to keep ordering stuff if things calm down.
But that's the thing. I don't think that this world will end up. I don't think that we will see world peace. There will be a war somewhere, and there will always be customers. That, as horrible as that sounds, I think that's the way it is, unfortunately. So I don't think that it is a big risk. If they had made, stiletto heels in size for European size 44, um, with camouflage, yeah, then I would question their choice. But in this case, I don't think that they have anything really to worry about. I'm glad that they're building out because there was but that was an old article I read. Well, I read it a long time ago, so that was like months ago. So I'm glad that they came to their senses and decided to build out the factory. Um, any other
Well,
fun?
actually, it was the governments that invested the money, and not the company itself, because there wasn't any sound economical prognosis that could make them make those investments.
Awesome. Any other fun news, Tim?
What's my favorite country?
I'm gonna say Meatball Sweden.
Now, it's obviously Belgium.
Ah,
Now, Belgium, they have been doing Belgian things, and they have found 200 million euros to contribute to the German-led air defense initiative, supplying Ukraine with ammunition for Patriot and defenses against the ballistic and cruise missile threat. Now, this comes as the Belgians have announced that they will donate F-16 to Ukraine as well. So at the previous Ramstein meeting on the 26th of April, they announced that the first F-16 will be delivered to Ukraine later this year from Belgian stocks. And now they've just joined the German air defense ammunition initiative to get the Patriot ammo over. So I thought that was a nice little snippet. They seem to be pulling their weight, at least on the air defense front.
okay. So a couple of questions. First of all, I think this is awesome. How do you find 200 million euros? Because trust me, I want to find that too.
Have you looked behind the sofa?
Yes, and I've looked in my mattress too. I
Like in the coffee jar?
No, I will.
Well, try that.
I'm gonna have to go look in the coffee jar. It seems just like a tremendous, huge amount of money to just like, oh, look what we found. I just lifted up this book and there it was, like 200 million euros. I think it's awesome. Congratulations to them. But yeah, I want to know what their secret was.
It's actually pretty easy. It's been done a lot of times. You just print more money and create more inflation. So it's not the- So it's going to be a lot easier next time to produce those and find those 200 mil. So for every time you do it, it's going to be cheaper. It works excellent.
I'm just gonna have to take your word for that. I would prefer not to print 200 million euros. Then John, go ahead.
No, I think it's a much more intriguing way of finding the money. I guess you all have, well, most of you have watched Independence Day, the movie. And I quote, "Do you really think a hammer costs $10,000?" So yeah, the money is there. It's just hidden.
It's been a while since I watched that movie. I need to go find it on the streaming site so I can watch it with my son and we can make fun. The one.
That's how Area 51 was financed, by the way, according to that movie. $10,000 hammers.
You know what? I didn't hear about the $10,000 hammer. I heard about I think it was like $200 shoelaces. That was the big scandal when I was living in the US in the 90s, that the shoelaces for the US military for the combat boots were like $200 a pop. And I'm like, I also have stuff to sell. Trust me. If you're willing to pay $200 for shoelaces, I got plenty of stuff to sell you. How much does the UK shoelaces cost him?
I don't know, about £2 or £3.
You're doing it wrong. We should go into the shoelace business, you and me. We can make money. We'll sell it to the Americans. We'll be rich. Yes, I'm being silly, sort of, but I would love to be able to sell them some shoelaces for $200 a pair. Do you, I I'm working on getting to the news site. So if you have some other news, go ahead and tell me about it.
Sure. So President Zelensky, he gave a speech on Sunday where he mentioned a number of things. Now, he said of the military situation that we are still waiting for the supplies that Ukraine was promised, presumably referring to the American aid package, but potentially also to British and German aid packages. He said, we are expecting volumes and scopes. We're expecting these supplies in volumes and scope that can change the situation on the battlefield in Ukraine's interest. So I think he might be gently poking Uncle Sam in the ribs there to send over some explodey things. Now, he spoke with the US House of Representatives Minority Leader, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries, about the American aid, where he stressed that the Patriot systems are needed and as soon as possible. On a European front, Mr. Zelensky said that Ukraine has met all of the conditions for accession talks to start with the European Union. And now he has said that now the EU must meet its obligations. Couldn't agree more. Now, touching on NATO, he said that, which Antony Blinken has said, that Ukraine will eventually join. Mr. Zelensky said that every country shares common values and is ready to defend them deserves an invitation to the alliance. Now, I'm not sure that's how it works. I don't think you get invited to join NATO. I think you ask to join NATO. I think it's a bit like becoming a Freemason. You don't get invited, you get asked. Sorry, you don't get invited, you ask to join. But yeah, Ruth?
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. First, you have to fulfill some criteria. You have to be the US, Canada, or within Europe. Then you ask to join. After that, you get an invitation, and then you apply.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of like the NATO. They don't go around knocking on countries' doors going like, hey, join us. We have matching jackets. You have to ask the EU and then start an application process. And then once when everybody's ready to commit, then you get an invitation to become like a partner or something. I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't even in Sweden when Sweden joined. I was living abroad. And I could have gone to the consulate and voted, but I didn't. I actually found out because I was at IKEA, and so sometimes some IKEAs have like a Swedish corner where you can pick up a newsletter in the local language about the latest news in Sweden, what's going on in Sweden. So, and it was like, I think the one in Houston, I think, had like a weekly letter. So we would go down there every other week or so, just so that I could pick up and find out what was going on back home. Because I know this is going to be shocking, but apparently Swedish news, things happening in Sweden that does not affect the US, do not make it to the American newspapers. Shocking, I know. This should be like front page news all over the world, but it's not. It really isn't. So, but that is exciting though, that they are going to get to, um, that they get to join, that they're invited to join, because that means that they can finally at least um, have a little bit more securities after this war is over. They will be invited and they will be able to more easily sell stuff in Europe, because the EU is kind of a it's not as easy as you would think to get in on the EU market unless you're in the EU. And frankly, um, they do prioritize EU countries as well, and we can keep the prices low when we sell to other member nations. So I'm happy about this. Get Ukraine in.
Do you know what the EMS is, Jenny?
No, I know what PMS is, but not EMS.
Well, this is one for the nerds. Okay, so the EMS, it stands for Express Mail Service, and it is I think it's a business service. It's organized by the Universal Postal Union, which is the international cooperative organization for postal services. So it's the global bureaucracy that ensures that if you post a letter in Japan, it will get delivered in Venezuela. Now I think it's part the UPU, the Universal Postal Union, is part of the UN now, but um it predates the UN by some decades, because it was founded in the 19th century, and it's basically the oldest extant intergovernmental organization. It was like the first intergovernmental organization. Now the EMS is their express mail service, so it's mainly used for documents, and it's basically designed to be a very highly reliable and fast way of moving important documents around the world. Um, Now, why do I mention this? I mention this because I've just seen a LinkedIn post from Mr. Igor Smeliansky. Do you know who Igor Smeliansky is, Jenny?
I do not. But I could make a lot of jokes about his name, but I don't know who he is.
We could indeed. Now, Igor Smeliansky is a former banker. He is Ukrainian. I think he's worked in Ukraine, he's worked in London, and he's worked in New York doing investment banking stuff. And he went back to Ukraine in 2016 to take over as CEO of Ukrposhta, which is Ukraine's national postal service. So excuse me, there are two big postal companies in Ukraine. There's Ukrposhta, which is the state legacy company. So it's private. I think it's privatized now, but it's basically Royal Mail. And there's the other one, Nova Poshta, which is kind of the funkier, techier one. And they kind of compete, right? So they compete for kind of retail delivery business. But Ukrposhta is kind of more official, so it has the universal service obligation. It's also its network of post offices is involved in providing government services like pensions and unemployment benefits and things like that. So it's a whacking great big company. It's enormously important to the Ukrainian life, particularly during the war. And there is a sort of competition between Ukrposhta, the postal service, and Ukrzaliznytsia, the state railway, and the competition is whenever a Ukrainian village is liberated, who gets there first? Do they connect the train again first, or do they connect the post again first? And apparently the train usually wins, because I guess trains are faster than postmen. I don't know. But anyway, there's this kind of friendly competition between Ukrposhta and Ukrzaliznytsia about restoring services to liberated territories. So I was lucky enough to sit down for a couple of hours with Igor Smeliansky, the CEO of Ukrposhta, when I was in Ukraine about a year ago. And he's a very, very dynamic fellow, one of those relatively young, I think he must be in his 40s, and kind of very focused, very competent leaders. Alexander Kamashin has similar vibes. He's just one of these really kind of Zen people. And we talked about a lot of things, particularly the issue of postage stamps. So you remember, whenever Ukraine does something fun and military, Ukrposhta will often produce a commemorative postage stamp to commemorate it. So they had, that poster of the mosque first sinking, and there's the Ukrainian soldier giving him the finger.
Yes, I want that one, and I also want the one that says Russian warship.
Yeah, so they made that into a postage stamp, and they took a load of memes. Like, I think they did when I think it was when Challenger 2 hit the battlefield in Ukraine. Ukrainian MOD tweeted an AI image of a cat wearing one of those tank driver helmets, looking very serious. Did you see that one, Jenny?
Of course, I'm the queen of memes.
Yeah. That one was just brilliant. I love that picture. They made a postage stamp of that. So they do all this kind of slightly memey, kind of slightly fun memey stuff to keep morale up. But of course, they are a serious operation. They are a crucially important service in wartime Ukraine. They're a lot more than just postmen. They do all sorts of things that are vitally necessary to everyday life in Ukraine. And one of the things they have been busy with, of course, is European integration. This is there's a particularly awful piece of European legislation called the Second Postal Services Directive, which is basically aimed at it basically expects, like, rural Sardinia to have a postal service of the same quality as central Berlin. Right, it's one of those really short-sighted, ham-fisted Euro bollocks piece of legislation. But anyway, they went with it, of course, this is being implemented in Ukraine because Ukraine is a signatory to the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, which aligns Ukraine to many of Europe's rules ahead of membership. So we talked about this, Mr. Smeliansky and I, and he said, actually, we think we've gone far further in liberalizing and streamlining our postal services here in Ukraine. We have a very competitive market. We have a very busy market. There are two big operators, but there are loads of smaller ones. It's a very open market as well, so international players can enter, European players can enter, and the whole thing is very highly liberalized. And he said, well, actually, Europe should be aligning to Ukraine's standards on postal service liberalization, not the other way around, which made me smile a bit, and is also probably true. So interesting chap running an interesting company. Why am I talking about this? Well, he has just posted on LinkedIn that the EMS, EMS Global Delivery Network that I spoke about, the express mail service, they have performance awards every year in which they pick the best of their partners for the delivery of important documents and packages around the world. And this year, the winner, 2023, the winner was Oman. Silver runner-up was the United Arab Emirates, and the bronze category was shared by Qatar. Because lots of Arabs seem to be winning this. Are Arabs particularly good postmen? Like, are they just like really good at that job or something? Anyway, I don't
I
know.
have no idea.
And also in with the bronze was Ukraine. So, third place jointly with Qatar, a country that is currently fighting an existential war for her existence, managed to have the third best postal service in the world and the best in Europe, and the only one outside the Middle East who managed to get on the docket at all, which I think is rather impressive, don't you think, Jenny?
Considering that I know how the Swedish postal services are doing, I'm amazed. Uh, it's the Swedish postal services is called. They went from Swedish Post to PostNord because they partnered up with Denmark, I think, and we call it PostMord, which would be one is translated to Postal Services North, and the other one would be Postal Murder. So I'm not surprised that they beat the Swedish Postal Service. I think that the one here gets a bad rap, but they're not that great at delivering. So it's impressive. During a time of war, they can still deliver mail. That's yeah, I don't see the Swedish Post doing that, to be honest. Do you think it would work in Estonia or the UK? Do you, well, maybe they don't have records from the Second World War.
Well, I don't know about Estonia. The UK has really quite good postal services and kind of always has. Back in the days before telephones, there were three pickups and three deliveries a day. So you could write a letter in the morning inviting somebody over for tea and receive a response in the afternoon confirming that they're coming over for tea, right? So it used to be like this amazingly Byzantine, very holistic postal service. But then some bastard invented the telephone, and it all started going downhill from there. It's yeah. I mean, I spoke to my mother about this a few years ago. She remembers writing people letters to invite them over the same day, and that being an effective thing that you could do, which I think is interesting. Um, Estonia these days, we've got a pretty liberalized service. Um, a lot of it seems to revolve around, those post machines. Do you have those where they text you a code and you have to go to the supermarket and there's like this big robot thing, and you put the code in and it opens a little door? Here it's called a Packy robot, but that's kind of not quite, but almost a racial slur in the United Kingdom. So it always makes me jar a little bit when I see that. But yeah, they have those. It tends to revolve quite heavily around those. I can't remember the last time somebody actually delivered something to my house, so that's slightly annoying. Uh, but yeah, apparently Ukraine's really good at this, so that's fun.
We have those, and we have delivery points. So you have to pay extra if you want to deliver to your house. And I remember actually, it must have been like 2 years ago now. Uh, I had I was talking to some of my British friends, and they told me that they have Saturday delivery. I don't even remember a time when we had deliveries on Saturdays. I don't know if they had done away with it by the time I was, aware of it. So, and I now my grandma is dead, but I don't think that they've ever had like three deliveries in one day here in Sweden either. That is amazing. Um, Yeah, no, I don't think that we've had as good of a delivery as the UK or Ukraine. Hmm, Something goals to work towards. Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're seriously overselling the Swedish postal system. You actually have to pay them extra for them to pretend to try to deliver it to your door, and then pick it up a day later than if you didn't pay at the pickup point.
Oh, that is true too. I have a friend. She was actually sitting watching. She was expecting a package from her family in the US, and on the the Swedish postal website, it said that it was on its way to be delivered to her house. She sees the guy in the truck, in the postal truck come, and she's like, "Yes, my package," and there was no package. And then she got a text message the next day that she was more than welcome to drive 50 kilometers to go pick it up. She was not amused because it was paid. She had to pay, or her mom had paid extra to have it delivered out to the country where she lives. I mean, that was actually ridiculous. Uh, but yeah, we don't do packages to homes anymore, and they don't leave stuff on the porch either. If you're not home, you're not getting your package. Uh, any other good news coming out of Ukraine?
I've got some interesting news, and it's not coming out of Ukraine. There's reports from the ISW in the last couple of days that there have been high-level meetings, in very frequent high-level meetings between Russia, Belarus, China, Iran, and North Korea. Now they've held at least 10 high-level bilateral meetings between the 22nd and the 26th of April, which, in the opinion of the ISW, is indicative of deepening multilateral partnerships between these states in their confrontation with the West. Now, I don't know, the apparently doomed defense minister of Russia, Mr. Sergei Shoigu, whose lieutenant has just been arrested on corruption charges, so I don't think he's long for this world. I can sense an appointment with the Chaiwala for Mr. Shoigu very shortly, but nevertheless, he is still taking meetings at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Now, I don't know if I have much of an opinion on the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It was started by China and Russia in 2001. They do some stuff. So they do some very limited economic cooperation. They do cultural stuff, so they have like dance festivals and things like that. They organize joint military exercises, and they apparently cooperate on human trafficking, drugs trafficking, and weapons trafficking. Although which side of that particular business they're on remains to be seen, because Russia importing arms from North Korea in contravention of international sanctions is actually arms trafficking. So there we go. Anyway, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which includes basically most of Asia, so Russia's in it, Belarus is in it, China, Pakistan, Iran, India, the Stans, and observers, Thailand, and the Saudis and Turkey and things like that. So it's kind of an Asian blob going on over there. They've held meetings of defense ministers in Kazakhstan. Shoigu also met with the Minister of Defense of China, Mr. Dong Jun, on the sidelines of that meeting. and these relations are being called unprecedented by the ISW. Now, Mr. Shoigu also met with with Mohammad Reza Ashtiani, who is the defense minister of Iran, and stated after that meeting that Russia is prepared to expand Russian-Iranian military and military technical cooperation. Dong and Ashtiani, which I don't know, sounds like a toiletries brand. They also held a bilateral meeting calling for increased Chinese-Iranian cooperation, particularly in the defense and military spheres. And just so he didn't feel left out, the defense minister of Belarus, Mr. Victor Krenin, also met with Dong and Ashtiani at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting on the 26th of April. The 26th of April, represents Iran's first participation in a formal meeting of that organization since they joined in 2023. Now, these meetings come as the latest in a series of bilateral meetings between Russia, Belarus, China, Iran, and North Korea. Now, Mikhail Bogdanov has previously met with the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Ali Bagheri Khani in Moscow on the 26th of April. Patrushev met with Chen Wenqing, who is the member of the Politburo of the Communist Party of China, on the 23rd in St. Petersburg. And Patrushev also met with a member of the Iranian Supreme National Security Council, Ali Akbar. Sorry, that's quite an amusing name. In St. Petersburg. And on April the 24th, and the North Koreans were in Iran on the 23rd of April, and the Belarusians were in Iran as well on the 20th. They hosted Iranians on the 22nd in Minsk. Now, the details of those particular meetings remain unclear, but there has been an increase in their number and frequency. And this is noteworthy, and it demonstrates the group's increased eagerness to publicly display military and political cooperation when it comes to confronting the West. So ISW are making quite a lot of hay out of that. There's lots of little tankies from lots of sad little tanky countries meeting up in little tanky shithole cities and talking about killing people. Anyway, that's my summary of what's going on in the tanky sphere recently. I see we've got some people up, and we've got some hands up. So let's go to Shovel Girl. Shovel Girl, welcome.
Hi, it's been a while, Tim. So I joined in partway through the postal conversation. Were you talking about how efficient Ukropostal is? Is like you said they're third in the world? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, so there's an organization called the EMS, which is like a kind of it's an agency of the Universal Postal Union, and it basically does very high priority, very important postal stuff, like moving government documents and high level business documents around the world. And they have an annual award. And in that award, Ukraine came third, which is the highest in Europe, and indeed the only European country represented in the top three.
And
So,
amazing for amazing for operating like that during a wartime. So I've made no secret to other friends in other spaces that I'm a huge postal nerd, and I collect stamps, and I've gotten several stamps from Ukraine, even directly delivered. But I did want to let people know that there are a number of countries that actually have stamps going to support Ukraine. And I know that Marcus didn't know that Canada had one, but Latvia, Estonia, Poland, Austria, Croatia, Moldova, Lithuania, the Czech Republic, Luxembourg, Spain, France, Canada. I'm looking at the sheet. Slovakia, Portugal, Italy, and there was another France issue. All of those are semi-postal stamps that some of them directly raise money in support of Ukraine. And so if you're in one of those countries, you might want to go check it out. I really wish I've kind of started to navigate the process of figuring out how to get one going in the United States. I'd have to petition like the postal board. But another fun thing is Igor, what's his name? Smeliansky. Yeah, he's on Twitter and he's fun to follow because you'll get an update when new stamps are coming out. And one of my favorite things about them is, they have no problem poking fun at Russia with their stamps. Obviously, with the Russian warship one, and he gets to check in with Petron fairly often. So he's a fun follow, and he's very good friends with the train director that I know you're familiar with, Tim. So it's no surprise that they're both uber efficient. That was my contribution.
Very much, Shovel Girl. Yeah, I was lucky enough to meet both of them in Ukraine. Yeah, they're both very impressive chaps. So thank you very much for that, Shovel Girl. It's good to know you're a postal nerd. So if I have any postal nerdy questions, then I will call on you. So thank you for that. Let us go to Booyah, please. Booyah, welcome.
Good morning, and I love your postal nerdiness, Shovel. It's also good to hear your voice, sweetheart. Just wanted to share a couple of things that I thought you all might be very interested in this morning. Apparently, this morning's assault in the Ivanivsky Klishivka area by Katsaps involving 5 units of equipment completely failed. Enemy losses, Russia, 7,200, 1 infantry fighting vehicle. The cope cage did not help. You'll be happy to know. I've reposted that. It's a cute little picture of some very happy Ukrainian soldiers with a piece of orc gear that they have stolen from them, rightfully so. And then there are 18,000 Russian troops of the Southern Military District have deserted. Yeah, so 18,000 troops, about 12,000 of them are belonging to the 8th Combined Arms Army. So yeah, I thought that was rather positive news this morning.
That's a lot of people to defect. To just, nope, not gonna do this anymore. I'm just gonna raise the white flag and hope for the best. 18,000? Wow. I did not know this. Thank you so much for the news. Did you know about the 18,000, Tim?
Nope.
How is Ukraine even going to accommodate all of? I mean, goodness, all at one time.
So, do they become like POWs, or how does that work? Does anyone know?
I mean, if they were smart, they'd give themselves up to the Ukrainian army because at least they'd be fed.
Yeah, but you have to consider the disinformation effect, right? You remember, cast your mind back to the autumn of 2022, when those two Buryat soldiers gelded that Ukrainian prisoner. It was really horrible. There was video of it out, which I didn't watch, but they cut his whatsits off with a craft knife, and it was, really quite. And then they murdered him. Um, the reason I mentioned this was that the Russians made hay out of this, right? And they said that this is what the Ukrainians are doing to prisoners. And when the Ukrainians launched that tip line for surrendering, so they launched that, I can't remember what it's called, but there's a number you can call if you're a Russian soldier, and they will give you highly local instructions on how to surrender to Ukrainian forces, like where your nearest Ukrainian unit is, or roughly where they can be found and how you can, how exactly do you go about surrendering so you don't die in some dismal hole. And a number of conversations that they fielded and recorded from Russians, they were asked, "Are you going to cut my balls off?" Right? This was something that had been planted in their mind. And of course, the guys on the other end of the phone were like, "No, we don't do that. Obviously, what do you mean? That's we're a proper army. Why on earth would we want to do that to you?" And so it seems to me that there has been a kind of disinformation campaign, a sort of internal communication campaign in the Russian army to present the Ukrainian side as brutal as possible in order to discourage their men from surrendering. So we don't quite know what diet of disinformation that the Russian troops have been fed, but we know they probably have been fed one. So I don't know, if I were a Russian soldier, full of horror stories about what being captured by the Ukrainians meant, then I would probably think twice about surrendering. It certainly wouldn't be a decision I'd take lightly. What do you reckon, Booya?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if I were a dude, I wouldn't want my balls chopped off.
It's suboptimal, right? It's not, it's not an outcome you'd actively look for.
And I
But
understand you. I understand you fellas being very sensitive about it. Let's put it that way. It's not the best outcome for anyone, really. So yeah.
yeah, it'll ruin your afternoon. Put it that way. So yeah, surrendering in large numbers. You also have to take into account the peer pressure effect, right? There will be a mechanism of internal discipline and pressure, designed to prevent individual soldiers and individual units from surrendering. Um, so yeah, I think it's just a lot more complicated than you'd think in that case. Okay, let's go to Bull Terrier, please. Bull Terrier, welcome.
Yeah, hi Tim and Jenny, and thanks for your hard work. I was just looking at the same article in the Kyiv Independent, and they're talking about over 18,000 soldiers of the Southern Military District having allegedly deserted. But what they're not claiming is that those soldiers have actually surrendered to Ukraine. Of course, as we mentioned, Kyiv has the hotline, the Ukrainian Military Intelligence Service hotline. I was just wondering if, do we know how many Russian soldiers have in fact surrendered to Ukraine, possibly using that hotline?
I have not heard any numbers. It was a thing I heard more about in the beginning of the invasion, but I haven't heard anything lately about that hotline. I knew it existed. Well, yeah, that it existed. I didn't know if it was still in effect. What have you heard, Tim?
Not very much, I'm afraid. This is the first time hearing about this.
No, the hotline. I didn't know that it was still going. That very hotline. I thought,
Oh, you mean the hotline more generally?
yeah.
Yeah, it's called I Want to Live. Whatever that is in, I think whatever that is in Russian or Ukrainian. It's there've been a lot. I mean, the numbers I've seen are several thousand a month, call it. How many of them actually surrender? I'm not sure. There was an interview last year with one of the managers of the hotline, and he said they've seen 16,000 requests to surrender since the inception, but that was this time last year. So maybe many more by now. But I don't know. I don't really have any more up-to-date information than that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I don't have any either. But we have lots of hands. How is your microphone doing here in Lexicon? Can you, and are you working hard on unmuting? I will just talk a little bit until I hear you speak. I know that you have trouble with your microphone, that it hides behind the wand. It's interesting that 18,000, whether they surrendered to the Ukrainian military or just plain out deserted, they must have had their commanders with them, because otherwise there would be punishment galore. And that doesn't sound very pleasant. Work on your mute button sharing, and I will go to Nalle and the team during that time. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call you stabilizer because my brain just keeps Swedish. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. That's quite all right. Tim, I sent you a message in the so-called back channels, and can you please talk about that, because it's not good news. Thanks.
Yeah, this is this is his video address on Sunday from yesterday. He said a few things. We went through this briefly earlier on. Now he's partly, well, he's essentially having a gentle moan. He's having a gentle moan and a gentle poke, particularly at Uncle Sam. And he has said that we are still waiting for the supplies promised to Ukraine. We are expecting these in the volumes and scope that can change the situation on the battlefield in Ukraine's interests. He also spoke of his meeting with the House of Representatives Minority Leader, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries. He said that in his conversation with Mr. Jeffries, he underscored that Patriot systems are needed and as soon as possible. He's also taken a swipe at the EU, saying that the European Union, he has met all of the European Union's conditions for accession talks to start, and now the European Union must meet her obligations. And he's also said very similar things of NATO. He said that every country that shares common values and is ready to defend them deserves an invitation to the NATO alliance. Now, Antony Blinken, who is the US Secretary of State, so the US Foreign Minister, has said in the past that Ukraine will join NATO, but he said they will join it eventually, which could mean everything and nothing. So yeah, this is his nightly address on Ukrainian telly, and he has given a kind of he's given a series of pokes towards his allies in the West, saying, "Well, you've got all the money now, so can we have our stuff now, please? Because they're bombing our cities." That's kind of all I've got on that, really, Nala.
Yeah, okay, but the heart of his message was anyway that they are not getting the stuff that was promised, and that's certainly not a good news.
Well, I think it's more likely to have been it's more likely to have been a timing issue than a willingness issue, right? I mean, they didn't pass. The Americans didn't put all this effort into the aid bill for fun, right? They didn't do that then to scrimp or mess around delaying the aid. I think what may have happened here is that what may have happened here was some poor planning, right? So what they could have done is they could have forward deployed all of the stuff to Germany or Poland, and now it could be a lot closer to Ukraine than it would otherwise be, right? So they could have got 70 or 80 Patriot systems, put them in a shed in Germany, and as soon as the aid bill passed, boom, there you go. A couple of days drive into Ukraine, there's your Patriot systems. But I guess I don't know. I guess they didn't do that. Would be a bit of an oversight if they didn't. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's easy to catastrophize this now. There, I think this is a case of these things do take time, and they don't happen in a week. So yeah, I hope it goes quickly. I don't blame Zelensky for poking them a little bit, but I don't think this is the end of the world, right? As I said, the Americans didn't pass the aid bill for fun. Does that make sense? I'll assume it did make sense. Patricia, are you ready for us? Sorry, Jenny, did you want to go?
I was just gonna ask, why have they snowed in on the Patriots and only the Patriots?
How do you mean? Why are they mentioning
Well,
those particularly?
Oh, we got Patricia. We'll go to her and then we'll discuss Patriots. Go ahead.
okay, yeah, we're long from when I was going to come in, but I could talk. I could just say one line on all 3 points I'm thinking about. I think they're zeroing in on the Patriots because that is what's killing cities right now. And they got to have enough to, I mean, this talk about the slow drip on Odessa, that's been going on forever. There, alternate nights. And it's not just the population, it's trying to wreck the port too. But Zelensky has focused on the Patriots, and then Europe appeared to, and they were going to go all around Europe and scour every country and find all the Patriots, and then they did. And then they're all saying, well, these might come. But then everybody's saying, sorry, no, we're scared to release our vital safety net. Well, if it's so effing vital for them that nobody's shooting at, maybe it's even more vital for their neighbor that somebody is shooting at. So I think that's a reason that there's a strategy among supporters of Ukraine to focus on them as well. Then another thing I'm thinking about Zelensky's warning is that a number of us are saying when there started to be more decent flow of weapons to Ukraine, and Ukraine started to do well in the first year, everybody kind of said, oh, okay, well, it's okay now. We don't need to worry. And then left Ukraine high and dry. And there's a big risk. I think it's clear in the mind, foremost in the mind of Zelensky, that they're going to think, well, that got voted and that's going on. And the same thing, let's, we can take it easy as if they were doing anything. We can, so that's okay. No, head spin another direction and look at something else going on in the world. Then originally I'd put up my hand when you guys were talking about the people who'd surrendered in huge number, 18,000. That's just, I'd really like to, I hope we follow up on that and see where they surrendered, to whom I think the word surrendered was used. I was thinking back to several months ago when we saw a sort of a flurry of horrific scenes of Russians shooting Ukrainian prisoners trying to surrender in trenches. And I know that at that time we talked about, well, what is the point in their doing such a thing? Isn't it really stupid? And wouldn't it tend to create a concern that they'll be badly treated if they are captured? The same thing will happen. And then someone else, it was pointed out, I can't remember the names now, but the fact is that Russian officers tell their men that they will be shot by the Ukrainians. And in order to make their men sure of that, they order their men to shoot the Russian prisoners while saying, this is what they'll do to you. I mean, talk about disinformation. They create the myth, and then they dig in deeper by themselves supposedly responding to this myth and continuing to promote the myth. So it's a self-enforcement of their disinformation. It's a demonstration to their own men. So to see the fact that some, obviously, if 18,000 can get this idea and do this together, this takes some leadership and organization. So if this is a true post, I didn't catch, as you can hear, I haven't even had coffee or spoken to anyone this morning. But I'd really like to, I'd like to just ask if anyone can tell me where that was from and how confirmed it is, because it takes some doing to pull yourselves out in a number like that. And if it's just refusing to fight, staying in Russia or behind their own lines, I doubt we hear about it. Or maybe it's Russian telegrams. Anyway, do you have some idea where that was seen and how sure we are? Because it's spectacular if true.
I honestly, I don't know where it's coming from. Who was it who brought it up? Was it Paul Terry?
I think it was Booyah.
It was Booyah. Booyah, where is this 18,000 people surrendered coming from?
This is coming from Kyiv Independent. And they are citing military intelligence. So I'm looking for.
Oh, wow. But if it's military intelligence, it probably means they don't have them in Ukrainian hands. It means they're aware of this happening in Russia or somewhere behind the lines.
That was, yeah.
That makes me think.
That was my thought as well. But yeah, I'm looking for something else to kind of fill in a little bit.
So then they get a big enough group that they feel they'll have some safety in numbers. Of course, what Russia will do will be to disperse them to different units, so they lack that power, and then send them right out on the front line. They've just turned into meat.
I think they would have to catch them first. So if they have deserted, they have left their posts, and they will be harder to find. So hopefully they will stay safe.
Oh, so it's deserted, not refused to fight.
I think it was deserted.
Yeah, but they know where they live. They got their number. I don't know anyways, so that means they'll catch some and then proceed to disperse them and put them to the front. But best of luck to them.
Absolutely. I think it was Bull Terrier next. Go ahead.
Well, I'll just quickly comment on the issue of Russians deserting. So sorry, just get back to that. Yeah, there's a Financial Times article from January the 4th, 2024. It's a little bit disappointing. We're talking about this Matvienko, who is the spokesperson for the GUL's Department for Prisoners of War. And he said, as of December, more than 220 Russian soldiers had given themselves up through the hotline. More than 1,000 other cases were pending, he said, disclosing both figures for the first time. So I actually think that Russian soldiers, well, first of all, the hotline, it seems to me, hasn't been that effective in convincing Russian soldiers to come over to Ukraine. But I get the impression that if we're talking about Matvienko, who's the spokesperson for the Department of Prisoners of War, I think those soldiers will become prisoners of war rather than joining the Ukrainian army.
Yeah, I've just got the full announcement from the GER, courtesy of the back channel gremlins. Now the GER says the desertion rate among the occupying army of Russia is increasing. Desertion is flourishing in the armed formations of the southern military district. In total, more than 18,000 Russian servicemen voluntarily left military units of the district. The lion's share, about 12,000, belong to the 8th Combined Army of the Soviet Union. Interesting use of language there. which the enemy constantly engages in hostilities in the east of Ukraine. About 10,000 of them were drafted by Moscow through mobilization. The remaining 2,000 are Kontraktniki. In the 58th Combined Army, which is also part of the Southern Military District, the desertion rate is about 2,500 people. So I don't think they're talking about a single event here. I think they're talking about the total desertion, the total number of desertions in the Southern Military District. So a military district is several armies. So we're talking, maybe 10% of their troops or something have deserted. So no, this is not a whole division suddenly deciding to surrender en masse. I think they're talking about an ongoing process that has taken that has been going on for at least a year. Yeah, does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense.
Totally.
Yeah. It's still, isn't that like a very high number, Tim?
Desertions, well, probably. I mean, I'd have to look up some statistics on that. I think it's probably high for a normal army. I guess we would have to look back at World War II, see what what the desertion rate in the Red Army was. I would suspect probably quite high as well. So yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at some statistics on that.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave that to you to do that research because I have a lot of research projects too. Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, I was also going to talk about it being the total, not a single event, but just to shed some light on how it is to be a Russian conscript or contractor. Remember the guy? I think it's more than a year ago that was interviewed, that had surrendered, and he said that, well, I stayed a conscript since if I signed a contract, the government would suddenly owe me money or my relatives at home, and that would make me very expendable. So the difference between a contractor or a conscript might not be that big. It's just whether they put the pen to the paper or not.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I first thought it was a single event, but it makes sense if it's the total. I wonder if it's the total for the entire since the invasion or if it's just the past year. Either way, it sounds like a really high number. Um,
It does look quite high. So the GER announcement says that the so 10,000 of them were mobilized. So the first draft in the Russian army was when was it? September 2022. So they will have come from that draft. Well, that's the earliest that this could possibly refer to, right? Because that was the first draft. And 2,000 are contract soldiers. Now, I've had a very quick look at done a little quick Google on some statistics. Estimates vary, but during World War II, between 50 and 100,000 British soldiers deserted, and between 20 and 50,000 American soldiers deserted. That's across all branches of the armed forces. Now, hang on. let me just find that again. 21,000 American soldiers during World War II were convicted of desertion. So they were court-martialed and convicted. One was executed for it, Eddie Slovik. But desertion seems to have been not especially common, right? And what I expect was fairly common would be a desertion which was then followed very quickly by capture and some sort of punishment. So desertion will have been, a fairly short-lived experience for a lot of the men. And of course, a lot of them will have returned voluntarily to their posts as well. So if you think about, the size of the armed forces, the armed forces of the British Empire in World War II was about 6 million. I think the US was more like 10 million. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but it's somewhere around there. So yeah, we're not talking about particularly large numbers of people here. Yeah, so that does seem very high for a single military district over 2 years. If you think World War II lasted 4 years for the Americans, 6 years for the British Empire, and it was of a very extensive and very high intensity. So yeah, that's just back of a cocktail napkin. That does look quite high, Jenny.
So the thing with the Russian military, that I don't know if it's talked about a lot, is I know that they talk on the genocide segment on MriyaReport. So trigger warning, I'm going to talk about sexual violence. Uh, they use male on male rape as a disciplinary action. It's a means of disciplining men under you. And I don't think it's not something that they report very much, but it has been highlighted now during this war. And I had a friend who talked about this, that the Russian military is very punitive, where they more than happy to punish if you make a mistake. And regardless of what punishment they use. And there was a Swedish soldier who was in Ukraine training, and he said that in some respects, still is something that the Ukrainian soldiers are also fearing, because I think he was there training them on the archers, but I'm not sure. And he said that when they made mistakes, they were apologizing profusely, and they were acting in a way that he wasn't used to dealing with conscripts in Sweden. And he tried to explain to them that this is why we train, so that we don't make these mistakes on the battlefield, where it counts for a lot more, where the consequences can be greater. And here you're allowed to make mistakes so that we can work on them and see where I can instruct you better. And they had been kind of surprised that there wasn't corporal punishment or something, some form of corporal punishment. And the Swedish soldier was really surprised over the way the soldiers were acting. And then I heard rumors about how they use sexual violence as a mean of reprimand within the Russian military. So maybe no desertion and a bullet would be a punishment that you'd rather have than what could be, if that makes sense.
Sure. I mean, it's a calculation you make as a participant in a war, right? And I think, well, wars are won and lost on morale, right? And the perceived righteousness of the cause for which one is fighting has a colossal impact on morale. So you think about the messaging coming out of Russia. You think, imagine how confused your average Russian soldier is. So he's told so many contradictory things, some of which are obviously false. So on the one hand, they are told that Ukrainians and Russians are brothers. On the other hand, they're told that there's no such thing as Ukrainians, right? They're just a slightly different flavor of Russian, or just Russian. They are also told that Ukraine has never really existed. There's no such thing as a Ukrainian. They're told that Ukrainians, even though they don't exist, are subhuman. They're encouraged to use racial slurs for them. They are also told that the Ukrainians are a bunch of Nazis. It's the old kind of Nazi dichotomy, right? Of your enemy is simultaneously subhuman scum and all powerful, right? It reminds me of a joke from the war. These two old Jewish guys in Hamburg sitting on a park bench, and one of them pulls out a copy of the Volkische Beobachter, so the official newspaper of the Nazi Party, and the other one says, "What on earth are you reading that rubbish for?" And the chap with the newspaper says, "Well, real life is awful, but according to this, I'm a multi-millionaire who controls Winston Churchill." So it's it's kind of cognitive dissonance they have to maintain when you're impressing this rubbish upon people. Is that, oh, Ukrainians are these jackbooted, all-powerful Nazis who are going to destroy Russia. Look, they're going to join NATO, they're going to invade Russia, and they're going to steal your women and rape your goats and all of that stuff. But at the same time, they're subhuman scum, right? So you have to believe both those things at the same time. You are encouraged to believe that they will be as brutal towards you as you are towards them, right? So Russia knows exactly how they treat prisoners. Therefore, a reasonable expectation for a Russian soldier would be that if they surrender, they are going to be treated in exactly the same way. And as I mentioned earlier on, this became apparent in the calls to the "I Want to Live" helpline. They call the helpline, and the first thing they ask is, "Are you going to geld me? Right? Are you going to torture and then kill me?" Right? Because that's the expectation that they mete out to Ukrainian prisoners. Therefore, that's what they expect in return. Right? So there's these kind of, and all of these things, all of these lies, all of these little, all of this ridiculous messaging is going to have an effect on morale, right? Because you don't know which way up and which way is down. You can't clearly identify and categorize your enemy, right? And you can't even dehumanize him effectively, right? Dehumanizing your enemy is quite an important part of fighting. It's psychologically quite important to the people doing the fighting. Is you kind of have to see your enemy as not fully human, right? Otherwise, if you do that, it becomes psychologically easier to kill them. But at the same time, you're told that, oh no, this is a brotherly nation. They're just in hock to poor leadership. They're having a momentary madness. You're basically killing Russians here, and so you're going to be so confused. Of course, your morale is going to hit the floor. You've got absolutely no idea why you're fighting in Ukraine. You've got no idea who the goodies are, who the baddies are. Your officers are horrible. They steal your wages. They mistreat you. They tolerate your mistreatment. But the enemy is worse. Maybe, who knows, right? And this is going to take its toll. These are not good political and psychological conditions for men to fight in. And that's going to cause poor morale, and that is overall going to lead to a less effective war effort on the part of Russia. Anyway, I hope that little waffle made sense, Jenny.
For me, it made perfect sense, and it is true. And I hadn't thought about the dichotomy and how confused these guys must be, that they are awful human beings and they will do awful, awful, awful things to you if you surrender. This is why we must kill them, because they are such horrible human beings, yet they're our brothers. That's a really weird thing to say. Poor guys. And they're probably like, 19 years old with pimples and should be worried about who to ask to go to the prom with them and not fighting a war that for a genocidal ruler. Oh, poor guys. Bull Terrier, go ahead.
No, I think Ruth was first.
Oh, Roos, go ahead.
Thank you. A little bit problems with the screen here. Started to rain. Yes. Well, even though the Russian conditions are so different and morale in general may be low, 18,000 people is a lot. To put it in perspective, I don't think any of the European armies would survive 18,000 deserters. They would collapse. Maybe not the Finnish, but any other European army would just collapse if 18,000 men deserted over a year. So it's still a lot of people. And it affects the morale of the rest of the troops quite a lot.
Yeah, that is very true. It does affect if 18,000 of your friends, even if it's over a year's time, if they disappear, then yeah, that affects your mood and the morale. Bull Terrier, go ahead.
Yeah, let's look on the positive side. It's possible that up to 18,000 Russian soldiers of the Southern Military District may have been shot for desertion.
Most likely true. Yes, because they do that. And that saved, you're thinking the positive thing is Ukraine saved bullets because these will come from the Russian commanders, or correct? Yeah, that was actually something that that I talked about in a different place in a different time. Uh, was the fact that they are still doing the will shoot any deserter before they leave the battlefield. And I know that that was a tactic that they used in World War One and in World War Two, and it doesn't seem like they have abandoned that tactic. It's really horrifying when you think about like the way that they run that military. I'm surprised, but do you know, Tim, if they have like mandatory conscription in Russia, or is it voluntary? Do you know?
They have they have three tiers of system now, a three-tier system now. So they had before the war, they had two classes of soldier. So they had a conscript. They had the conscripts who were doing their mandatory military service. It used to be 3 years under the Soviet system, and I think it was 2 years before the war. And then you had the kontraktniki, who were career soldiers, most of whom had gone through the conscription system, but not all of them had. Some of them just volunteered. Now they basically have three tiers. So they have the people who are mobilized the people who are conscripted for their national service because they've reached a certain age and they haven't managed to bribe their doctor to get them out of it. You have the kontraktniki, you have the volunteers, and then you have the mobecs, who are people who theoretically have been through the conscription system and have now been called back into the army. Realistically, a lot of the people who have both been through the conscription system and are capable or and are capable of fighting, or are of the right age, or are not otherwise getting out of it in some way. Realistically, there aren't very many of those left. So a lot of them left. So, you remember, what was it, 3 or 4 million people left Russia since the beginning of the war. Like a lot of that class of person was included in that cohort because they didn't want to go and die in Ukraine. And so the so-called MOBICs, these periodic mobilizations, we've had 2 cycles of this so far. There'll probably be another one next year. They will, this year. They are being drawn from ineligible groups, right? So students are exempt from mobilization, but there have been several, really quite public mobilizations of university students compulsorily. So yeah, basically that. So they do have national service. They also have a professional soldier stream, and now they have these compulsory mobilizations.
Thank you for clarifying that. I just have a little bit of a source announcement. I have tried to bring it up, but it says I get an error message. I don't know if you need to recycle and come back, and then I will try and bring you up again. Booyah! Go ahead.
There was actually just an interview with a captured Russian soldier who hadn't even seen money because he had been in prison since he was 14 years old. And probably, he looked like he was 18 years old. So let's not forget that Russia will also put children in prison and then mobilize them. Cheers.
Yeah. I don't think other countries mobilize their prisoners like Russia does. Didn't they have? I know that I saw an article, and I don't remember where, but they had emptied at least one prison. There was not enough prisoners left because they had all been sent to Ukraine. And these are the guys that they can afford to lose. Nobody cares. They won't be a strain on the Russian society anymore because, they're gonna end up dead. It's an unfortunate fact and scary at the same time that you have. I know that Tracy has talked about how they have recruited murderers who, after they have served for X amount of time in Ukraine, they're being sent back home and they start killing again. In Russia, it's illegal to drive drunk. They actually have 0 as their legal limit for drinking, but you can beat your wife or your spouse. So that's lovely. And I only know that because when I had to take a course to side of my nephew when he was getting ready to take a driver's license, and they talk about driving while under the influence. And Russia is one of the few countries in the world that have a 0% blood alcohol level across the board. So kind of surprising. I wonder how much it's enforced because sometimes they seem to drink like sponges, and that alcohol is going out of style. Uh, I am going to be fast and say my goodbyes before Tim has a chance to. And it has been a great afternoon. I have a lot of fun with Tim because he seems to not admonish me to be less crazy. have a lot of, serious and some silly segments to their new stuff. That an amazing one. It is to power up Kharkiv. So I like the other slogan we had, let's light up Kharkiv, but in a positive way this time. We're going to give them power by getting them generators. They're also going to be solar power generators. And these, the solar power or the solar panel, they have actually tested them because most of them have glass covering. These do not. I don't know what they're made out of. Maybe fairy dust and pixie glitter, but they have actually fired rounds into these and they can withstand hits from gunfire, which also make them durable against, falling shrapnel and stuff. And you can fold them up like an accordion. How amazing is this? So they don't take a lot of space, and it's mainly for the hospital because they need a lot of power in the hospital. There are a lot of tools that are needed in the operating theater. And so this is what we're going to do. So if you have spare change, maybe you can consider skipping eating dinner out one time this week and donate the money that you would have spent on the meal. Or if you are a coffee person like I am, maybe you can skip that latte in the cafe and instead donate that latte to MriyaReport or to Maria Aid. Just follow the link and please check in the spare change, not your bus fare and not your rent money, just that latte, extra latte, or that meal that you were going to have out. McDonald's, we're not asking you for donating gazillions. It's enough with $5. Thank you, everyone. And I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Well, not that bright and early for me, but, noon my time tomorrow. And I get to annoy Tim yet another day. Isn't he a lucky one? Thank you, everyone.
I'm afraid I'm not here tomorrow. Oh, no. What day is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday. I
Yeah.
am here tomorrow. I'm
Yeah.
not here on Wednesday. Okay, fine.
You're not.
Panic over.
You're not here on Wednesday?
No, it's May Day. Got a revolution to organize.
Ah,
Workers
that
of the
is-
world unite.
yeah, I know, but you can spare like 3 hours from MriyaReport. Come on, you weakling.
The revolution waits for no man.
Well, then you can dress up as a woman and you can come here. I'm not that picky. I'm not
Can't do
joking.
that. I've got a court order.
Uh-huh. And I won't be here on Thursday. So, then it's only twice this week. Lucky you that, get away twice this week. I may have to change around on Friday to annoy you, just to be able to come in here and annoy you.
Not here on Friday either. All right, go on. Off you go.
Lazy.
You need to do the switcheroo. Okie dokie. So we're just coming up to our switcheroo. In fact, we're past our switcheroo. I'm just getting the ever capable Alan Brewer into the co-host seat. And while we're there, let us go to Roos, please. Roos.
Yeah, about Russian manpower. It's if we have a look back to the World War II, they lost extremely lot of people, and it didn't really affect their war effort. We know from later investigations that it was a close thing. It would have started to affect their war effort a lot if the war had gone on a few more years. And they lost so many people that their population growth is still affected, since there are generations where there are less births, since there were so many that died in World War II. And what is happening now is that one of these low population generations is getting depleted even more. This may not affect the war at all, since the losses are high, but not that high. But it will affect Russia a lot in the future. And well, if you're a Chinese or North Korean dictator neighboring Russia, that is probably exactly what you want and why you want this war to just go on and on.
Thank you, Ruth. Good morning, Tracy. Here with a cup of coffee, and you and MriyaReport and supporters of Ukraine from around the world. Let's go to Oyvind and Booyah, please. Oyvind.
Yeah, good afternoon, Tracy and Alan. Some reports from Norway. We can start in Kyiv. Jens Stoltenberg, he's Norwegian, and he have now he's in Kyiv meeting Zelensky. And what I read from that was he admit that NATO have been very slow, and also the partners in NATO have been very slow. And he admits that that has caused trouble for Ukraine. And he now promised that they will speed up. Jens Stoltenberg is also a former prime minister in Norway, and he is a close friend to the current prime minister. Actually, it was Stoltenberg who brought our Prime Minister Jens Støre into politics. And then back to Norway. First, in a major newspaper in Norway, there are 100 of the most influential people in Norway. Not only politicians, but business people, people in defense, people, in everywhere, have written a letter. It's published in the paper, and the letter is that we have to increase our support to Ukraine substantially. And they look to Denmark, who has been one of the largest contributor, and when you look at population, they are among the top 3, I think. Tomorrow, our Prime Minister has called for a meeting with all the parliamentary leaders in Norway to discuss help for Ukraine and to discuss our defense strategy, defense budget, etc. So I expect a substantial increase from Norway under the Nansen program. Nansen, it's a person that did travel to Ukraine during the Holodomor and helping people there. So that name is attached to this. His name is attached to this program for aiding Ukraine. So tomorrow, maybe, or maybe a few days later, there will be. I expect something good from Norway. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. This was an unannounced visit that Stoltenberg made to Kyiv today, and it's significant. You know, Stoltenberg, whose term as Secretary General of NATO ends this year, there will be a replacement for him, announced either at the 75th NATO Anniversary Summit in July in Washington, D.C., or his replacement will be announced before that. it appears that Mark Rutte, the former Prime Minister of the Netherlands, is under strong consideration for this position. You know, one thing I'll say about Stoltenberg, Oyvind, he was, I think, the most vocally strong supporter of Ukraine 796 days ago. He's always been outspoken. He's always been forward looking. He's been completely candid about NATO's successes and failures in supporting Ukraine. And he was equally candid today. I know that one of the things Stoltenberg and Zelensky discussed was development of this 100 billion euro fund specifically to support Ukraine over the next 5 years. Now, that's only $20 billion a year. Could be more, but it's significant because it would not be a fund under the control of the Ukraine Contact Group, but rather a fund to assist Ukraine militarily and under the direction of NATO. So I think that's a pretty significant step. Stoltenberg also speaks, I think, quite brilliantly about the need that NATO has for Ukraine as a member. Stoltenberg points out that Ukraine already operates militarily according to NATO standards. Ukraine already, of course, uses a lot of the same weapons that NATO members use. The fit is natural, the fit is perfect, and the fit is urgent. One hopes that by the time July rolls around, those members of the Biden administration who fear escalation so much and would probably put a roadblock between Ukraine and full NATO membership, let's just hope they're out of the debate by then. Tracy, welcome and good morning.
Hello, Alan. Thank you very much. Good morning, good day, good afternoon, everybody.
Tracy and I will be taking you through the next few hours, updating reports from Ukraine, taking a look at recent developments, and of course at numbers, all kinds of numbers, from demining to air defense statistics to casualties on the battlefield. And tonight, this is Monday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So 10 hours from now, everyone, Language will be with us for a military update, which I'm looking forward to because so much has happened and there are changes tactically on the battlefield. So we'll be taking a look at that, but much, much later today, as I say, 7 p.m. tonight, Eastern Time. Tracy.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, I'm looking forward to that too. I, of course, like everybody else around here, I am missing Chuck Farrer. So hopefully Language will be able to give us a great update. He gives us some great analysis, not just of the battlefield, of course, but he gives us an overview of other things that are going on around Ukraine, important headlines, bits of information that are relevant. So we get a bigger picture as well than just the battlefield, I think. So that's what I quite like about Language Learners Updates, Alan, I must admit. And it's going to be changing time a little bit, I believe.
It looks that way. Language's schedule is in flux, but tonight, about 7 p.m. Eastern Time, yes, we all are missing Chuck Farrer and the bullet points. I miss Chuck every day, not just Tuesdays and Thursday evenings. Chuck will be back with us in May. and just as quickly as possible. He sends his best to all of us here at MriyaReport. He sends his best to supporters of Ukraine who listen in and are part of the MriyaReport community all around the world. Chuck is watching developments in Ukraine. As I say, he will be back with us in May. Just when, I'm not sure, but he's doing well and looking forward to being back here just as quickly as he possibly can be.
So his language he's at the usual time then? Have I got that mixed up then, Alan? Sometimes he comes an hour later, doesn't it? Or is it an hour earlier? I forget which way now.
Well, it's one or the other. A lot depends on his connectivity. And tonight he is aiming for 7 p.m. Eastern time. It will be a fairly rapid update, but I do encourage all of you to listen in tonight at 7 o'clock. I think Robin and I will be with him at that time, and he can at least give us a lot to look at this evening. As I say, there have been developments on the battlefield. Ukraine has withdrawn further west of Avdiivka. So Russia continues to make some tactical gains on the battlefield. I think what is interesting at the moment, if Radu, one of our very best friends here at MriyaReport, posted his analysis of the battlefield. And of course, he's been in Ukraine. He's Romanian. He's has military experience. And he made a statement that I thought was something we should all pay attention to. He sees the next 2 or 3 months, so May, June, July, as a kind of strategic window, he called it, a strategic window for Russia. And during this time, he expects Russia to do everything it possibly can do to win territory in Ukraine. Of course, we know that Putin has instructed the Russian military to take Chasiv by his inauguration on May 7 or by Victory Day on May 9. 2 red letter days, I'm sure, are circled in Budanov's calendar. But Radu's fully expecting this dramatic Russian push over the next 60 to 90 days. Why is it a strategic window? Well, although American military support of Ukraine is resuming and critical supplies are reaching Ukraine very, very quickly, including long-range ATACMS missiles, which actually can reach any Russian position in occupied Ukraine. So this includes Crimea. ATACMS have already been used against targets in Crimea. A lot of Bradley fighting vehicles are on the way, lots of 155 artillery munition on the way, etc. We've run down the list of munitions, military materiel coming from the United States before. But why would the next 60 to 90 days give Russia this strategic window? All of these supplies need to be deployed. Ukraine also is in what I'll call a trough between mobilization waves. And Ukraine also has a longer and more intensive training period for any newly mobilized soldiers. This is unlike Russia. They mobilize you and can get you to the front in less than a week. That means without training, sometimes without adequate equipment or rifles, etc. Russia doesn't care. Russia still has an advantage in mass. This is regardless of the 450,000 casualties that Russia has suffered in Ukraine since launching this all-out invasion. For Russia, 450,000 lost lives is apparently nothing. And we'll understand how much nothing it is to Vladimir Putin when Russia has lost 1 million soldiers fighting Ukraine. And that will be nothing to him as well. So this is, I'll take a look for Radu's analysis and get it up in the nest. It's really well worth reading. He's an excellent military analyst, and he and Chuck have often had some really detailed, informative discussions here on MriyaReport. So I will put that up in the nest, Tracy.
Thank you very much, Alan. Some people that know more about these things than I do, some friends of mine have said it's going to be a difficult summer. And some people around here have said that too, and that's going to be the case, isn't it? We have to accept that, but we also have to not just put up with it at the same time. We can still keep putting pressure on, we can still keep informing, we can still keep doing everything that we can to try and push wherever we can, wherever we can see that need, because there's a lot that needs doing. And it's not looking good for a little bit, is it? They need to get them weapons in there quickly, get things moving fast. Logistics is always the problem, isn't it? And then, of course, having to be extremely careful because Russia is trying to do everything that they can to hit those supply lines, if they see them, of course, because let's face it, really, mostly they look for civilians, don't they? But things are being pretty difficult. General Sersky gave a report, didn't he, this morning? He said the situation at the front's worsened, and he was giving some detail about efforts in several directions by the enemy, creating an advantage. What else is he saying? Heavy fighting continues along the front line. The situation changes dynamically. And he's telling about some of the areas where it's difficult. There's a military analyst that I follow, actually, and he's saying exactly the same thing, what you're saying, like what Radu's saying. So, not that I obviously was questioning it anyway, but it's just that everybody is saying the same thing now. So it's something that we have to face, but yeah, we have to do everything to get those weapons in there pretty quick, as fast as possible. I'm glad to see some of the bigger things going in there, but of course that's not what they need right now, is it? That's the problem. The most difficult situation, General Sersky said, is Pokrovsky and Kharkiv districts, where fierce battles are continuing. The enemy has engaged up to 4 brigades in these directions and is trying to develop an offensive west of Avdiivka and Mariinka, making its way to Pokrovsk. Defence forces are preserving the lines, however, and the health of defenders move to new frontiers. I was hearing Mockers talking this morning about some people that she'd been worried about, and people in that position in those areas. And this is the thing now, isn't it? Simkivka, Novomykhailivka. They've achieved a lot of success there, tactical success there, but of not being able to gain operational advantages as yet, he says. Of course, like you said, Alan, we will get much more detail and analysis from Language Learner later, hopefully, or what we are able to know anyway, of course, what is able to be known other than what General Sersky is reporting. But yeah, it's going to be a difficult situation for a little bit longer, isn't it? Well, a good while longer, yeah, Alan.
I'm afraid it is going to be a difficult situation, but and whenever General Sersky says, the conditions on the battlefield are strained, or I think I guess he did say that that they are worsening. The other thing to take into consideration, we've seen Ukraine building these very robust defensive lines, especially in Kharkiv and Sumy. They haven't had so much time to build equally robust defensive lines in Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts, or further west in Zaporizhia and Kherson oblasts. But these defensive lines are critical for Ukraine to hold on, to protect its troops, and to slow down Russian advances, as well as to deny Russia any real strategic opportunity. And there's a big difference between strategic and tactical advances on the battlefield. Russia does not have free maneuver anywhere on the battlefield. But as Radu points out, Russia is concentrating forces, trying to take just as much territory as they possibly can before Ukraine is fully resupplied. And that's what makes the next 60 to 90 days really critical to watch. Radu says really the next 60 to 90 days will shape the war as it goes through 2024.
Yeah, absolutely, Alan. So we wait and see. That's all we can do. They are continuing to build those fortifications in Zaporizhia and other areas as well. I do keep seeing notifications and various pictures and videos being shared by the Ministry of Defence and sometimes the military administrations in those regions as well. So that's definitely continuing. And President Zelensky was inspecting the ones in Sumy, I think it was, if I remember rightly, not too long ago. So that's definitely continuing. And actually, I saw an announcement from, let me think, where was it? I think it was the Congress. So yes, they do have a Congress, believe it or not, if you were not aware. It's, of course, slightly different to how things work in the US. So the actual full name is the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities under the President of Ukraine. Yes, they've got some posts here. Let me see about this here. So Chernihiv, there's lots of things going on there in Chernihiv as well, various different things. They were talking about some money that had been allocated, lots of different regions had been allocated quite a lot of funds to continue building more of those fortifications that we've seen that they're on with. So I thought that was pretty good news. Zaporizhia definitely was the beneficiary of some of that. And I'm pretty sure there was another area as well, although I just can't find it off. I'm trying to scroll back for it. I remember seeing it previously. Sorry, Alan, I just thought that was relevant. So it's good to know that, they're still being able to give funds to the regional or oblasts, if you will. That's what they call them, of course, in Ukraine, isn't it? For more of those fortifications, because that's really important, obviously. So, Alan, shall we get to some numbers? I was looking at, let me see, we have some numbers for the week to go over as well, It's really quite staggering when you look at them over a week, and I always think when we look at these numbers that, I always wonder, especially now when we're hearing more notifications about various different things, pressure that they're putting on Ukrainians in temporarily occupied territories. I saw some posts yesterday, I think it was, from Zaporizhia Regional Military Administration about that, and other areas talking about pressures that they're putting on. Of course, they've tried all the things that we've heard about previously, holding back medicines, holding back food, that type of thing, those pressures, as well as, just really capturing people, torturing people, all the rest of the things. Now, on top of that, we've heard recently that they're talking about that if people don't accept a Russian passport, they will be classed as a foreigner and they can have their child taken away from them, which is just absolutely sickening. So I do always think about that when we talk about these numbers, Alan, because, you know, they force people to the front lines, don't they? That's why they want them to take the Russian passport, so then they can say, oh, well, we have a right. Not that that means they do have a right, of course, that's just Russia's way of twisting the rules and trying to make up their own rules that they think the world should follow. But of course, we go by the rules-based international order. Anyway, sorry, I'm waffling now. I'm getting all annoyed about what they do, Alan. But I do always think about it in the numbers. I can't help it. It does occur to me every single day, especially when we look at this, right, over the week. 6,410 eliminated invaders. I mean, this is just staggering. That's 15 battalions. This is as reported by the Military Media Center, Ukraine's Military Media Center. 44 tanks, which is 1 battalion. 91 APCs. Conditionally, that's 3 motorized rifle battalions. Artillery installations, 220. That's 12 artillery divisions. Rockets, 7. I mean, it's just absolutely staggering, isn't it? That they and when you look over the weeks, although the numbers do dip up and down on a daily basis, on average, you are looking between 5,000 and 7,000 people per week. And as you say, Russia doesn't care about that. And, you know, the other thing as well is the finances that they're still getting from various different places, all the loopholes that they're getting through with sanctions, all the rest of these things, that has to be stopped. We have to crack down on that more because they're not going to stop, are they? Even when they're kicked out of Ukraine, they're not going to stop. Those sanctions, everything else, it has to continue. Well, we should just embargo everything. That's what I think, Alan. And we should all just suck it up in the West, every other part of the world, and have to do without these things. But that's just my personal thing. That's what I would do, Alan. I would go without everything and sacrifice everything and be happy to have a roof over my head and food in my stomach, whether that's food of my choice or not, as long as I'm not hungry. That's the main thing. And, you know, a bed to sleep in. I mean, the world as it's in now, I think we all have to be grateful to be in that position. And to not have to be doing what Ukraine's doing right now, because that's what we will have to be doing if we don't get them the right amount of help in the right amount of time, and that's now.
Well, you know, Tracy, the war that Ukraine is fighting today requires only Ukrainians to sacrifice. None of its allies are sacrificing. But sacrifice is part of a wartime world. And I think that the sooner Ukraine's allies around the world, especially EU nations, the United States, Canada, Australia, South Korea, Japan, the sooner Ukraine's allies realize that sacrifice is needed today. And that sacrifice may come in the form of increasing defense budgets while postponing some domestic policies that also require money. But there is a major threat on the horizon. If the world's democracies don't prepare together to meet that threat and to do what is required to accept the sacrifices that must be made, there are going to be many, many more deeper, more sorrowful sacrifices that people will have to make in the future. You mentioned sanctions. Russia is getting around sanctions through loopholes in sanctions. Sanctions have not been properly enforced and not properly designed since they have been introduced. And, sanctions are introduced, then strengthened, then broadened, then strengthened again. And yet, Russia generates revenue, quite frankly, in open revenue, as well as revenue in the shadows, all to fuel Russia's war machine. And sanctions, therefore, have to be part of forcing Russia to end this invasion, to remove its troops entirely from Ukraine, and somehow to get to a negotiation in which Russia promises, I'll put that word in air quotes, promises to abandon its imperial designs in Europe. And this includes designs not only on Ukraine, but on Moldova, on Georgia, on the Baltics, on Poland. And it also has imperial designs on Central Asian countries. In other words, any newly independent nation once a member of the Soviet republics. Any of these nations are threatened by Russia's imperialism, and that's what it is. And sanctions play as much a role as military supply to Ukraine. First, the military supply, first delivering Ukraine everything it needs to win, then use sanctions to force Russia to its knees.
Yes, absolutely, Alan. 100% force them to their knees. You're right. It's Ukrainians that are sacrificing. They're sacrificing with their lives, and this is why I think that the small sacrifices that we have to make, however big they may seem from some people's perspective, are absolutely nothing compared to the sacrifices that Ukrainians are continuing to make every single day. And so that's why, of course, we have to keep doing everything that we can. That's why I was super excited when we started having this fundraiser. Of course, all of our fundraisers are important, Alan, and each one means a great deal to us all. But, of course, this is going to have such an impact that's why I think people are so excited about it, just because of the way that impact is going to be able to be used. And that's thanks to this wonderful community here. To be able to do that, I mean, saying it's an honor and a privilege, I don't think that really explains it. It doesn't do it justice. I mean, it's always really amazing to be able to have that direct impact through all the fundraisers that we have, and through all the ways that we help to give Ukrainians tools so that they can save more lives, and all the things that they do, all the incredible things that they do every day, or we help to get them equipment to help protect them, and hopefully they will live longer because they have the right equipment and kit to protect them. For example, eyes in the sky to see what those pesky Russians are up to and prepare themselves, all these different types of things, but this, like I said here, this campaign that we're having here for this fundraiser, I mean, it's just so amazing to think that we can have a tiny little bit of a way to help a hospital. I mean, you cannot help the whole of Kharkiv. We know that they've lost 80% of their electricity generation because of the destruction of Russia's missiles on, thermal power plants and other types of generation. So it's really, really difficult there right now. We cannot help the whole region, of course, but what we can do is help a hospital. And that not only gives doctors that ability to be able to continue to to save lives, for example, such as in operating theatres, but that also means that those critical services stay within the community for people, and that's what keeps people there, because, you know, if there are no services within a community at all, then that means that people are completely isolated and cut off, especially when you're talking about medical services, you know, with the constant KAB ginormous bombs that Russia is throwing at Kharkiv, as well as every other type of artillery and missile you can imagine. You know, these solar generators that we're raising funds for here, these are absolutely incredible things. I mean, I cannot wait until Paul from New Use Energy, who makes them, returns, Alan, because I have so many more questions for him. Even though he gave such an incredible amount of information and so detailed when he came, I still have so many more questions because he told us so many more interesting things as well. And one of those fascinating things was that these were created with mind to withstand these kinds of conditions. So they're not your ordinary type of generators, are they? They're like industrial strength. Not only that, they are designed to withstand like shrapnel and things like that. They have a low heat signature, so they cannot be picked up by drones and all sorts of various different things. They can be moved super easily, so they can be shifted to another location very quickly. And something that I thought was very important that Paul highlighted is that they're extremely easy to set up, get up and running very quickly, and for the end user, the person who's using that, to be able to do that. So, for example, if you look in that thread there, there's a thread in the nest. I think it's the third one in the nest. Yes, it is. Down that thread there are various different videos where you can see some examples of these being used. There's also a link to the New Use Energy on YouTube, and they go behind the scenes there and give you a bigger look at how these are being used. They've been tested in various areas in Ukraine now, and one of those areas was Kherson, and that was because everybody here, you all helped to fundraise for that generator, and that went to a children's hospital, and the deputy mayor of Kherson City gave us a wonderful video thanking us for that, and there's a picture of them receiving that generator as well. So go and have a look at those, because that video there of that child being born by cesarean section, and it's not graphic, so please have a look if you can. That generator there, well, that's in that operating room with them. So I think that's absolutely staggering. You know, that's just shows you how safe and reliable it is. And these things kick in instantly, Paul was saying, within so many short milliseconds that you do not even notice an interruption in the power supply, which of course is extremely important when you're talking about, you know, surgery and electronic things that doctors are using, for example, all those types of things that are used in a hospital. And the other amazing thing, as if there are not so many amazing things, Alan, they take the solar panels to test them. They took them to the shooting range because these are new, the latest solar type panels, which can be actually rolled up. And the solar panels come in like an accordion, so they can fold up very easily. And they took them to the shooting range and fired bullets through them, and incredibly, they still worked after that. I mean, that's like almost a miracle. Of course, the current is reduced, but nevertheless, they still work, and that is the critically important thing when we're talking about critical services for people in Kharkiv and hospitals. So go ahead and chuck us your spare cash if you can afford to donate. We will very happily turn that into a generator. Now, actually, I heard over the weekend, Alan, we were very, very close to reaching the first total for the first generator, because although we have an overall total, when we get enough for the first generator, we're going to actually get that one up and running. And I don't know if you heard, Alan, but we were very, very, very close. I wonder if we can find out, did we actually reach that today, or whilst I was sleeping overnight?
We were very close to raising the first $8,000. That's roughly the cost of these solar generators. And what MriyaReport aims to do is to ship and set up a solar generator just as soon as we raise enough money. So one by one by one by one by one, these solar generators will be purchased, delivered, and begin generating power at Kharkiv hospitals. And as soon as those requests are fulfilled, there are other critical infrastructure spots where solar generators that New Use Energy manufactures, and by the way, manufactured in Ukraine, uh, as well as other places around the world, but manufactured in Ukraine. That these solar generators are going to make a big difference. When New Use Energy CEO was with us on MriyaReport just last week, Paul, and I cannot pronounce Paul's last name, Stolomatova. He's also of Ukrainian descent, I believe. And in discussing this technology that has been developed, so it's solar generation, it's also battery technology, he pointed out the battlefield uses of solar generators. And they have the following advantages. As Tracy pointed out, a very low heat signature. So they don't generate a heat signature that can be found on night vision. They're very quiet. They're very survivable. They are easily moved and set up once again. The other thing is they don't, if for example you are powering your radar installation on or near the battlefield with a gas generator, it's A, noisy, B, heavy, C, needs gas. So there is a logistics uh, problem here. It needs gas delivered constantly in order to keep it running, in order to keep that radar installation, just as an example, operating. Now, I understand not every day is a sunny day in Ukraine, so these solar generators do come with battery storage that is also an emerging technology. It's being developed and perfected by New Use Energy. All of this being manufactured in Ukraine, delivered in Ukraine, helping right now the city of Kharkiv, the citizens of Kharkiv. So please do tap on the first tweet in the nest or the third tweet in the nest. Follow the links to the donation page. Be just as generous as you possibly can be. If you have $8,000, that buys one of these solar generators. If you have $16,000, that buys two. But it's what we are able to do together in smaller amounts that will enable MriyaReport to purchase just as many of these solar generators as possible, get them delivered and operating in Kharkiv. So from each and every one of us, that takes tens of dollars. Acting together, we can reach these goals, Tracy.
Yeah, absolutely, Alan. You know, if I had $25,000, I would be buying all of them and more, and I'm sure most of us here would do as well. But we don't. So we use the power of this community, don't we? And we may be small, but we are powerful when we put that together, and we do that from across the world. And that's not only just, like I say, I mean, amazing to be able to think that you can do that, and just to bring that peace of mind to those doctors as well. I mean, not just in terms of the lives that are saved and all those things, as if that's not enough anyway. But imagine being one of those doctors and the power goes out or something, Alan, and you're in the middle of surgery and you're trying to save a life. And you know, of course, doctors and people like that, you know, they really give their lives because they care about people, you know, and that's why they do what they do. So to be in a position where you're not able to help somebody, even though the tools may be there around you, but the power's not there to supply them. I can't imagine that. So to have the peace of mind to know that you have one of these sitting there in case that power goes out, I think, you know, that gives that doctor that ability to be able to then, that surgeon or whoever it is, whatever it is that they're needing for, to be able to focus on the job that they've got at hand to help the patient that they're helping, for example, rather than having to worry about what they're going to do next or how they're going to get some power.
Well, it's what we're going to do next. I think that is important here, Trace, and what we're doing next is raising sufficient money to deliver these solar-powered generators to hospitals in Kharkiv. Even as Kharkiv is under fire every single day, Tracy, artillery fire, drone and missile attacks. Often Russians do aim these attacks at civilian infrastructure, as we saw Kharkiv's primary thermal power plant completely destroyed. But also Russia takes aim at hospitals and medical facilities. Just the other day, a missile landed on the grounds of a hospital. Thankfully, it didn't strike one of the hospital buildings, but it blew out windows. It caused injuries, but no deaths. But this is the daily occurrence in Kharkiv. Artillery shelling, drone attack, cruise missile attack, missile attack and glide bomb attack at day and night. So these generators will help make Kharkiv more resilient. They'll keep these hospitals operating 24 hours a day, saving the lives of Ukrainian soldiers who reach hospitals in Kharkiv for treatment, saving the lives of Kharkiv's own citizens, unlucky enough to be a casualty of these Russian attacks. A casualty, obviously, with a serious injury, not just wounds from shrapnel and falling debris and that kind of thing, but often blast wounds, and they are the ones the first responders are pulling out of rubble of destroyed residential buildings and taking them immediately to the hospitals where these generators are going to be working.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, Alan. Did I cut you off then? Apologies.
I was going to turn it back over to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Alan. No, you're right. Absolutely. I mean, the list of places that are hit in Kharkiv every day, it grows and grows every single morning when I see the report from the military administration there. It's always a long list anyway, but it's getting even longer. 15 settlements today were hit, for example, Izium district KAB shelling. 40-year-old man was blown up by a petrol mine as well. Lipetsk district, enemy fire there, a wounded civilian. Kupiansk, destroyed houses, shelling from anti-aircraft missiles. A 35-year-old woman and 52-year-old man were injured. Vochansk, houses destroyed from artillery shelling, as well as KABs. So those are those ginormous bombs that we're talking about, those glide bombs. You know, that's just today, that's just this morning, you know, and it just continues throughout the day as well. Oleg Zenegibov, he's been speaking on the air of the telephone. He's the mayor of Kharkiv. not the mayor, sorry, the head of the military administration. He's been saying, well, what we all know really, that the enemy continues to terrorise civilians, uses anti-aircraft guns, fires from MLRS and artillery. They've also renewed assaults in the Kupian and Liman directions, but it's too early to say about what's going to be the developments that are going on there. Of course, as we spoke earlier, we talk about the battlefield situation, and we hope to get an update from Language Learner. But even the same yesterday as well, Alan, just the same amount, and like you say, just constant destruction of, you know, high-rise buildings, educational facilities, hospitals, just everything that they can, because they just want to drive out all Ukrainians from there. You know, Ukraine without Ukrainians, that's what that indicted child snatcher wants. But we're not going to let that happen, are we, Alan? Because we are using the power of this community here. I mean, nearly enough for one generator in 1 week. That's absolutely incredible, isn't it? And I just have to say thank you as well to everybody that's donated. I cannot thank you enough, really. I mean, this is absolutely, I know we are a small but powerful community when we join together like this, but that's just fantastic. Like 1 week, almost one generator. I'm really, it's filled my heart, that, Alan, that we are able to do that here.
Yes, it's wonderful that that together we can support right now the citizens of Kharkiv, and it's, you know, it accomplishes a few things. Number one, these generators are going to save lives, but number two, Ukrainians will understand that there are those of us around the world, really millions of people around the world, who have not forgotten Ukraine, who will never, ever forget what Ukraine is fighting for. And that's the other thing that our donations here at MriyaReport show citizens of Kharkiv. And I think it lifts them up. Just to give an unfortunate rundown of citizen casualties in Ukraine, just in the month of March. This is a result of Russia's intentional targeting of apartment buildings, schools. I saw a destroyed kindergarten the other day in Kharkiv. Immediately thought of the 2,000 students in Kharkiv who are now studying in underground schools, safe from Russian fire, because Russians make schools a target, if you can believe it. But in the month of March, under this aerial assault that Russia launches every day all across Ukraine, 604 Ukrainians were killed, and this includes 57 children. Only in the month of March. We're nearing the end of April. I fear the toll will be much the same. Tracy?
Yeah, absolutely, Alan. Yeah, and of course it's not just Kharkiv, is it? But that's the worst hit area as well. You know, I think where was it? In Kherson, I think today, an educational institution and a kindergarten. So that's 2 schools, really, isn't it? So I guess the other educational institution must have been for older children. But yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. But yeah, let's help Kharkiv. Let's get this final little bit closed. We can do that together. You know, we're all chipping in and we're all making sacrifices. And I absolutely thank everybody so much for that. And let's continue making those little sacrifices, because it's not much to ask, especially when Ukrainians get up and do what they do every single day. And of course, I know everybody here pretty much feels the same, Alan, because that's why we all keep coming back here every single day. And that's why we have such an amazing, wonderful community. And we are a community. It's not just a space that people come to listen to us talking. We are a community, and you can see that we are when we do everything that we do together. So I'm absolutely over the moon. I cannot wait. All I'm thinking now is that generator going to that hospital, wherever it is. And I know Lida, when she came on, was explaining to us that, of course, as you would expect, there are a big long list of medical institutions and hospitals that are in great need of these generators in Kharkiv. So to get that first one put in there, that will just be wonderful to know that that one's been ticked off the list, and then we can move on to the next one. Because this is a fight that we are all going to have to continue to fight for, well, a good while yet. And, well, that's just what we will have to do. And we shall bring more and more people into this side into doing that. Right, Alan, we are at the top of the hour, and you and I have had a good long chat about a few different things, and we don't have any speakers. So I was wondering maybe we should probably run down the headlines and go over the numbers of the day. How does that sound, Alan?
I think that's exactly where we should go, Tracy.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, of course, we don't have an Air Force report for overnight. I'm pleased to say that doesn't happen very often these days. So we have to be thankful for small mercies, of course, don't we? That's the way it goes around here. So let's go to the enemy losses for the day, shall we, from the General Staff. And we will see, I believe, from hearing mockers read these out this morning, that the numbers are quite large today in some aspects. So there we go. So now then, let's have a look. Goodness me. Eliminated invaders, 1,320. 6 tanks, 16 APCs, 37 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. Good, lots of equipment gone. I like to see those anti-aircraft warfare systems and artillery systems gone. That's lots of lives saved there. 21 UAVs, 44 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 3 special equipment. So some nice attrition going on still there on the enemy equipment, which of course, unfortunately, has to be done because Russia is not giving them any choice. So let's move on to the all-important numbers of the day. My favourite numbers of the day, of course, are demining, because I love to see just how many lives these incredible sappers have saved today. So 523 explosive objects, that's incredible. 523 lives saved. That's fantastic news. That's how I think about it. Every day I think about these numbers, and collectively in my mind, I see all these groups, these 500 there and 500 there, and I see that in my mind, Alan. I'm quite strange like this. I have a vivid imagination, but I just think it gives you a good perspective to look at things in a different way sometimes, and try use all these tools that we talk of to gain that perspective. And if you can do those things and, you know, use that, it's like a metaphorical field full of people all being saved by these incredible sappers every single day, and the risks that they take. 296 hectares of land have been cleared and examined. And actually, I was looking at Kharkiv today because they gave some figures today. So some demining in there, and that was from Oleg Senegibov this morning. Just let me find that information. So lots more lives saved. 5.85 hectares, and this is by the Kharkiv administration. So this is the sappers that are connected to that specific region, whereas the daily figures are obviously the national state special transport service, and 20 explosive objects. So that's 20 more lives saved. These are my favourite numbers of the day, Alan, but I guess you're getting used to that now. Do you like my title, by the way? Did you notice it?
Two sides of the pond, but we're all singing the same tune here, Tracy, and we will continue to.
Absolutely, indeed. So, okay, let me see now. We will go over what's been going on, some headlines today. I've lost my piece of paper, Alan, that I was looking at.
Well,
So
one thing, Tracy, that we might also want to focus on, because this is a critical number as well. It's the current reports of European banks that have continued to do business inside Russia. So there are 7 banks in particular that have been mentioned in this report. I'm also going to look for an analytical thread by Beefeater fellow that covers this in detail. This is I will call this an outright violation, frankly, and something needs to be done about this. So these 7 banks have paid more than 800 million euros in taxes to Russia in 2023. Okay. Do you realize this is 4 times more paid in taxes than before the full-scale invasion? I find that outrageous. These are the 7 banks with the largest assets inside Russia. Raiffeisen Bank International, this is an Austrian bank, I believe. Unicredit, ING, shocking. Commerzbank, Deutsche Bank, shocking. Intesa San Paulo, and OTP. They reported a combined profit from Russian business, conducting business inside Russia, of more than $3 billion. Now, why is this banking business growing inside Russia? I guess Russians themselves find these foreign banks to be a lot more attractive than the Russian banks that have been disconnected from the international SWIFT banking system, which enables banks to move money internationally from country to country. So ordinary Russians are doing more and more business with these international banks that continue to do business inside Russia. As I say, I find it outrageous. It is, to me, a clear-cut violation of sanctions imposed. It's a clear-cut violation. It's a moral outrage that these 7 banks have paid 800 million euros in taxes to Russia in 2023. This is money that goes to fuel the Russian war machine.
Yeah, I saw that, Alan. It's absolutely despicable, isn't it? And you've got some of these countries and some of these partners and some of all these people that are involved with all these banks and all these different things, making all the correct noises and saying all the correct things about how terrible all this is. But then at the same time, there are all these things that are going on, and it's left sometimes for Ukrainians and work that they do, like with the McFall Yermak Sanctions Group, for example. It's left to groups like this. Look, it was left to people like Mark Savchuk to come here and speak to us about CNC machines and all the work that they have to do. Why is it left to them to point this out? Why are we not doing more? It is really sickening, isn't it? And it almost makes me not want to put my money anywhere or buy anything, because I feel like there might be some kind of connection somewhere that I don't know about, with some bank or some company or some, in all these supply chains, where somehow this money's going to Russia, and all of it has to be stopped. And those 7 banks in particular, that's just absolutely appalling, isn't it?
Yes, it is appalling. And if I were a depositor in one of those banks, I would immediately withdraw my money and find a bank not doing business inside Russia that has truly withdrawn from doing business inside Russia. Banks need your deposits, so send them a message. All together, depositors in these 7 international banks, I think primarily, I guess I would target Raiffeisen Bank in Austria. Take your money out, put it someplace else, but for God's sakes, don't put it in Deutsche Bank, also still doing business inside Russia. Find somewhere else, even if temporarily it's only your mattress.
Yeah, I never thought I would say this, but it's better in your mattress than it is there. Absolutely. Take it out. Definitely. I think this is what should happen. I would love it if everybody in those banks, involved in those banks, all took their money out over the next few days. That would teach them all a lesson, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. That would be a bank run fully justified, and then let the chips fall where they may. If you want more information about some of these banks that continue to do business inside Russia, how it contributes to the Russian war machine, take a look at Beefeater's analysis, now first tweet in the nest. And as I say, use this information to take personal action. If you're a depositor at Raiffeisen, move your money. If you are a depositor in UniCredit, move your money. In Deutsche Bank, move your money. In any of these banks, what you're doing is doing business with a sponsor of war crime, and I'm not going to allow my money to support war crimes and war criminals in Russia. I'm not going to allow my money to fuel this war machine that Putin has unleashed on Ukraine and intends to point at Moldova, the Baltics, at Georgia. Let's not allow our money passively to aid in any way Putin's war machine. Of course, we can also use our money actively here at MriyaReport to contribute to fundraisers that help the people of Ukraine, particularly right now, the citizens of Kharkiv, under fire every single day. Tracy?
Yeah, absolutely, every single day. And of course, it's not just there, is it? As we know, but that's the worst hit area, and that's why we're trying to give our impact there, focus this community's impact and the power that we have to be able to help, by putting those donations together. And we've all made donations in the last few days, and they've not always been large donations because not all of us can afford to do so. And that's why it is so very important that we all continue to do that together, because we can make those donations big when we put them together. As you've seen already in like 1 week, I mean, that's just absolutely fantastic. Almost just over a week, and we've almost got enough for that first generator. I mean, if we did it in 8 days, that would mean that we'd raised £1,000 a day, $1,000 a day from all these wonderful, amazing, incredible people here in this community. Because of course, it's all you that do this. It's not us here. We play our small part, but we could not do that without every single one of you. And if you can't donate, we're talking about all these donations and everybody, how wonderful it is to give and donate. But if you are not able to donate in terms of cash, do not feel bad, because you can retweet and reshare, and that is just as valuable. We need that part of the community, and we need everybody here in the community to do that also. So it wouldn't work if you weren't doing that bit as well. So if you can't afford to donate, well, you can, because you're donating your time by retweeting, by resharing, and by talking about the campaign, talking about Ukraine, and getting lots of people informed about what's really going on in Kharkiv. You know, talk to people, of course, like we say, offline as well. Inform them just what Russia's doing, trying to really scorched earth policy. That's what they're doing. Basically, any Ukrainians that they don't murder by committing their genocidal invasion, they're just trying to drive them all out by making sure that there's nothing left there but rubble. And then they will be happy if they can do that. They want to cut off all the services completely, just like they did in Kherson when they blew the Kakhovka Dam. So we are not going to let them do that. We're already not letting them do that. You can already see those examples in those posts in the Nest when you follow that thread of where we've done that previously in Kherson, but not just there. Lida was telling us also in Mykolaiv and Odessa, I think she said as well. I'm pretty sure she said Odessa as well. So these generators are helping all across Ukraine, and we're helping Kharkiv right now. And the other thing as well to mention, Alan, is that they can be moved to other areas. So as and when the need changes, they can be moved to different facilities, and therefore that maximises that, doesn't it? And you know, it goes to that decentralization as well. So Russia then struggles, as we've said, to be able to hit these things, especially. I mean, how clever of Paul to think about that. You know, to think about them having, you know, no signature so that they can't be found by drones and things like that. So absolutely fantastic. But yeah, so some of the other areas that have been hit badly today: Zaporizhia, of course, 346 strikes, over 10 settlements, 6 airstrikes as well, 216 artillery strikes. I mean, this is just what they do constantly, isn't it? And these things are supposed to be fired, well, not at civilian places, that's for sure. It's absolutely despicable. Fortunately, just one man was injured though, so that's, you know, quite lucky considering the amount that Zaporizhia's getting hit. Is just, it's despicable. 300-400 times a day. Donetsk was shelled 7 times, 1 injury in Pokrovsky, lots of destructions of houses, 1 injury in Zelano. In fact, I just saw a post from Donetsk, actually, from the military administration there. So just let me check and see what that latest one was. And the other thing is as well, though, there's lots of things going on to support these communities, Alan. I think we should always mention that and the incredible things that they do, because I think it shows just how much support these communities need and why it's really important that we help them as much as we can here. There's still problems with water supply in Pokrovsky district in Donetsk. So they've been talking about that. Enemy shelling meant that the filtering station was de-energized. The dam of the Kalivsky reservoir was destroyed. This led to uncontrolled discharge of water from the Karliv reservoir to the Vovchachi river, flooding the area downstream. So that's not good news, is it? That's in Donetsk. So I'm just looking, actually, there's a bigger report about that from the... According to the results of the meeting, he instructed people to provide water delivery to the population. They're organising 3 points for distribution. He is also instructed to identify the needs for the specialist utilities, materials, equipment and installations required for sustainable water supply. Sorry, I just got distracted by that information there. Yeah, so coming back to Donetsk. So it's KABs all the time as well. That's what I find absolutely despicable. Lots of destruction of houses, again, across the community in Donetsk. 9 houses, 3 high-rise buildings, shelled areas of Donetsk region 7 times, but 74 people and 12 children were evacuated from the front line also. So those things are always going on. And actually, that just reminds me of these incredible white angels, again, rescuing people. So the Russians destroyed this woman's house. She's 99-year-old. She left the occupied part of Okatine alone, leaving only with her stick because she did not want to live under Russian occupation. She walked 10 kilometers, Alan, lay down to rest twice, fell down completely exhausted. and then the military, together with the White Angels, rescued her, took her to her granddaughter's home, and the entire family is now safe. I mean, that's just absolutely astounding, isn't it?
Yes, it is astounding, Tracy. Tracy, let's go to Dan, who's joining us here on Coffee Time. Dan, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Tracy and Alan. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
I just wanted to pop in when you were talking about the generators. I saw that post where the baby was born, and the first thing that hit me was all the people that have died in Ukraine, and what a beautiful thing that piece of equipment could bring in life in the world, which they need desperately in Ukraine. They need life. Alan, thanks for the thread on Beater. I read that. Yeah, that was very interesting about the banks. Yeah, it's disgusting. I complained about it 2 years ago, but I got poo-pooed. I don't like Deutsche Bank at all. Anyways, that's my opinion. But I wish somehow, I mentioned it to Prince, but I don't know. I'm the powers that be that do these fundraisers. I wish we could continue this generator thing for another month after we finish this one, because I think we can do it again. I'm very confident, and thanks everybody for donating. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day, Dan. Thank you so much for coming up to speak to us. Yeah, I hope that we can do this again. It wouldn't surprise me if that happens. I don't think that would shock me. What about you, Alan?
Nope, wouldn't shock me either, Tracy. And I do thank Dan for his generosity, for his support, and for coming up to join us. I hope you brought a good, strong cup of coffee. A little caffeine in the morning keeps you going, at least until the afternoon. And I'll be back this evening. As you know, Tracy will be joined at 7 p.m. Eastern Time by Language Learner for a quick military update tonight. More in-depth Wednesday or Thursday night this week. And for those of you who missed my public service announcement earlier this morning, Chuck Farrer will be back with us later in May. He's doing well. We wish him all the best. And he is watching developments quite closely in Ukraine. So bullet points will resume later in May. Tracy, just back to you for a moment.
Thank you very much, Alan. So yes, I will be looking forward to Chuck Farrer coming back. So let's go over some of the headlines, and then we will see if anybody wants to talk about some things in more detail. So F-16s are going to be based in underground bunkers, we learned this morning, to protect them. The advisor to the mayor of Mariupol reported that a tent was set up in Freedom Square. Russia is now recruiting and mobilizing there. Of course, that's not good. The Minister of Digital Transformation has been talking about the 1,600 defence tech developments, and that's as part of the Brave One cluster. So he's been giving some more detail on that. That should be interesting to go over, I think, Alan. He's been talking about electronic warfare and a few different things. We've spoken about the worrying reports from General Sersky, but nevertheless, we have to be realistic about these things, and we'll wait for language learners' analysis tonight. Russians are building a new airfield in Belgorod, so this is not too far away from the border with Ukraine. So there are some satellite images that have been published of these. So of course that's continuing to go on. Russia may as well. I don't know why we're not sanctioning Belarus and doing more about things that are happening in Belgorod like this. I guess really there's not much we can do. We just have to give Ukrainians the tools to deal with it. Let's hope those free Russians are going to be dealing with the situation in Belgorod anyway. But So as well, Alan, did you hear about that the USA had bought these 117 old Soviet aircraft, these MiGs from Kazakhstan? So I wonder about that and where they possibly might be going to be going.
Yes, I did read that report. So for $1.5 million, this is what I would call a junkyard sale. Apparently, these planes are next to junk. If the United States delivers them to Ukraine, where they would be useful, not because they're junk and require a good deal of resuscitation, but because they probably have useful spare parts. They would become a spare part trove for the Ukrainian Air Force. I think that is probably the main impetus behind this purchase. Not that these planes are suddenly going to magnify the strength of the Ukrainian Air Force. They won't, but they will be used for usable spare parts. As I say, it's a kind of trove of spare parts uh, found and purchased from Kazakhstan by the United States. Just how and how quickly they can and will get to Ukraine remains to be seen. You know, Tracy, we were we were talking about electronic warfare. One news item that caught my eye today, because this is a topic that's been discussed widely here on MriyaReport, is the GPS jamming that the Russians are undertaking in over the air of the Baltic Sea. And this is from a jamming post in Kaliningrad, the Russian enclave in Poland. So what did I see today? Finnair announced that it's suspending daily flights to Tartu, Estonia from April 29, so from today to May 31. That is a month's interruption of daily flights that Finnair runs into Estonia. Why? It's because they need to find an alternative approach to the Tartu airport. This is a result of Russian jamming. So there are a couple of tweets up in the nest about this. I really do think it's a serious situation that European nations and NATO itself should be addressing. This jamming is dangerous. It's aimed at civilian flights going to the Baltic nations, going to Poland, going to Sweden, to Norway, to Finland. It affects this wide area of airspace of the Baltic Sea, and it puts civilian lives at risk. Yenny, maybe you know a little bit about uh, this preposterous electronic jamming that Russia continues to do every single day over the Baltics.
So this is a problem that's been going on since December, and I've been advocating for uh, saying that Russia has been FAing, and I think it's time we're entering into the FO part of the FOFO. I and so I'm gonna say it again, and I'm probably gonna, bore people to tears because I've said this so many times. One, when is enough? When are we gonna admit to the fact that it's no longer escalatory? It's not us that are escalating, it's Russia that's doing it. When are we gonna admit that things like the GPS jammer, the cyber attacks, are in fact acts of war, and just go like, okay, now you FA way too much. Now you have to enter the finding out part, and respond, because what is the next thing? Tim said that, so there's a city in Estonia called Narva, and in Narva it's almost exclusively Russian speaking, and it's right across a river, and the river is part of the border between Russia and Estonia. So it's just border guards. It's not, they're like police officers. It's not military that is guarding the border between Estonia and Russia. So what's stopping Russia from taking Narva? Because, I don't know if this is going to sound familiar. There are Russian speaking, they're probably being oppressed. We should rescue them and usurp them into Russia, because, they're virtually Russians anyway. And then they rewrite the map, and that is stealing land from a NATO country. Any which way you slice it. And those Russians speaking in Narva, had they wanted to be a part of Russia, they would have moved to Russia. They don't want to. They want to be a part of Estonia. So are we going to then say, hey, no, that's not okay? They just crossed the border and just took over an entire town in Estonia. That's not okay. Or is Estonia too small of a country to care about? Much like taking down the Swedish government site. That is also not something to be scoffed at. However, Russia did steal how many people's information when they did the cyber attack and stole people's data, personal data? So the US is not immune to the attacks from Russia. And this is not going to stop because we are doing nothing about it. It's I'm I'm all I'm all for the finding out part to start. Thank you.
I'm all for the finding out part too. That's FAFO, FAFO. Find out. That's the F word I can say here on MriyaReport without contributing to the swear jar. But futz around, find out. Speaking of Russian acts of war around the globe, they they occur all the time. Just concentrating for a moment on this GPS jamming that Russia is undertaking over the Baltic, it affects 1,600 aircraft. This was on one day only, March 29, 2024. The Russians jammed GPS for 63 long hours. This is an act of war, just as the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipelines, just as the anchor dragging in the North Sea to disrupt communication cables on the seabed of the North Sea, also an act of war. This is why uh, nations bordering the North Sea, so the United Kingdom, Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, I believe, they join together to act appropriately and protect infrastructure in the North Sea, not only communication cables on the bed of the North Sea, but oil platforms, gas platforms, fishing grounds, uh, and navigational channels. But every time Russia interferes, it has a purpose. As Yenny says, it is escalatory. It is um, faffing, and something has got to be done. Russia needs to be confronted in a much stronger and transparent way than it has been to date. Yenny?
So another thing that Tim said, he's a really smart guy, by the way. So for anybody who's not following him, you really should. He's really, really smart. Anyways, so he said that it is like Russia is testing to see our response. And if it's something that Russia hates, it's weak responses. And us not doing anything when they are pushing the very limits of our patience. This is kind of like the annoying little 3-year-old that goes, "Can I have ice cream? Can I have ice cream?" And then goes on for that for, like the better part of an hour until you give in and give him ice cream. So Russia is right now nagging us. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And I personally say, you know, yeah, it's great to arm Ukraine. Maybe we should be harsher at shooting down things that come into our airspace. Shooting a shot across the bow if it's a boat that is in the wrong place, instead of just watching. Give them warning shots and shoot down drones, shoot down missiles that come into your airspace. Looking at Poland, I get that the 27 seconds is not enough time to go through the entire chain of commands, but have a standing order with Ukraine saying that if a missile skirts over the territory of Poland into their airspace and it's heading into Ukraine and they can't shoot it down before it enters the Ukraine airspace, it is okay with Ukraine that they shoot it down, even though they have to chase it into Ukraine airspace. Have a standing order so they don't have to ask for permission because the damn thing is going to land before it's being shot down and they have gone through all the chains of commands in 2 countries. Just have that as a standing order. How hard can that be? Do I need to go somewhere and be angry and tell them it's not that hard? And it's time that we start acting instead of just going like, let's not escalate. Because Russia is, and they're testing, and our resolve is really weak at this point. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Yenny. Yes, our resolve is weak, and we show it to be weak every single time we don't confront Russian actions. And we're not talking about on the battlefield in Ukraine right now. We are talking about cyber attacks on democratic institutions. We're talking about uh, disruption by sabotage, which Russia has been up to, by the way, uh, primarily in Europe for a decade or more, of course. But the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipeline, sabotage of communication cables on the bed of the North Sea, and of course, this constant GPS jamming of the airspace of the Baltic Sea. These are all Russian provocations, and they are provocations that the the West, for lack of a better term, but the affected nations, these are Russian provocations that nations are ignoring. And by ignoring the provocation, not responding in any way, you simply invite more provocation that Russia is more than willing to undertake. This is why Swedish fighters routinely escort Russian jets out of the air over over NATO nations bordering the Baltic, and lead them back to their own airspace over Russia. That's a provocation. And you're right. Tim is a smart guy. As Tim says, this is Russia testing, pushing the envelope to see when and where and how the provoked nation will respond. If it doesn't respond, it invites more provocation. It's that simple. There's more news coming out about Russia's GPS jamming over the Baltic. I will get it up into the nest, but this is a provocation that invites disaster, a civilian air disaster. So it really is up to um, the Baltic nations, up to Finland, Norway, Sweden, Poland, Germany, to respond to it and end it somehow. Not sure exactly how they can end it, but they're certainly not going to end it by talking about it with Russia. They have to take some action. Yanni?
I'm thinking I'm small. I look like actually like a nice person, regardless of how I sound. Uh, I really look like a nice person. Um, I can go there. Like if somebody tells me where it is, I'm pretty sure I can find it and disable it. You know, I look unassuming. I look like a tourist. I look like a mother. And so they're not going to guess that I am actually the person that's going to sabotage things. Um, Also, teach me a few phrases that will get me by in, I would assume, Russian. Give me a crash course in Russian. I'm actually quite good at learning languages really fast. And I have a talent where I speak with little to no accent if I hear the language long for just a little bit. I can learn the cadence of the language, and there I go. And so, they're not going to suspect anything. Um, and then I can do it. I just need sponsoring. And I have no links in my bio, so you can't. So I'm not gonna go. But I think it is time to show so the jamming, that is really horrible. They should send in somebody to take it out. It just full stop. Just remove it. Stop it from working. Whatever. I don't know how. They should. Sweden should have shot down the drones that flew in over Sweden, southern Sweden. Is it like a month ago now? That should have been done. And so it's just sad. And I don't know what we're waiting for. Are we waiting for people to die? Like civilian, like somebody that is heading for Warsaw to crash, a plane that's heading for Warsaw to crash, or into the Baltics. I think that Warsaw is a little bit more trafficked. I know that this at times affects Stockholm Airport, and that is actually quite busy. So it's shoot down anything that is unmanned. I think that should be a policy that Europe has. Anything that is Russian and is unmanned, just shoot it down. Don't ask for permission later. And then escort any manned vessels, whether they be on sea or in air, out of the space and make the borders hard border crossings. Fortify the Baltics with NATO soldiers so that they won't even consider taking Narva. Just that won't cost human life. That will just make a point saying you fuffled, you, you fuffled a little bit too much now. And yes, you can send me messages in the back channel calling me a warmonger. I don't care. I I live closer to Moscow than I do London, where I live. So I am tired of this. Russia has violated the Swedish waters since the 60s, and I think the air since the 70s. They have been following for a long time when it comes to my nation, and I'm tired of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Yenny. I'll find a way to get you into Königsberg, but be careful about learning the Russian language. If you are indeed such a fine language learner and come to speak Russian fluently, Russia just might mistake you for a Russian speaker needing protection. Then you could use all your fine Russian profanity to tell them where to go. I don't know any of those Russian words, and I'm a terrible language learner because my accent that I grew up with, and I still have traces of, just doesn't allow me to make my uh, mouth and vocal cords, brain and ear adjust to foreign languages of any kind. except occasionally Canadian English, because they have a few phrases that if you adopt and you're an American traveling abroad and don't want to be identified as an American, sometimes you can make people think you're Canadian. Um, I did that in the 1960s for a particular reason at that time. In any event, I mentioned Language Learner. He's going to be with us tonight for a quick military update, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll be back. Robin will be with me, and these are going to be some critical reports that we'll be receiving from Language, especially about Russian tactical advances west of Avdiivka, and some withdrawals to new defensive lines by Ukrainian troops. I'd also lead people to the I think it's about the sixth tweet in the nest. It's a fine analysis provided by our friend Radu. We have been a little short of military analysis, with Chuck Farrer being away until later in May, although Thomas Tyner was with us yesterday, as was the Doolittle Air Wing. But take a look at Radu's assessment. It's an excellent analysis. I think everyone can agree that Radu is correct in seeing the next 60 to 90 days as a kind of strategic window, a span of time that gives Russia an opportunity to do everything it can possibly do. Because although the military supply from the United States to Ukraine has resumed, not everything is arriving overnight, and it takes some time, even after delivery, for supplies and vehicles to be deployed on the front. This is where logistics come into play, getting supplies to the right place at the right time, with the right crews and the right maintenance in place. Because the United States interrupted its military supply to Ukraine for more than 6 months, Ukraine really has been at a disadvantage on the battlefield. This is one reason why we've seen Ukraine constructing robust lines of defense in Kharkiv and Sumy, but also in Zaporizhia Oblast, less so in Luhansk and Donetsk. But after all, Luhansk and Donetsk are hot points on the battlefield right now. So do join us again tonight, 7 p.m. with Language Learner for a quick military update. Tracy and I will be taking you through more of morning coffee time here. As Tracy says, two sides of the pond here. But both Tracy and I are singing the same tune, like frogs on a log in that pond. By the way, Yenny pointed out she lives closer to Moscow than to London. She's in the middle of it. This is why the Russian jamming of the Baltic Sea airspace is of particular concern to Yenny. But Yenny, I think we all live closer to Moscow than ever before, wherever we live. You can live in Washington, D.C., you live closer to Moscow than you do to London or even New York City. The reason why is because Russia is finding a way through cyber attacks um, and provocations in airspaces all around the world to push the United States, to push Canada, to push the NATO countries to respond in some way. and in some way, at some point, all these nations will have to gather up the will and the strength to respond. There's just no two ways about it. Yenny, and then Ukraine war updates, please.
Yeah, he's nice to you guys. Otherwise, he calls himself a pickle liquor fella, which is really super hard to say. um, yeah, I was talking to a guy that lives in Texas, and Texas is approximately the size of Ukraine, and my country is situated in the way north and is 11% larger than California. And there's a naval base in southern Sweden where which is closer to Kaliningrad than it is to Stockholm geographically if you measure the distance. And I remember this guy from Texas, he was asking, he was like, so when we're talking, like, how close are you guys to the conflict? And I did like a Google map thing where I took my destination, like where I'm at, and then I put Kyiv into my Google Maps. And with the part that makes it that it's a really long drive, if I drive, is the fact that I have to take a ferry from Stockholm to Gdansk. And that is almost like half the trip. From Switzerland, where a friend of mine was, that when we were talking about this, it was like a 15-hour drive. It's not that long. It is literally in our backyard. And this is why Europe is freaking out. And I don't think that we're freaking out enough, because if we were, we would actually ramp up production. It wouldn't be just one or two, three, four countries that are ramping up production, but every single nation in Europe that can make anything that remotely blows up and can, destroy Russian tanks or whatever. We would all do it, not just a few of us. And we are slowly, painfully slowly waking up to the fact that we need to go at full capacity. And it's kind of painful to watch that it is taking so long, and that it's taking governments so long, or the EU for that matter, because the EU has a lot of funds. They could easily pay out money to Italy, France, Spain, Germany. I don't know if Spain has a big weapons production actually, but Sweden, Germany, France, Italy, Finland, all the countries that are producing, that are weapons manufacturers, they could easily pay us to increase our factories, the size of our factories, so that we can increase the output, and also make sure that um, that instead of waiting for the orders to come in, we actually keep a stock, a small stock at least, so that if the need arises, then we can just go, here you go. And also, I would like to see Europe setting up a stable supply line into Poland to the Ukrainian border. So on the 15th, Ukraine knows, go to the border, pick up. There's a pickup, and just get there. We got you. Every month on the 15th, there will be a delivery made. And I'm hoping that the aid package from the US will make this happen, that this is the wake-up call. I know that in the Swedish paper, they said this could very well be the last aid package that the US sends, depending on who wins in the election in November. And either way, Europe should act as if this is the very last aid package being sent. And that we, as in Europeans, no nations picked on, I pick on all of us. And I'm not even picking on the EU, I'm picking on all of Europe, and saying, we will do we will make sure that Ukraine gets what it needs. And then anything that the US sends is a bonus that will actually push the the Russians out faster. That is my dream. I'm not saying it's going to happen because I'm not in charge. They're insane. They're not putting me in charge because, I would clean house. I am angry enough at this point that I would make sure that this would happen. So anyway, no, I'm being like soapboxy so much more than I did during my own segment. I'm so sorry, Alan. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Yenny. I'm glad you stayed with us here. It has made all the difference to me. A really good FAFO discussion, and we need more FAFO discussions. But let me assure you, Jenny, this $1 billion military aid package that was unleashed within hours of the president signing the congressional bill to approve $61 billion of additional aid to Ukraine, both military, humanitarian, and economic. There will be more military aid delivered to Ukraine this summer. It's not going to be the last one until the elections here in November. To Ukraine war updates, to Jerome and to Booyah. Ukraine, please.
Hey, thank you very much, Alan. Hi, Tracy. Thank you for hosting the space, the opportunity to be in the speaker panel. Really appreciate that you guys do really interesting discussion. That's, I was listening. I'm like, I want to jump in and share maybe some of my thoughts about this as well. But, I was listening to Yanni and she brought up so many other good points. I figured maybe I'll use this opportunity to comment a little bit on that as well. So Yanni, as far as measuring distance between especially in Europe, right? But I think it's probably true to every civilized country when we try to measure what's the distance between a capital in this country and Moscow or whatever. We shouldn't measure in kilometers or whatever, or miles, right? For here in the States, but maybe at the speed at which missile can be delivered. Because I think that's going to create a much more sobering picture for a lot of people, especially in Europe. Say, well, how far do you live away from Russia? And I live at, you know, t- you know, t- 20 miles per hour of missile or whatever, right? 1 hour away from delivery of a missile into one of the, cities in my country, that kind of stuff. Because I really think we need to start changing this narrative about Russia and painting them for what they really are, terrorist state who will not hesitate a moment to destroy civilian infrastructure, cities, and inflict casualties on civilians. We see this in Ukraine, and they will not stop in Ukraine. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but anyway, I just wanted to kind of say that maybe that's how we need to start measuring the distances. The other comment that I really wanted to make, Alan, about the aid. I know you talk a little bit about this, from the United States. Something that really kind of perked up my ears for a couple of days. Once the aid package was signed, right? President Zelensky, and this is something I've started doing, kind of following, listening to his daily speeches, that kind of stuff, and I tried to provide also translations, verbal translations, but I post them on my YouTube channel in English because I've noticed president his office doesn't always put up like a English version of where you can listen. You can read it because they do post the subtitles, but not if you don't have time to read it, you can listen to it. So anyway, that's what I've been doing. But there's two times that he said a couple of things that really kind of made me a little bit feel uneasy. One is that they apparently he was referring to the fact that they established some kind of committees to discuss what kind of stuff they need, meaning what kind of stuff is going to be sent to Ukraine in packages that these 8 packages that the United States has voted for. And I thought this discussion should have been already done. And the second one was most recent one. I think it was yesterday when he was talking. He was engaging with I think minority leader of the Democratic Party, and one of the things that he mentioned during that speech yesterday was that Ukraine is still waiting for some of this aid to be delivered, which is again. I think we have to realize it doesn't happen at the snap of a finger, so to speak, right? It's going to take time to get those things moving. But I'm wondering how much of that is, really trying to, maybe conceal some of the deliveries that already have been made, right? Just to kind of make sure the Russians are not, too worried about, the stuff that they're about to start receiving from, in the form of big bavovnas on the front lines. But with that in mind, it leads me to my third point that I wanted to make, and it's again about the visible advances of Russian terrorist forces deep into some of the Ukrainian positions. There were a couple, at least one breakthrough, I think. And this is, I'm looking forward, by the way, to Language Learner tonight, because just like Chucky also brings a lot of really interesting analysis and updates about the frontline, developments. But with that in mind, I think, and again, Alan, I think you talked about a little bit about the logistics and supplies the Russians have and all that stuff. But I'm wondering, with the breakthrough and the fact that Russia is really trying to emphasize and seize this opportunity with Ukrainian not having enough ammunition, and they're pushing forward. It appears in at least in one area, Ukrainians are withdrawing and trying to reinforce. Again, it's normal. There's nothing to panic because that's the dynamics of war. But I'm suspecting that Russians might really overstretch themselves because logistics, they require kind of infrastructure to effectively supply frontline troops, right? And if you have the combat element advancing way too forward, right? You're just not going to be, the Russians might struggle to really, reinforce it with needed supplies, which means that, heavy forward leaning combat units that right now fighting in the front lines, against Ukraine, they might find themselves in a very acute lack of supplies. That could be ammunition, there could be anything. But along with that, what logistical lines provide is also command and control element, right? Because we know that Russian forces notoriously they discourage any type of initiative at the frontline commanders at the lower level, right? Typically, everything is controlled from some kind of central operational center that typically way back, away from the front lines, and they're a little bit slow to respond. Again, something the Russians actually have been changing, which is a very disturbing thing as well. But I don't want to talk about that too much. The point is, with lack of the logistical connections that are being maybe outpaced, right, by Russians trying to advance too much forward, that could cause them some serious problems as soon as Ukrainians are going to be able to get those reinforcements, those weapon systems and supplies. They're going to be able to, I would imagine, not a at some point regain all of this land that the territory that they've lost, but B, the Russians might be risking in getting themselves surrounded and losing a very effective, well, today it's effective combat units that are pushing through because they're going to be basically stuck without any types of supply. So anyway, sorry, I'm starting to ramble. Hopefully, it makes sense. It kind of makes sense in my head. And the last thing I wanted to say, I don't know if I already mentioned this or not, but Yeni, it's Monday, so I figure I'm not going to terrorize anyone with Pickled Flickr account today for the sake of, Monday being Monday. But hey, I appreciate everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to be in the speaker panel and the opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Ukraine war update. And I do want to go back to Yeni right now to continue this specific conversation, then on to Jerome, then on to Booyah. Yeni.
So I can't find any good ideas on how long it would take Iskander to reach Sweden, but they can reach Sweden because they placed Iskander those type of missiles on in Kaliningrad, and they have and they can reach 500 kilometers, which is actually I think it reaches the entire southern half of Sweden from there, and so we are within the area where they can strike. We're so close to Moscow and St. Petersburg that if the US there's an all-out nuclear war, right? And a A nuclear bomb has a pressure wave, and if the U.S. decides to bomb St. Petersburg, definitely, but I think even Moscow with a nuclear bomb, the blast will level my city. So you have like the initial strike part, and then there's a pressure wave, and that will level my city. That's how close I am. So you're right. We should talk about these things in time it takes to take out your city. I'm in the strike zone. So this is why I'm advocating very hard for giving everything and then some to Ukraine, because I don't want that. They're not going to use nuclear weapon. That one, I'm not afraid of that. They, as psychopathic as they are over in Moscow, they have kids, and they are still kind of okay with like protecting their kids, and they're spread out over the US and Europe. This is why they will never go nuclear. They can't hit targets in Europe because that will take out their kids, and they can't take out places in the US because they will kill their kids, and they're not at that point. And so even if they don't like their own lives, they don't value their own lives or the people in Siberia that much, they do value their kids. So keep their kids hostage in your countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Yenny, and a very good point, well taken there. To Jerome and Booyah, please.
Good morning, Alan. It's good to hear you in the morning. East Coast, United States, so about the same time zone, I believe. It's good to hear Jenny as a frustrated European. I'm not sure who heard Thomas Tyner's spot yesterday, but Alan, you just mentioned, and it's very sobering on the couple topics, the manpower topic, and if anybody didn't hear it, go back and listen. I won't try to even encapsulate. But the one thing that struck me, I've been thinking of, it almost sounds like we have a situation now, not in reverse because it's been going on, but the way he described the European situation with the weapons procurement. So I know I'm oversimplifying this dramatically, and but it seems like we have, playing the part of the MAGA base, we have Germany playing the part of Byzantine government hallways, which I wasn't even aware of, I guess a move through the EU to set up a French initiative to set up a way that nations could purchase weapons through sounded like a big pool that you could put orders together and draw from and whatnot. Again, I'm oversimplifying. I'd recommend anyone go back and listen. But it sounds like we have a logjam by a minority, and I just was wondering if there's any mechanisms in Europe, like we had the discharge petition. And I don't know if we have a unique feedback loop in the US with the world yelling at us to do things. We yell at each other to do things, and we feel the pressure. Do European countries individually feel that pressure? Does the pressure go to the EU? So how do Europeans apply that pressure? I know we've talked about all these things before. I'm just thinking them all out. But it almost seemed like a parallel situation where now the ball's in Europe's court to kind of do the same thing. And I know I'm speaking the obvious here, but it just struck me with his segment yesterday. And with that, I'll just drop. There's no real question. It's just more of an observation if anybody else. But I guess my unanswerable question is looking more into how the government of Europe works with this. I'm not aware of this parallel structure, I guess. I am aware, but I thought militarily it didn't dip into the EU with the nations and all that. So that's another rabbit hole I'll delve into myself. Okay, thank you.
I think it's a parallel situation within individual EU nations, not within the EU itself. So, for example, I would go so far as to say it's a parallel situation within Germany, for example, so that Olaf Scholz, who is standing in the way of delivering Taurus missiles, can be influenced by German citizens. And I believe there are channels that can be accomplished through. Back to Jerome, and then to Booyah, and then Yenny.
Yeah, specifically, I was referring again, and again, I'd recommend anybody go back and listen. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it seemed like Germany was almost like the 9 or 12 member gang in Congress that was holding up the package in the U.S. Germany's playing that role within this UN pool that France is trying to set up. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole or anything. I think you know what I'm saying. And you're correct with your last statement, too. I don't mean to, because that's what I'm saying. There's two things. Like, yes, there's the nation of Germany fighting amongst themselves, but there's also the, State Department, whatever it would be called, of Germany playing that role of Germany within the EU structure, if that makes any sense. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Jerome. I'm sure Yenny can help enlighten us. First to Booyah, then to Yenny.
Yeah, this is probably past, but I just wanted to let everyone know that Jenny and I are starting a campaign to make the US and Europe Viking again. She's going to be our queen. The boats are loaded at dawn.
This is good to know. Yenny, what can you tell me about these Viking boats?
They're big and powerful. Yeah, we're gonna revive some Viking stuff. Back in the day, uh, Swedes were kind of like the assholes. So we would go to Russia and take them as slaves and sell them in Istanbul. Sometimes, traditions. Um, I'm joking. To Jerome, so you can look at the EU, uh, that parliament as the federal government, kind of. We all pay into it, and then they like help countries out that need help with their infrastructure and whatnot. This is why when Hungary opposed, so the EU actually has given money to Ukraine, the EU itself. All the member countries were like, yes, let's give them cash. And we did give them cash to help them pay pensions and whatnot, keep the government running so that it doesn't collapse. Because the EU doesn't have any material. It's just kind of just sitting there managing money and dishing out money. And then we kind of put the thumb screws on Orban, because he was like, yeah, I don't really want to help Ukraine. And so uh, there's a lot of corruption in Hungary, in Orban's, in his government. There it has been, it's been shown that there's a lot of corruption. And so a few years ago we like took money away from Hungary, and that may not sound like really bad until you realize that a big portion of their GDP is actually the EU grants. So we just kind of effectively slashed their state budget by doing this to them, and they're not happy. And when Hungary decided not to play ball and like help Ukraine, EU said you have two choices, because apparently there is kind of like a way. If I understood the article, I think it's Article 10 in the EU, then we can kind of put them in the naughty corner more than just removing funds. Somebody a lot smarter than me will correct me on this, but we can't kick them out, but we can make it tough for them to remain. So and you can like, there was something anyway. So there's that. And then when it comes to Germany, So Germany has sent a lot of other stuff, and they're just not sending the Taurus missile. And if I understood things correctly, the Taurus missile is like the ATACMS, but a little bit more powerful, because apparently the Taurus can take out the Kerch Bridge, whereas it would take a lot more ATACMS to take out the bridge, but it would take less with the Taurus. That tells me it's slightly more powerful. So it's not that Germany isn't helping. They're not giving what we want them to give, if that makes sense. And whereas the EU does have some kind of power over the individual countries, they have nothing to do with our military. That is up to the country itself to figure out. There is no military power. It's an economic organization. It's a trade and economic organization. What the EU, however, can do is say, hey, I got this money, this bunch of money. It's like 800 million euros, which would be roughly the same in dollars. And I can divide this up between the countries that manufacture a lot of weapons systems and for weapons that we could potentially send to Ukraine, because I think that we should, otherwise you're not going to get the money. And you get the money on the conditions that you will build out the factories so that we can get stuff to Ukraine faster, and we can set up a dependable logistics chain. And then that would be a really good thing. This is what I have.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just have to go soon. But yeah, I'm referring again. I may be wrong, but I'm just referring to it. It sounded like an initiative France was trying to set up. It's almost like an insurance pool wants to be set up, but Germany wants to keep individual companies instead of a conglomeration coming together to let people look at different, plans and whatnot. So it's not that you're just preventing this missile, one particular missile, but it seems like they're preventing this pool that could be set up to allow free flow. And again, I may be way off, but anyway, I do have to go, and it just struck me as a parallel. And thank you, Jenny, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome. Really, what we're talking about here is fuller coordination of EU support of Ukraine. Now, I know EU citizens fully recognize there's no EU military. As Jenny says, it's primarily an economic union, and I would go so far as to say a union based on standards and values, shared standards and values. But there is no EU military. However, members of the European Union do benefit from defensive agreements and protections. In really, some analysts, Beefeater being one, see the EU protections, defensive protections given to member states as actually stronger than the NATO umbrella. So this is why Ukraine membership in both the EU and NATO is so important. Tracy James, I've come to the bottom of my bottomless cup of coffee. I'll be saying goodbye. Coming back later today, 7 o'clock tonight, I'll be with Language Learner for a military update. Until then, carry on. I will be listening. And to all our listeners, thank you. To all of our donors to the current fundraiser, thank you for your generosity. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin slava.
Heroin slava.
Thank you very much, Alan, and hello, James. Welcome. You may as well go ahead before I finish off this conversation with my comments.
Very good. Well, a couple things. First, Jenny, the war prepper. She's getting ready. Yeah, that's a good thing. And oh yes, Iskander's 2,600 feet, or I'm sorry, meters per second is the speed of those missiles at top speed, and the blast wave goes at 343 meters per second. So with those numbers and the distance to whichever city it is you're worried about, you could figure out which one will hit you first, and you might even have enough time to figure it out after the the missile is launched or after the explosion in Kaliningrad goes off, whatever it is. Anyways, that's really what I wanted to say, and then love the idea of this insurance poll. This is what spending for war is insurance or deterrence, as we call it, I guess. So anyways, but here I am, and I will be here for the next 3 hours. So look out, everybody. I'm going to be talking, and I've had coffee, so I can talk now. Tracy, I can talk now a long time.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, what are the answers? What can be done? Well, there's only one thing to be done, if you ask me, and that is exactly as our friends in the US did, and that is put your foot up the backside of your MP, anyone who's official, who makes these decisions in your country, get onto them, because these are the ones that make the decisions, and it's getting ridiculous now. That jammer needs taking out, and it doesn't need to be a NATO thing, and they need to start taking out these assets in Russia. This is what I would do. It doesn't have to be NATO. It can be the countries of Europe getting together, because, well, they're defending themselves. It doesn't have to be anything to do with what's going on in Ukraine. We have to defend ourselves against this hybrid warfare that Russia is committing against us in many, many ways. And it's getting to the point where it's getting more dangerous, and they're going to keep doing it over and over and over again until there is some kind of mass disaster. And then what's going to happen then? I mean, already some lives were lost was it Poland, I believe? 2 people died. Oh, well, nothing happened there. That's a NATO country, isn't it? Wherever these missiles are going. It's getting ridiculous. We need to be getting together and taking out Russia's assets so that they can no longer do these things. And we should do that as European countries and defending ourselves. That's what I say. And it doesn't have to be a European army. It can be each country working together, because let's face it, we're not in the EU anyway in UK. We are, of course, in Europe, and the EU is just an economic union anyway. And it's about time we all got together. And the only other thing that can be done is to get onto your politicians. I've been saying this now since before Christopher James died. I started telling everybody, you all need to get more politically active. We need to start looking at what's happened in the US. And I've said it the last few weeks. If you think that's not coming to politics near you, you're a fool. It's already there. Just as Jerome said about what's going on in Germany, it's exactly the same as what happened in the US, just on a smaller scale in a different country with different players. But it's the same game, and it's going to keep happening everywhere. So we need to get onto our representatives, and we need to be telling them to do more. And if that involves embargoing everything, then we need to do so. And we need to be able to make those sacrifices and stick to those principles and do without whatever it is that we need or we think we need, because otherwise Russia will just push us to the point anyway, the same way that they did with the gas blowing up the Nord Stream. It's going to get there eventually anyway. Do we want to get to a position where Russia cuts us off at the worst time for us, when we don't have any power and we've not done anything? No, we need to be making preparations for all these things now and doing without all these things and cutting Russia off completely. And I would just embargo everything. But that's just me and my big stick, James, right? Get onto your politicians. That's the only way to fix things. That's the only way that things will change in politics. It's the only way those actors, whether it's in German government or any other government for that matter, and especially where elections are coming up, I'm paying attention to what the opposition leader is saying in my country, because we have elections coming up, and I want to know what noises they are making so that I know who to make my vote for when it comes to it, because I'm a one-issue voter. What's best for Ukraine? Now, that's my rant over, James. Thank you very much for listening, everybody.
Well, great rant, right on target. It's got to be an issue before the politicians can, even address it. And that's the thing. Sometimes I think this is just one of these issues. They've got it in a little box. Oh, we're going to increase the budget, 0.1%. So that's our action plan. It's got to be a bigger issue than that, doesn't it, Booyah?
Much bigger issue. Well said, Tracy. 100% could not agree with you anymore. Because if you think that Russia has not infiltrated your governments, all of them, you're crazy. This is what they do. They play the long game. I like to quote, on a regular basis that Russia has been running info ops on the US since the 1920s. If you think that they don't know how to get to your politicians, you're crazy. So it is better to get to them first, because at the end of the day, you control whether or not they get reelected, not Russia. So this is the power that you do have, and I don't want to hear any Ukraine supporter ever telling me that they are sick of politics, because this is where we are. This is geopolitics as we know it right now. Russia is the enemy, along with some others. But in the context of Ukraine, they are the enemy. They have infiltrated your governments, and they are in the pockets of your elected leaders.
Thank you, Booyah. I absolutely agree with you. So get on to them and give them an earful, but in a polite way, of course. Do not be offensive. And if they are supporting them, then tell them that you want them to keep supporting them, because this has got to keep going on now. We cannot do this any other way. This is the only way to fight when those decisions are not being made, like you say, in the governments, in those, wherever it is around the world. Go ahead, James.
Before, I know that you want to move on, but before we finish off this conversation, I just want to agree with Booyah about the 1920s. I think that oh boy, I can't remember the book name. Was it Active Measures? I think it was. That was a great book, and it did draw out well, not all, but what we know of Russian measures in the U.S. and elsewhere, and they showed the pattern that Russia has used very successfully. So this is a real thing. And I think that we have a bill somewhere in our system that says you have to be acting fiscally. So every decision made should be put to a fiscal test, which somewhat restrains our position. I need to look more into that. I heard about that listening to the Secretary Austin when he was before one of the hearings in Congress, and I know that some Russian countries have the same kind of thing, a maximum percentage of increase in the budget that can be made. And I don't think these programs, well, they seem on the surface to be brilliant ideas, right? They are really potentially very harmful. And so there ought to be, if you're going to do some law like that, some language in it that says, except when, and that except when, I think we all know what that is situations where you can foresee a war coming. And I also, we do need time. I'm sorry to say it. We do need time because we've been caught out without sufficient supplies of everything that we need. Doesn't mean we couldn't win a war right now, but what we really need is overwhelming force. And that, I don't know that we have that. Do we have a force that can win? I believe we could beat Russia. Definitely, but it isn't just Russia, is it? It is multiple nations that are arrayed against us, and we don't know if put to the test if we could do it. And what we want is to be able to deter Russia rather than fight it. And we're way past losing that. They are, testing us, probing us, seeing how much we'll accept, and we see it through also the terrorist groups that are. They shot up, it didn't sink, but shot up a tanker not so long ago in the Red Sea, which of course that is another info op, because then maritime costs are going up, and that hits the incumbents in the different nations, and particularly in the United States, as inflation, that Joe Biden, he's going crazy with inflation. He's driving up inflation. We got to get rid of Joe Biden to protect our economy, blah, 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 blah. This is a real thing. And there are other ops like that. So we do need more preparation, and we need it fast. We need it urgently. And I do appreciate that even Ukraine was far from ready for what came at them. And now that we've heard about the underground parking lot for F-16s, we have a much better idea about what true preparation means for Ukraine. And this is a big deal. Tracy.
I don't think anything we do will deter Russia, James. That's the problem, because nothing's worked up to now, has it? They're just going to keep boiling the frog on us, and that's what they're doing all around the world in various active measures, including causing chaos in terms of shipping, to cause prices to go up, like you say, and many other things that they're doing to cause prices to increase, because that puts pressure on politicians in our countries, that causes divisions within our societies. That's exactly what they want. That's why they've started extending what they've done with the jammer to affect these Finnish flights in Estonia, because, well, that's the next best place to expand that to. Because why? Because you have to have GPS to land at that airport. It's one of the few airports that you need GPS to land at, and you can't land at that airport without GPS, and that's why those Finnish flights have been cancelled. So they're just going to keep doing this. They're going to keep adding all these pressures all around to make these things happen incrementally. Price increases, chaos caused everywhere in terms of, migration and all the other things that they're trying to weaponize. They're just going to keep doing it. So this is what I mean about we may as well just embargo everything and just take out all their assets, because they're going to push us to that point anyway, and they're going to push us to that point when we're not ready for it, and they're going to push us to that point when it suits them. And that's exactly why they're doing this incrementally. But of course, I'm no expert. It's important to say I have no strategic or military knowledge. This is just my opinion, because, nothing's going to deter them, right? They're not going to stop. They're just going to keep escalating as they do. Doug, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Tracy. James, hello. I'm not quite sure where we are with the topic at the moment. So if I'm slightly off topic, just excuse me. But if we're talking about politics and decisions and what's going to happen in the future, I've just caught up with a podcast from Channel 4 in the UK, which is a television news channel, and it was from the 25th of April, and it's entitled Ukraine-Russian War. Has the West got it all wrong? And I thought it would be the usual sort of bland conversation, and it turned out to be very interesting, because there's a minister, or an ex-minister now, who's just resigned from his position as a defence minister in the UK government, and the Labour Party spokeslady on defence. So two pretty significant people as far as the government of the UK and UK policy is going to be concerned over the next few years. And they were talking through the lessons that we've learned in the last 2 years, and what we might have done quicker and what we might have done better. And I found it really interesting that the minister actually said that he was supportive of the line that President Macron had taken about boots on the ground in Ukraine, and said quite explicitly that his view was that very shortly the UK and other countries acting independently of NATO, but obviously as NATO countries, but there would be independent action from NATO, and that they would actually have troops in Ukraine, in Western Ukraine, that the idea of training Ukrainian soldiers and engineers and all the other specialist trades that need doing. And I would suspect that has been obviously a cabinet level discussion in UK government, and this is where they're heading. That actually we are finally seeing some movement of us being a bit bolder. And they did. He also went through the scenarios about what would happen if Ukraine lost, if there was a frozen conflict, or Ukraine won, and his attitude and his opinion was that there was only one answer and that Ukraine had to win. So I found it quite heartening. So if anybody wants to have a listen to that podcast, it's Channel 4. It's called The Forecast, FOUR cast, and it's the 25th of April that was dated.
Well, thank you for that, Doug. I appreciate that. That's well, it's good to know for a start, isn't it? That they're talking about that and talking in that way, especially from the opposition as well. And were you talking about Ben Wallace then when you said the previous defence minister? Is that who you meant?
No, it wasn't. It was. I'm sorry. It wasn't the defence minister. It was a minister in the Department of Defence. The one who fairly recently said he was not going to stand in the next Parliament, and asked actually to leave his position. So I'm not sure which ministerial post he held, but it was in the Ministry of Defence.
Thank you. It's still good to know, though, isn't it? It's sad that he's leaving, though, unfortunately. I do know the Labour Party leader has, supported all the decisions that have been made and the increase to defence spending, etc., although that could do with increasing more. But I think, it's not just about that politics, is it, and that side of things. I think the whole thing is that, as far as I'm concerned, everything that we do to try to deter Russia just does absolutely no good whatsoever, and they're committing hybrid warfare against us and against other people. And so, aside from what's going on with Ukraine, we should be doing something to defend ourselves against that. We should be doing more and taking more action. And that's, of course, that's us defending ourselves. That's not us getting involved in between Russia and Ukraine. I know what you're saying about those defence staff, support staff, and that's good, I think. And Ukraine doesn't want like boots on the ground in terms any more than that, as we know, and doesn't want NATO there. And I don't think that NATO should go do that either. I don't think we should get involved in that. But I do think that we should be doing more to defend ourselves against Russia's hybrid warfare that they're committing against us. They're cyber attacking us. Critical infrastructure. They've done it in the US. They've affected water companies. They've cut cables. They've blown up Nord Stream. It's just, I cannot count. I'm losing count of the amount of things that they do. In terms of hacking alone, that's just massively increasing around the world. Then you've got this Baltic Jammer thing going on. Now you've got this, spy fleet that's this grey shadow fleet, whatever it is, shipping all the oil and all the dangers with that. And then on top of that, we find out from the Swedish Navy, somebody in the Swedish Navy reported recently about all the antennae and on there, and that's basically just a spy fleet, pretty much the same way China's is. We have to do something about all these things. And then there's all these other things going on, infiltrations of politics, spy networks being uncovered. We have to take more action, I think, as European countries. We have to get together, like you said, we're doing then in a bilateral way, if necessary, with each other, whatever. But we have to do something because we are the countries that are being affected. They cut one undersea cable in the UK, and then they cut part of the UK island off completely, although that was fixed very quickly. But that's not the point. They're testing They're testing our response times. They're testing what we do to see what happens with these disasters. I mean, you know, they're hacking all sorts of things that can affect critical infrastructure. You know, what if they do something that affects the clocks, like Mockers was saying this morning, and then that affects, you know, critical infrastructure? I mean, I was saying yesterday about how incredible it is what the Ukraine is doing with, in terms of fighting back against Russia trying to destroy the energy grid. I'll tell you something now, if our power generation was taken out 80% in the UK, it would be absolute chaos in this country. It would not be handled the way that Ukraine is handling it, with war. So we need to start getting real. And this is what I think we should be saying to our politicians. We need to be taking more action before Russia escalates it any further and there's some kind of massive crisis. I mean, this point is getting to the stage where the least worst thing would be an air crash, and that's a horrible thing to say when you think about the amount of people that are on a plane, you know. But that is the situation that it's getting to, that they're going to cause something really, really bad. Are we going to wait till then, and until the country's in chaos before we act, and then the government has to try and get society sorted out and deal with the chaos in public, as well as try fight whatever it is that they're attacking us with? Because that's what's coming. We need to do more. So that's what I think anyway. And the only way to do that any more than we have is more sanctions, embargo everything, and just cut Russia off completely, and teach them a lesson. And if that doesn't do any good, then we need to start targeting these things that they're using to cause all this damage, whether that's their ships or Baltic jammers. Because enough is enough as far as I'm concerned. But of course, that's just my ranty opinion for the day. But this is what I will be saying to my politicians anyway, repeatedly now, and I will be saying it to everybody else, and telling them to get onto their politicians too, until the election is over and beyond. IT fella, sorry for waffling so long. Please go ahead.
We're not on the same topic anymore, but I wanted to comment on this recurring theme that inflation is so high. It comes from MAGA in particular. They keep bringing it up. And the fact is, if you look at the numbers over the last year, we've dropped in the US from over 9% inflation to just over 3%. So inflation has dropped fully 6% in the last year. It seems to have leveled off for the moment at just above it, like 3.2%. And the Fed wants to see it under 3%. That's their target. So that's why we're not going to see any interest rate cuts here in the near future, because if they wait, it will push down. But that's a huge bit of misinformation that's coming out, like, oh, our economy. Republicans keep saying, oh, our economy is so bad. It's actually not. If you look at the numbers, Biden, and you can see it's Biden, has really cranked the economy up, and it's doing better now than it has in the last 20 years. And if it keeps going the way it is, inflation will take care of itself. The second thing that's coming up a lot is, oh, Ukraine can't be hitting oil refineries because it's spiking the price of gas. There was that short-term effect when they first started, but you'll notice it's hanging out around 82 at the moment, and it seems as soon as it gets over 80, it starts getting knocked back down. So what Ukraine is doing with refineries hasn't affected the price of gas. Speculation has affected the price of gas. And it really should come down. If you really look at what Ukraine is doing, they're not destroying Russia's ability to pump oil and get crude to market. They're targeting the refining towers. And in Russia, the way Russia's oil economy works, they refine oil for domestic use and sell crude oil on the global market. If you knock out their refining towers, it means they don't have the fuel and lubrication oils that they normally get from refining, and they're building up a glut of crude, which, if anything, will ultimately drive the price of oil down. Now, so far, Russia's done a good job of hiding that, but they are overproducing, and they're way overproducing at this point, to the tune of over 1 million. They're producing over 1 million barrels a day of oil above where the Saudis want to see them. At the beginning of the year, Russia entered an agreement with the Saudis to reduce their oil production by 500,000 barrels a day. They never did that. And in the meantime, Ukraine started hitting their refineries and have knocked out about another at least 600,000 barrels a day of refined products. So basically, that's 600,000 barrels a day added to the crude they have, and they were already overproducing 500,000 barrels a day on their agreement with the Saudis. So now they're overproducing over 1 million barrels a day. And I'll be surprised if the Saudis don't comment on that sometime in the near future, because as Ukraine continues to hit more refineries, that's going to go up. And at some point, the Saudis will step in. Basically, because Russia's reneging on its deal with the Saudis and actually driving it further in the wrong direction. It's a good idea. Like oil and inflation were the two I wanted to think about, but there's a lot of what's going on with what Russia is doing in the non-kinetic side of things. And you're right, they're doing a lot. They're weaponizing everything they can get their hands on, including going into places just to drive the population out, to push populations of people into the free world, to create immigration problems for Ukraine and everybody else, for that matter. And that's another argument. But anyway, mainly I wanted to get back to the inflation, because Russia's view of inflation in the democratic world is completely off base. And that's really what I wanted to get to.
Thank you, IT fella. I appreciate that. You're right, and that's exactly what I was saying. But if I gave the wrong impression, then I apologise. Because, like I said, that's what Russia is trying to do. What Russia is trying to do and what they're actually doing is very often two different things. And you're right, in their mind. So that's probably a better way to put it. To clarify, is that in their mind, that's their intention, and that's what they're trying to do. I think my point was really is that they're weaponizing everything, like you say, and they're trying to do all these things, and all of it adds to the chaos. Whether it increases the prices or not, it adds to the chaos and it adds to the propaganda, and all of those things go together in that active measures. But I appreciate you coming up and saying that, because I don't want to give the wrong impression. So thank you for that. You're absolutely right. And the oil thing, did you want to add something, James?
I did indeed. So first, thank you very much for bringing up the immigration point, but I'm going to call it refugee instead, because immigration kind of connotes a voluntary system where people are trying to get into a country for, a reason not related to exterior pressure, whereas refugee is more like it right now. The Russians would love to drive Ukrainians out of Ukraine, and they've done that in Syria and other places, and it causes refugee crises. And those refugees, many of them do need exactly what they're asking for, and that is a safe place to live, because where they're leaving isn't safe. And in terms of the inflation question, I think you provided all the facts very well, so thank you for that. And it's amazing how much mileage you get out of the small amount of inflation that's there. And so when when they raised the discussion about what they're going to do with the interest rates at the Fed, they said, well, we're going to have to keep them where they are. And that's enough of a signal for some people to say, oh, there's an inflation problem, there's this crisis. And in times of war, it's amazingly low, IT fella. It is amazingly low for what's going on, and the economy is extremely hot, and it's diversified. It is not just a war economy; it's a diversified economy. So you're absolutely right. It is deficit spending, to be sure, but it is also investments, and that has worked out well for us to spend on investments in the country, and it grows our economy. It also pulls money, away from fossil fuels. Some of it hasn't. Last year, there was a large program to get people to move to heat pumps, and that did, in fact, decrease the demand for gas, or natural gas, somewhat. So lots of complicated things. So thank you, IT fella, for that. And Mary, I believe you were next.
Good morning. Hi. It's morning here anyway. Thank you, James. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, IT fella and Jenny, for all such interesting points which were on my mind this morning, and you've answered all my questions. I do want to add to what Tracy said, and thank you for all of that elaboration, Tracy. I really feel that deeply in my soul. It's not just the weapons, and we're focusing on weapons all the time here, and power and weapons and technology and all of that. And a lot of people don't even know that we speak in terms of everything like hybrid warfare, asymmetrical warfare, guerrilla warfare. There are all kinds of warfare. But what I've noticed from our experience here in the US is we fail a lot by underestimating low tech, Luddite sort of approaches. We didn't win we didn't win World War II alone, and we did not win it because of weapons. We won it because of nearly half a million dead soldiers and Americans, and over half a million wounded, and some for life. And that doesn't even approach PTSD, which is what Ukraine is going to have to deal with for a century. This is a generational problem. So what I want to say is, I do not understand how this never gets addressed. We were hit by a commercial airplane that got hijacked, and the whole country went mad. Understandably, it was a big tragedy here on 9/11. And that wasn't the only thing that was hit. But think about where that came from. I will never forget some of the things the North Vietnamese did in the Vietnam War. The most terrifying things they did had nothing to do with fancy weapons. So this was also true of Japan. It was also, and that's long ago and over in ancient history now, and so thank God. But it's a mindset. And what we cannot seem to get across to our people is preparation for modern warfare also includes thinking. And the Ukrainians have done it. They're making drones in their kitchens. All right, at least one of them is. So how do you change that is my question. I don't know. But the low tech stuff, we have that going on in Washington, D.C. on a crime basis. The crimes are being occurred on motorbikes. That's happening in Ukraine as well. Paige tweeted about one of those today. A drone followed a guy who was killing people on his motorbike, killing Ukrainian soldiers, or civilians rather, Russian guy. So anyway, that's my complaint. And this has been my complaint since 9/11. Nobody seems to be thinking that one EMP weapon strategically placed over the US or any other country does more damage than can be calculated. Yesterday on MriyaReport, there was a fabulous segment on, help me out, James and Tracy, the power generator.
New Use Energy, Paul from New Use Energy.
Thank you. So that continual uninterrupted power can be provided to hospitals during this war setting, war situation, not war, it's not war, during the defense against genocide. Thank you very much. So there we go. how we use these terms matters, asymmetrical, hybrid, whatever warfare. We can look that up. Anybody can Google that and learn, which is great. However, what does it really mean? It means watch Ukraine and watch what else is happening in the world that supports. It's like there's institutional support in every cult in the world for what's happening in each of the two hottest spots in the country. And it's growing. It's not going away. So anyway, that's my plea. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mary.
Mary.
Go on, Jim.
We still haven't worked out this timing thing exactly. These are good things. People do need to understand the terms, especially the hybrid war, total war, unlimited war, and I guess another way of saying it is total war. I think that is a classic term for this kind of thing, where every consideration of victory must be considered, from all of the economic pieces and tools that are available to the kinetic and everything in between, including policies that might impact who is forced to go to war, which unpopular topic for sure that is. We definitely saw that in Vietnam, extremely unpopular, and that was that was for a lot of reasons. But in any case, Mary, thank you very much. It is important that we learn these things. It's important if we can teach them to our populations, because they're things they need to understand. And this is where education is called for. And again, I'm still a proponent of sort of a national defense or national security curriculum for our schools, because I think without that, we could get a whole population of younger people who don't understand, and they're not prepared to help think through the crisis or react to what the government is asking them to do appropriately. But so thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Scout Green, welcome.
Oh, welcome. Good conversation. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for all the time everybody puts in. Good work, everybody. Just put something in a post area, because I didn't know if I could wait long enough to come up. But there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation. Disinformation is when something is not true. Misinformation is when you take something that's partially true and try to say something different about it. So the way to talk about, and I'll just comment about inflation, and then I'll move on. And I'm listening as long as I can today. Thanks again for everything you guys do. But the inflation is accumulated. You can look at the post and see that but is accumulated 17%. So my paycheck buys 17% less than it did 4 years ago. It has improved, as you can see on the bar chart that's on that article from the data service. So that is a difference. So even though it's improving, and that's a good thing, we need to tell both sides of that story. That is that it is accumulated 17%, and if the Biden can't won't address the fact that there is a need for changes in wages and a number of other areas, and that people are hurting because of the 17%. And just saying it's better now, but that you never go back when inflation goes up. So that's all I'm saying there. And let's stay on Ukraine and keep working together on that. Thank you.
Well, you are correct about the inflation situation. It does add up, and we have adjusters for it in Social Security. It also affects wages. Wages have gone up in the same period. Does it match exactly? No, it does not match exactly. So there has been a real loss in spending. And these are exogenously driven. They're driven from the outside of the U.S. economy, and therefore it puts the administration in automatically in a reactive mode. This was not a choice by anyone. So what levers we have to pull, we pulled. And the president used, the administration, I should say, use their authority to tap the strategic oil reserves that we have, and then subsequently refilled it. So these are some of the things that we did to control inflation, and there were other things. For example, that Inflation Reduction Act that also addressed some of this. But what we cannot do is make the Houthis stop doing what they're doing without more kinetic action. And what we saw was that their war with Saudi Arabia, wow, Saudi Arabia fired thousands of missiles at them, and it didn't stop them. And so I think what is happening in the Red Sea now is really limited strikes as possible to hopefully halt the Houthis' attack. Can we stop them without going to total war with Iran? It's a good question, and I don't know. But these are the things that really are somebody else's choice and not ours. And so, again, we're in this reactive mode. You cannot control the impact of all these things. And also, you cannot change the oil supply itself. You can tap into more or less of it, but the total amount that's there is shrinking every day. It is not an unlimited resource, and in 50 years or so, what is known to be existing will be depleted at the rate we're using it. So we can expect some things to become more expensive all by themselves. And so these are fascinating topics, and they are pertinent to war. They're central to the total or hybrid or whatever you want to call that style of war, where you're taking all these things into account. And so it's definitely of great importance to us and great importance to Ukraine. And they are suffering the most from the inflation situation. I believe that is the case still. So they're well aware of it too. So yes, we've got inflation issues, and they're not as bad as they could have been without action taken. So there was a response. You just can't make it go to zero through policy when it comes from outside of the country. But in any case, Scouts, I don't know if you want to follow up on that.
Go ahead, Mary. Welcome.
Hey, just throwing it out there, the CPI does not include energy or groceries. So while it may say that and I forget what the exact number was, I believe it's like 2.9 or something like that, but below 3% for the latest inflation rate. That does not include groceries. So by saying, that inflation is not bad, that really doesn't help our cause by telling people like, oh, it's just misinformation when we go to the grocery store and we see that prices on juice have doubled, which in my case, I buy juice all the time because I have a son that's all he'll drink. That doesn't help our cause. So what's important to say is it has nothing to do with Ukraine, and that if we don't do something, then prices are going to be way higher and we're going to have to spend a lot more because Russia's going to keep doing what it's doing. And you know what I'm saying? But just burying our heads in the sand and saying that it's not occurring and that it's just all misinformation is not the answer, because obviously when we go into the grocery store, we look at the cost of things and they are higher. Now we're still very fortunate because it totally depends where you live on the cost of things, because it has a lot to do with getting the stuff to your stores and all of that. So that greatly impacts the cost of everything. And but I just wanted to throw it out there that the CPI does not include the cost of excuse my voice, please. I'm getting over bronchitis, does not include the cost of energy or the cost of groceries. So just saying that it's all misinformation, the cost of inflation or what's going on with it, that does not necessarily help our cause, because that could just kind of shut people down, when really we just have to say that, you know, what's going on in Ukraine and us supporting them is not going to change what the impact is here. Us supporting Ukraine is not going to make milk cheaper here. It's not going to change the cost of eggs here. It's just going to keep our sons and daughters from having to fight there. It's going to save Ukrainian lives. It's going to stop Russia, and it's just going to create a safer world in general. And that's what we need to focus on. So just wanted to just kind of, I don't know. Anyways, thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Mary. Yeah, you make a very good point, and you're absolutely right. And, you know, I think I'm not an economist, so I'm not even going to try and pretend that I know about these things or what inflation even is in anybody else's country anyway, other than my own, for that matter. I can speak anecdotally like you, that things have gone up here in price and things of this and that. And you cannot say that Russia is not some of the cause of that, but that's exactly the point. You're right. It's that Russia is the cause of that, not Ukraine, and not supporting Ukraine will not make that any better. It will just make it worse, exactly as you say. And I think it just gets me mad when I hear people have these conversations as well, because I just think, like, personally, I'll just speak about myself, how it makes me feel. I just feel like saying, well, so what? Things went up in price, even if that was true. So what? This is happening, even if that's true. Like, are you dying? Are you getting a missile on your head? No. Have you got food in your stomach and somewhere to sleep at night and a house to live in and clothes to wear and all these things? And you don't have to worry about being terrorized constantly. Well, then stop moaning. And this is what I feel like our politicians is the problem with them, is that some of them don't want to make the sacrifices that are necessary, and sometimes that involves, you know, business. I mean, look at the UK. We may be doing great in one way, supporting Ukraine militarily, but then we still have far too many links with receiving finances mixed with Russia and all these other things that are going on with oil and goodness knows what. And you know, it's just got to stop. And I think that's exactly what Russia plays on. And that's why they do these incremental things like Baltic jammers and all these things, because they know that politicians are going to sit there and be having those conversations. Oh, it's about inflation, it's about this, it's about that. And whether it is propaganda, misinformation, or just plain BS, quite frankly, because I'm getting to the point where I just now it's either fact or it's BS. One of the other. There is no in between. And I think this is why I'm saying all we can do about all of those problems that we keep discussing is to get onto our representatives and to tell them all the things that we are talking about here together, that we're agreeing on, and push that information and share it, because those hang-ups in government, whether it's in German government, US government, whatever it is, wherever it is, they are going to stay there until we get past this point. And we have to make our politicians get past that point before Russia takes it to a point where there's some massive loss of life or some massive disaster, even worse than what they've already done, as if it's not bad enough already. I don't know if I'm just like making things confusing people even more then, or clarifying what I'm trying to say, but I just think, you know, what we have to do is get onto our politicians and make them make those changes. And you're absolutely right, Mary, we should be very clear and put it like that. So thank you for that.
Yep, indeed. Thank you. I hope I didn't say there's no inflation. I'm acknowledging it. So to be clear, definitely there is, and I notice it too. Yeah, it can come from a lot of sources, and not just gas, not just war, other things as well. So, anyways, I'm not sure who was next yet. Tracy, was it Booyah? I think it was, and then Jenny. But you tell me.
I think it was Booyah. Welcome back, Booyah.
Hello. So, according to a Federal Trade Commission report that came out in March of 2024, the reason for soaring prices at our grocery store is largely due to corporate greed. Um, so, yeah, there's that part. Secondarily, I think that, you know, when we're talking about hitting Russian military infrastructure, I think that the biggest people that will be affected by that are places like India and China. And I can find those articles and repost them for anyone that's interested. But I just wanted to make that point really quickly.
Thank you, Booyah. But you know, Russia's not committing hybrid warfare against China and India. We're committing it against us. And you know, I think we should, if we're not going to go to the point of taking out their strategic capabilities, such as this Baltic jammer, then we certainly should be coming down on embargoing them and sanctioning them and cutting them off completely. At this stage, I don't know why we should be having any business with them at all, with anything apart from possibly medicines. Go ahead, Booyah.
Couldn't agree with you more, ma'am.
Thank you. Bless you. And I didn't mean that in an insult, by the way. When people like us say bless you, we mean it in a nice way. We don't mean it in the southern, oh, bless you little heart way, just to be clear. Go ahead, Jenny.
So I just wanted to say to Mary that for people that say that this doesn't affect my grocery bill and stuff, it actually does. And I'm going to tell you. So Russia has, I'm trying to think, but they are the biggest single supplier of fertilizer. And they sell it to the US, to most of Europe, you know. So when your food gets more expensive, it is because it costs more to grow it because they need fertilizer. And that includes milk and eggs because the animals eat feed, like the grain that they feed on. Their feed is part of this. So it is connected. And I didn't realize how much it cost the farmers, but after the war broke out, one of my friends who is a milk farmer, so he has like a gazillion cows and you know he's a dairy farmer, right? And he broke it down with the price hike of the the gasoline in Sweden after the pandemic, and then with the Russia's war in Ukraine, the fertilizer went up, and he said that his cost per month increased because he has a big dairy farm. It increased. He's like, I would need to raise the price of milk by about $5 to make up the difference. And so those people, they don't. I don't know if they have thought about this. We are looking at other ways of getting the fertilizer to squeeze Russia out of the market. This is also part of why they want the eastern part of Ukraine, because one of the ingredients is in making good fertilizer is in the the earth. It's one of those minerals that's in the earth in eastern Ukraine. So when all this BS that everybody is spouting about, like, oh, you know, they used to belong to the Soviet Union, yada yada, load of BS. No, it's rare earth minerals. It is with the Ukrainian fertilizer, they would corner some, like if it was like 30 or 40% of the fertilizing market, they would be the single distributor of 30 to 40% of, I think those are the numbers. I'm not 100% sure because now I'm going off memory. So I just want to put that disclaimer in there. If somebody comes like, no, you're wrong, it's 25%. Either way, a quarter, even if it's just 25% of the market with Ukraine, that is a quarter of the global market for fertilizer that Russia would control if they take Ukraine. And that would increase the price of fertilizer and your food by astronomical numbers. if they get to corner that much. So it's and then it's lithium, I think, that's in the earth underneath Ukraine. And if Russia mines that, that is the part that goes into our batteries. And then you have the grain because it's really fertile soil and also the warm water ports. And so they get to do all the export. It is all connected and it's all economic. Everything else but economics in about this war is pure BS. Also, they just want to erase Ukraine because Ukraine has, probably has a lot of deeds on Russia and can go like, no, you're genocidal maniacs. We hate you. And therefore, Russia thinks that they should be exterminated. So that part is not connected to economics, but that is just assholery on parts of Russia. And I'm not lecturing you. I'm just like, this is my talking points. I bring these up all the time because I want people to understand the economics behind the war, why it's so important for Ukraine or for Russia to win in Ukraine. And they're not concerned. If they wanted a regime change, they would have pushed more for Kyiv. Instead, they're holding on to the eastern part of Europe or Ukraine tooth and nail. And that is because that is where the money is. There are gas deposits too there. Anyway, I've rambled enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Just one other thing to add before we go back to Mary. Something else you should be all saying to your politicians, if they're not going to do anything about taking out Russia's assets, then what they should be doing is giving everything else that they've got left that they would use to take out Russia's assets to Ukraine then. Because if we're not going to use it, then they can use it because Russia has just hit Odessa with an Iskander missile. They've just hit the university there. And other critical infrastructure. 8 people are reported as injured at the moment, but of course this has just happened, so I will bring you all the information as it comes in. That's just from the military administration or relevant services are working on site. So if we're not going to use these things that we have, then give them to Ukraine and let them use them because they're just sitting there doing nothing otherwise. In addition, Kharkiv has been struck. 5 anti-tank missiles on populated areas of Kharkiv. This is, of course, why we are trying to help them because they're hitting Kharkiv constantly. I'm just going to check the military administration for the most up-to-date information. Shelling, 1 civilian was wounded. A 42-year-old man was injured as a result of the enemy fire. He was hospitalized with an explosive injury and shrapnel wounds. He's gone to a medical facility. 5 anti-tank missiles fired onto populated areas of the Kharkiv district. So there we go. Tell your politicians that's what they should be doing with their assets if they're not going to use them. Sorry, James, did you want to come in before we carry on to Mary?
Just wanted to chime in and back at Jenny and just say that, Russia is also adding to fertilizer in Ukraine. I bet you knew that.
Go ahead,
Yes,
Mary.
it was intended that way.
Thank you, James.
James, that's very funny. Let's not forget, hopefully they have lots of sunflower seeds in their pockets. Jenny, yes, I do know I live in a farming community and my husband actually owns a landscaping company with several crews that over the past about 4 years, the cost of fertilizer has gone up about 75%. But we actually in America do not get most of our fertilizer from Russia. It actually comes from Canada. So not quite sure. They say it has to do with getting it here and other reasons for the cost of it. So, again, inflation, but, it is what it is, and we just keep trucking away. But we just support Ukraine, and I just think it's important just to, defeat Russia. But like you said, it all does tie back to it in a way. But for the vast majority of people, I think it's just important to have them understand that in the bottom line, in America anyways, our defense budget in the United States, us supporting Ukraine, because that's what a lot of the MAGA talking points are. And that was kind of what I was speaking to, was the MAGA talking points of that we can't afford, because we have what are we at, $34 trillion or whatever in debt. We can't afford to spend money in Ukraine. We can't afford this because we need to whatever our border or whatever else. But the way our budgets work, that's a completely different budget. That, this money is coming from somewhere different. And the money that we are giving to Ukraine from, or our old Bradleys, our old equipment, has nothing to do with what's going on in the grocery stores. It has nothing to do with what's happening at our border. It has nothing to do with the fact that we are not helping the homeless vets that we should be helping. That's a completely separate issue. And I think that that's what we need to focus on, that those are all separate issues, and that we should be taking care of all of them. And that for a country as fortunate as we are, we should be, and that we can. So that was what I was trying to get at, that we need to stress, rather than saying that they're not seeing what they're seeing and that inflation isn't as bad as what it is, because you go to the grocery store and you see it, that it just is not be caused by what's going on in Ukraine, or the fact that we passed this bill, or that whatever else. That was just what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Anything to add, James?
No, thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. Good clarification.
Okay, was it Jenny next? I think. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends who are not MAGA, but they're MAGA adjacent. And I have argued a lot of times. And I said, you know what? You're fine. I don't care. At this point, I don't actually care. But don't come and whine and bitch to me when you have to send your sons and daughters off to fight yet another war that could have been avoided in Europe, a much bigger war in Europe that we could all have avoided if we had all worked together. And I actually managed to convert one of them to my side. And also, I have talked to some people who were complaining about, like, oh, the war in Ukraine, it's making my groceries cost a lot more, the inflation and everything. And if we stop funding them, then it's going to get better. And I was like, no, it isn't. I had no idea that the prices of the fertilizer had gone up 75%. And I would double check if Canada actually makes the fertilizer themselves, or if they in turn buy it from Russia, because they had a pretty good chokehold on the world. And even the fertilizer that wasn't made in Russia went up because there was such scarcity of fertilizer that is not Russian. That was one of the problems. And so, but double check that. Thank you for telling me the price hike. That's insane. And imagine if you have to fertilize an entire field and the price went up 75% in order to feed your cows, then that cost is going to trickle down to the consumer when they're buying the milk. You have to raise the milk with 75%. And then there are other things that are going to cost too. And these are the things that um, I don't know if people think about. I did not realize how much eggs cost at one point in the US until a friend of mine who lives in Florida, and I know it's Florida. Trust me, I know all the jokes. But they had like an anti-theft device on the 15 egg carton. And I was shocked when I saw when she took a picture and sent it to me. And I asked her if she was joking, and she said no. They have actually put anti-theft devices on egg cartons in Florida. I think they have removed them now, but this was probably back in 2022. And I was just floored by how that could happen. But I'm full of good talking points when talking to MAGA, so you can get them kind of converted if you want to waste your time and try. Just hit me up. Trust me, I got loads. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. I might have to get some of that help from you, because sometimes I get so infuriated. I have to like take a breath before I reply to people when they say things like that, because sometimes what I feel like saying is like, well, you know, well, what's your problem? I don't care how much something else costs, extra costs, right? Are you basically saying then that, okay, well, it's okay to allow genocide to happen then because this thing might cost me more, or because I might have to make sacrifices, you know? And even and then, like you say, the cost isn't the thing anyway. It's not related to Ukraine or Ukraine's fault. And all of the points that everybody's made are absolutely right. And we should always make all of those things clear when people, you know, come at you. But I just think sometimes I find it really hard to have the patience to answer those people, like I say, without taking that breath, because I just think it's incredibly selfish, even if that was true, to stand there and say, well, I mean, and they're not exactly saying, well, I'm prepared to allow genocide because this is going to cost me more. And even I'm not just even talking in terms of money, whatever the sacrifice it is that they have to make, you know, the country might have to do without giving something because of aid, whatever, and then missiles might not then be in that country. So what? You know, give them anyway, because right, you're not dying. Russia's not attacking you. You're not saying that you're not going to get involved and use them against Russia to defend yourself. So then what's the point in keeping them, right? Because if you need them, it's going to be when Russia does something ridiculous, like causes some kind of mass accident. And I would point to the Baltic Jammer, because this is my point, really. Look at what's happened with the Baltic Jammer. It's not been there for very long, has it, before they've increased it incrementally. And now look at what's happened with those two planes. So we've not done anything about it. So how long does it take them now before that gets increased further, or before a plane comes down? 2 weeks, 4 weeks, a couple of months? How long does it take before they go to that incremental change, that next incremental change? Because I bet you it's not going to be that long. That's, of course, just my opinion. Did you want to follow up, Jenny, before we go to Booyah? Go ahead, Booyah.
I just sent you video of the Law Academy in Odessa on fire, and there have been casualties, unfortunately. I'm waiting for an official report, but I just sent you that video, Tracy.
Thank you so much, Booyah. This is exactly my point. If we're not going to use them against Russia, our assets, give them to Ukraine. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Brian, were you next? I've lost control of the hands. I do apologise. Who was next?
I'm actually not sure who was next. I'll make it quick. I know you got other hands. You know, these people bitching about inflation. Well, guess what? 90% of the semiconductor grade neon that's used for chip production in U.S. industry comes from, guess where? Ukraine. Guess where the biggest backup source is for neon gases for high grade, highly purified semiconductor grade manufacture for chip production? China. So you tell me if it's a great idea to allow Russia and China to gate essentially the U.S. chip manufacturer, chip production for things in consumer goods, for businesses, and also for, guess what, our military, right? I mean, we're in the era of smart weapons. and semiconductors. Look at what's happening with these drones. It's all driven by semiconductor chips, and so it doesn't sound like it would be a good idea strategically to have Russia and China control all of this, right? And that's what happens if Russia is allowed to annex effectively Ukraine. And then regarding this MAGA messaging with the border, well, guess what? if we down tools in Ukraine and we have to revisit this in a hot shooting war in 4 years in Europe, to Yenny's point, the last thing we're going to be worried about then is the border. We will be unhappy about a lot of things, and the southern border will be down on the list if that circumstance comes to pass. Back to you.
Thank you, Brian. You make some very good points. Go ahead, Martin.
Thank you, Tracy, and Slava Ukraini. Martin Zielik,
Slava.
Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Just regarding Jenny's comments about fertilizer, Canada is the world's largest producer of potash. We rank #1 according to a source I'm looking at right now. And all of the potash in Canada, which is of course used in fertilizer, Canada is the world's largest exporter of potash. I mean, my country is rich in every mineral resource. So the province of Saskatchewan, which is right next door to my province, to the west, has 10 active potash mines. And in 2022, Canada accounted for 38% of the world's total. So I wanted to bring that to your attention just as a point in the discussion of fertilizer. Canada, Russia, and Belarus. Slava Ukraini, retweet this site, and great discussion, and I'll just drop down to listener.
Thank you, Martin. Much appreciated. At this point, I will just do without anything. This is how I feel right now, and that's what I'll be telling my politicians. What are you playing at? Right? You need to start making more sacrifices and sending these things to Ukraine if we're not going to use them, because this is just getting unacceptable. And if we're not going to defend ourselves against this hybrid warfare, you know what? Right? What if Nord Stream was in a different place? What if Nord Stream was in the middle of the Atlantic? What if a cable had have been cut there instead of in the UK? What if that would have happened then? Right? Would that make things vastly different then? Right? That's what I'm wondering, because and this is why I'm saying Europe needs to get together and do something about it. And if they're not going to, they need to give these things to Ukraine, because this is what Russia is doing every single day in Ukraine. Otherwise, in Odessa, 2 people and a dog have died as a result of the Russian missile attack. Another 8 people were injured of varying different severities, including a 12-year-old boy. Doctors are providing the victims with all the necessary assistance, and this is what I'm saying to my politicians anyway from now on, and this is what I'm saying to anybody that has any complaints to me that I speak to in public. I'm making all the points that we all talk about, like you've all said, how it doesn't, relate to all the things that they may think. I'm countering all the propaganda if I'm hearing it. Of course I am. But I think basically the answer to all of the problems is we need our politicians to do more, and we need them to be cutting them off completely and embargoing them. And that's not just Russia. I mean, let's talk about Belarus, for example. What about them? Why are they not getting more sanctions? And you know what? You make a very good point, Brian. What about China? What about all these people? We need to do something more, and we need to start making more sacrifices. And people in societies where life is comfortable need to start realizing that the world is in a position where if we don't make more sacrifices and help Ukraine more, then we will indeed end up in a position where we're all fighting Russia and all making the sacrifices with our lives that Ukrainians are doing every single day. Go ahead, Helsinki fellow.
Thanks, Tracy. Hi, everybody. Yeah, the discussion have evolved a little bit, but yeah, this price thing is also, it's like evident thing. I noticed that all kind of basic products have been steadily getting a little bit more expensive, and then also the package sizes have become smaller, and the prices have remained the same or getting higher. So it's like customer pays more, and you have to draw the kind of line. What is the reason? And the reason, of course, is the Russian aggression in Ukraine and Russia destabilizing Europe. So this is the kind of supply chains in the world are very fragile, and especially this what was discussed, the fertilizer. You know, the first war summer, or was it the year after the war? There was Finnish farmers were paying 5 times more for the fertilizer. So it's somehow they manage, but it's like all direct. And I can say personally also, I was selling some kind of real estate kind of thing, and I suffered quite a lot of economic loss, like everybody. And that winter was like, you know, there was like here there was fear that the electricity will be cut, and you know, people were preparing to put a tent inside their flat and this kind of thing. So it's just like we can blame Russians for also this economical hardships, and then the question of how we are going to, because our second main party in the government, they were running on platforms saying that they want to get the fuel price less, and I'm sure Americans are very familiar with this kind of like political point taking, and now because the situation is so dire and we are doing cuts, you know, they actually had to raise the price of gasoline. So now, you know, the left-leaning parties are having a field day, you know, trolling them that you said this and now this. So it's like you know, and the politicians, you know, how much kind of like if we are going to suffer these hardships, you know, we have people are so comfortable here in the West that we have to kind of keep this Ukraine thing in the news every day, that people understand that sacrifices has to be made, that this is like really like we have to suffer also economically because of Ukraine is fighting for us. And then the current issue is, of course, this GPS jamming, which is close to our shores and everywhere in the Baltics. Like, are the journalists, are they asleep at the wheel? You know, are they like silent on this? I don't see anything in the mainstream media about this. You know, what is the issue and how we are going to counter this? And you know, Finnair had 2 hours ago made a tweet about saying that they have to discontinue some flights, and it's like, you know, I don't hear anybody talking about anything about that in the news. They talk about something else, but this is completely silent. So I find it like I don't know. It's like it's weird, huh?
Well, I don't know. You've got a point. I was thinking that Helsinki fella, right? I was wondering if the silence is because they are making a decision, because like literally one plane turned back and then the next one the next day, so it's quite soon. And I was wondering if a decision was being discussed. Obviously they're going to be discussing it on a strategic level, and what, if anything, they can do, but you're right, this is exactly my point. You know, they're just going to keep doing these things over and over again, and this is why I get so frustrated with them. You know, we all know that those sacrifices need to be made. We make all the sacrifices that we can every single day, every one of us, you know, and in part fundraising, in part sharing information, you know, in all the ways that we do, in advocating, in contacting our politicians, and all the important ways that we all learn from each other so that we can share that information and put that political pressure on them, you know. But I don't think they know. This is what I mean. I think they need to know in a different way. They know the information. They know, that 8 people may have died. 2 people and a dog have died, and 8 people are injured, and one's a 12-year-old boy in Odessa right now with an Iskander missile. What they don't know is what we're sitting here and seeing, and that's videos of people in the streets after these attacks, and animals and children being pulled out of rubble. That's not what's getting through to them. And that's what we need to get through to those people that are making those decisions. That's what I feel sometimes. How's thinky fella?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I sent you by DM. I cannot, of course, put anything in the nest, but there was like this Marko Mikkelson. He's let me see. He's a quite smart politician from Estonia, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Estonian Parliament, this Riigikogu. He was tweeting that about this GPS harassment or jamming, in Baltic, and you can see it's not like only this kind of flights between Helsinki and Tartu. It's like everywhere near the Kaliningrad, all over to the big part of northern Germany, Poland, everywhere. So it's like, okay, I understand that there is like a command and control and change of command, and politicians what is the kind of official response or the NATO response, and this is, of course, everything is monitored. The battle space and airspace is monitored 24 hours a day. But like journalists, it's like, this is an interesting thing. People are like, people fly a lot, and it's like, should we be worried? I don't want to kind of be alarmist, but it's like, I guess the journalist, if it's a newsworthy story, they should write about it. Twitter is all over with this, all full of this info, and no journalist writing anything. I just don't get it.
There is a lot of decision making going on, and I think the response threshold for different attacks, there's a reason to hold back and not go off the first time that somebody violates the border in some trivial way. I think to take a response, a military response against Russia. That's a hard decision to make, because I could see that going pretty quickly to escalating into something much larger. I would hope at least that people might say, look, if this continues, then we're just going to have to send more arms, something like that. But on the other hand, I would be very happy to see them enable a special forces, group from Ukraine to hit that Baltic jammer. I don't know how you do that without, without involving a third party to, get them there. Storm Shadow would do. Does it have the range to go from Ukraine to Kaliningrad, I guess is the question. And maybe it does, but maybe we could at least claim that, they got there on their own. They got a little ship there and Storm Shadowed it. Yeah, that would be fantastic. But at this point, they have decided on a strategy. To me, it's pretty clear that Europe, NATO, the working group, the Ramstein working group, has definitely come up with the strategy of definitely not engaging in a tit for tat kind of game with Russia. Is it wise? I don't know. Will it come to an end? Yes, it will, when there's some threshold that's reached. I have no idea what they've set as a threshold, but it seems awfully high at this point. It seems too high. And it seems to me that taking out Kaliningrad and the Baltic jammer, the Baltic jammer, let's just talk about that. Destroying that seems to be completely within the realm of a reasonable response to a real and present danger that Russia is inflicting on us. Although you could say that, it's trivial, there's other means of navigation, etc. But there is also, just to recognize this, there is a cost then, whatever response we take, the information war cost is there. I don't know. We don't care. I don't think us collectively here at MriyaReport care much about their response, but there will be, and it will lose some nations. You know, they'll say, okay, see, it is NATO after all. It's all about NATO. It's always been about NATO. See, that's the proof there. And at some point, we're going to have to just face up to that and say, no, we're really doing something else and take that information war hit. But Tracy.
Well, then we come back to the same answer then, James. If they're not going to take action militarily, strategically, in that kind of a way, then give the stuff to Ukraine and let them deal with it and stop messing about. That's the same answer. And in the meantime, embargo. There's only one word. That's the answer to everything. Helsinki fella?
Yeah, no, James, yeah, thanks. Just saying that the journalists, that's what I'm talking about, the free press, you know, why they are not writing about it. I understand that officials and generals and everybody have to make a decision, you know, have chain of command. I completely understand. Journalists, you know, why there is no news in BBC or Finnish news or everywhere about this jamming thing, I don't understand. And what is the kind of strategy of addressing this kind of spy vessels or so-called fishing vessels, which are just sitting close to Gotland there, or the very dangerous oil deliveries by cargo ships in the Baltic, this kind of thing. It's recognized as a problem, but then I don't kind of see what is our governments are doing to counter that. That's my point. And then journalists, I said that journalists have to write about this kind of newsworthy things. So, I mean, it's very newsworthy that you are jamming the GPS and then civilian airlines. It's international terrorism actually to target state terror, not state-sponsored terrorists, but state. It's kind of like a war crime actually, that you are jamming civilian airliner. It's a war crime actually, if I think about it from the perspective of international human rights law, humanitarian law, and Geneva Conventions.
I think it is too. It's clearly an attack on, you know, freedom of the skies, at least, and so it is also a danger. And it is not the, you know, MH17 shoot down though. However, and so I get it that they have a strategy. Though that's the thing I'm saying is they have a strategy. They have it worked out. It is not pleasing us. And I think we're all questioning whether or not it is even effective, what they have decided to do. Does it really just encourage Russia to go further? And we're saying, yes, it probably does. And so I think it was very interesting that one of the first things that happened after the U.S. aid shipment arrived was that another refinery was hit not long after that, putting to rest the idea that Ukraine was going to do whatever the Biden administration suggested. And at some point, there may be a similar kind of response that nobody wants, but it'll happen anyways. And it would be but I don't think Ukraine really cares that much about the Baltic jammer. It is fighting for its life, its territory. And so this has to be a European response, primarily, maybe with some backing from friends abroad. But this is really an issue that you guys, especially around the Baltic, are going to have to address. And I think every single one of your governments has considered this and knows about it and has been watching this since the beginning. I have no doubt about the efficacy of those intelligence services to at least that extent, right? I don't think anybody is missing the point that they are doing this kind of attack. The question is why are they holding back from attacking it? Do they need a bigger rationale? Maybe it's just below that kind of that level that would trigger a response. And again, It's like we are, I think, in disagreement with the governments that have made these decisions. So once again, it's back to pressure on governments, and I also would like them to justify the policy, right? And we've heard that somewhat about missiles landing in Poland. No one was killed. Missiles overflying other parts of somebody's airspace. Well, if we shoot them down, there might be things falling on our territory, and so we're not going to shoot them down. And we've heard justifications, and some of them are not pleasing. But I think the big question that I would ask of your governments would be, why and what is it going to take? And isn't there something we can do in the meantime? And in fact, maybe just reply in kind. Maybe there needs to be a St. Petersburg jammer set up somewhere. I don't know. But Tracy.
Yeah, I think, it's just happened, hasn't it? The second plane, and it's only in the last few days, so we'll see what they say, I guess. I'm not hopeful. As you say, I don't think they've got very good policies regarding this, and I'm not happy with what I see either, James. So I will be contacting my representatives about it and asking exactly those questions. And putting that pressure on, what is it going to take? Of course, the Estonian forum, the Estonian minister and the Lithuanian one, I think it was, yes, they've both had very strong statements to say. So we'll see what happens. Let's give them a chance to have the conversation and tell us what it is that they're going to do, if anything. Fingers crossed. In the meantime, what have we learned? Back to the same old things that we have to do here every single day, James. Back to the drawing board. Contact your politicians. Change the message regarding whatever it is that we're talking about here. In terms of this, it's this topic, of course, and donate if you can. Donate to places that help out in Ukraine, like our fundraiser, and let's get Kharkiv more power, because these generators are incredible. You know what? Wouldn't it be amazing? I mean, obviously we could never do this. That would be too much of a challenge, even though we do have such an amazing community, James. But to get these all across Ukraine, that would be absolutely fantastic, wouldn't it? Russia would struggle to hit any power infrastructure then. But what we can do is we can help in Kharkiv, where, of course, Russia has taken out 80% of the electricity generation capacity in that region. They're trying to drive Ukrainians out, that indicted child snatcher, those people that they've not managed to murder with all those missiles whilst committing their evil acts of genocide, then unfortunately have to face, times without power, without water, and it doesn't matter that you're in this time of year. I mean, I live in the warmest part of England, and even in the summer here, it's very hot here, but then when it gets to night time, it still gets cold, especially if it's a summer clear sky, because of course, as you know, the clearer the sky, the colder it gets, because there's no cloud cover, and then you still get cold, and if you're without power for day after day after day, you don't get to have a hot drink or anything like that, of course it can be an incredible struggle. And then when you think Russia is also trying to hit hospitals and critical services, and then so you're in that position, and then you don't even have a hospital or something like that left. So that's why at MriyaReport we're trying to target our help with these generators, and we have a list of hospitals that the very fantastic people who work very hard in the background at MriyaReport have worked with people, Leader and Paul from New Use Energy and the administration in Ukraine, to see where these things can be targeted to have maximum impact, so we can give the maximum amount of help, save as many lives as possible. And if you look on that first, is that the first one? Yes, it's the first one in the nest, the thread there, which many of you may have already looked at. But if you haven't, please go down there and have a look at the video. There's a video there of a cesarean happening right at the end. It's nothing graphic, just a tiny, tiny bit of blood, just in case you don't like that kind of thing. But honestly, it's nothing at all. But please have a look if you can, because you can see the generator in there in the operating theatre with them, and that's the incredible thing. That's how quiet they are, that's how discreet they are, that's how safe they are. They are also designed to withstand shrapnel, excuse me, and those kinds of things. They've had the actual solar panels rolled up and taken out because they can fold up, very small, taken out to the shooting range. They've had bullets fired through them, and they still worked incredibly at a reduced current, of course, at a reduced rate, but nevertheless, they still worked. Now, I don't expect them to be receiving that kind of damage, but it's good to know that they are that robust. And like you can see from those videos, they're experienced at using these in Ukraine, because New Use Energy is working very closely with Ukraine and Ukrainians. They have a team on the ground in Ukraine. Paul from New Use Energy, he's part Ukrainian himself. Well, I guess he is Ukrainian. Ukrainian, American, American, Ukrainian. Which way around do you say it, James? I always get mixed up with this. Ukrainian American.
I have no idea. I think I would say Ukrainian American for, let me think about this. Oh, you know what? I have no idea which preference that is, but I would expect that it would depend on which citizenship you gained first, right? If you have a dual citizenship, is this a matter of it's somebody who is born in Ukraine, moves to the United States, and their sole citizenship, or descend from a Ukrainian, move to the U.S. and then become an American? You know what I mean? I think it depends, Tracy. I have no good answers.
I suppose it's an individual preference is the correct answer. And of course, only being from the UK, what would I know? I mean, I would say, being from the UK, that it's where you were born. So whichever country you were born in, if you were born in Ukraine, even if you moved to the US when you were one, I personally, from my perspective, I would say you're a Ukrainian American. But of course, who am I to make that judgment? Because it's not me, and I'm not in that position. But that is just how I would think of it. But I'm open to being completely corrected, of course. I find it very interesting, of course, only ever been from one country. And I suppose it's individual, like many things, James. Never mind. Anyway, the point is, these things are made in Ukraine, some of them as well, some of the larger units. So, you know, that's another good thing. Helps the economy of Ukraine. They are ready to be up and running straight away. We are really close to getting enough to get that first generator. The great thing about this campaign is that once we get enough for that first generator, for that first medical facility, then that will be getting bought, and that will be getting sent. And they, like I said, they're ready to be plugged in and set up straight away. Very easy for the end user. That was something that jumped out at me when Paul was here, James, just explaining that the end user gets to choose, of course, where they're going to be used and how they're going to be used, and that they have that digital display, he was saying. I thought that was fantastic. So basically it works everything out in a digital display, so then you can look at that as the user and you can see exactly how much power you've got left, so you can work out how that's going to last, you know. And I think that's a really, really good thing, because imagine if you're in an emergency situation and even you have one of these generators, how do you work out how much more that's going to power that hospital unit for example? You know, it could be quite complicated, couldn't it? So to have that, I thought was quite clever of him to think of putting that in.
Power management is a real issue, and this is the kind of thing at a big level you rely on the fact that the usage follows such a normal curve over the time of day and temperature and other factors that you can, in the big sense, you can tune that really finely to produce just enough electricity to not overwhelm the grid but supply everybody's needs. But in this situation, it is a much more difficult challenge to decide exactly how much power you have left, and partly because you don't know your needs. They may change instantly because a patient may get worse, and they say, okay, bring in the whatchamacallit that you plug in and start running, and that changes your needs. So I don't know that they can plot. I think that they can take their best guess, use the equipment as it's designed to project forward at least some usage. So I think there's some value in it. It is imperfect, however. So the main thing to me is that we supply the humanitarian needs. We have to push our representatives to supply the military needs, because ultimately that's what's going to provide enough power to Kharkiv, is the elimination of Russian personnel and equipment. And with that, if you don't mind, Tracy, I'm going to go to the losses of the Russian occupiers in Ukraine for today. It is astoundingly good. It is, I don't think it's an all-time record, but today, well, in total, 467,470 eliminated Russian personnel. It's getting up there, that 500,000 mark. Today, it was 1,320, which is not a record, but close to one, and it's an astoundingly good day. Tanks, 6. Yeah.
It's third in the list. Third. It's not the top, but
Third.
it's quite high.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's great. It's really exciting to see, because I think this is ultimately what you have to do to win. So, anyways, tanks 6, armored combat vehicles 16, and in getting that 16, they hit another threshold, another milestone. 14,000 of these armored combat vehicles destroyed now. That's amazing, isn't it? And artillery, 37 units, and they're just a few hairs away from getting a total of 12,000 artillery units total destroyed. Amazing again. Multiple launch rocket systems 1, air defense systems 2, drones or UAVs, these tactical ones 21. And let's see here, vehicles and fuel tanks 44, another good day, and special equipment 3. So all in all, what a day for the unit, pardon me, Ukrainian armed forces. And with this, in the English version from the Defense of Ukraine account, comes the quote of the day, which is, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." From Marcus Aurelius. So there you have it. This is the way to win. This is what we need to empower Ukraine to do. The Baltic Jammer is one thing, but taking it out will be important at some point. But this is where the real winning is done. And it takes a long time, especially when you're in a war with a much larger enemy. And that is the case in Ukraine, is they're at war with somebody who has a lot more people to supply their lines. So what we see, though, is that Ukraine are the better soldiers, and they are taking proportionately less hits than the Russians. And this is the way to win a war, is to destroy the enemy, and this is what they're doing. So let's keep talking to our representatives about the need to increase the budget, the defense budget, the aid budget, both those, because they should be thought of as separate needs. Each nation needs to look to their own defense, and they also need to look to the defense of Ukraine. And that means that we're probably going to have a whole lot more money spent on military aid and assistance to Ukraine and our own budgets. So let's bother them about that however you can, and let's also, as best we can, tell the public, because I do think this is really missing bits of information. I would note that the interruptions to GPS, it's a thing that is tracked in the United States, at least. And so there is a website that tracks those. And so there was a recent interruption in the Red Sea area as well. So it happens around the world. However, we can't always attribute it to Russia, but we can imagine that they're interested in taking out GPS where it suits them, and wouldn't be surprised a bit if the Red Sea interruption was aimed at Russia's enemies there. So Anyways, Tracy, I'm beginning to run on, but I sure loved to read these numbers today because they're so very good, and Ukraine armed forces are doing such a wonderful job on the front lines.
Yeah, and like you said, James, tell your representatives to give them more so they can do more, especially if they're not going to use it. That's what I say. Anyway, no ships in the Black Sea today, no ships in the Sea of Azov, so that's good. The Polish borders were opened. I thought since it's just past the top of the hour, we'll go through a couple of headlines, and then if you want to look at something in more detail, feel free. Defence Forces reported, GUR Defence Intelligence, should I say, they reported about their Telegram bots being taken out of action and blocked. But then that's all been sorted out now, it seems, so that's good news. Let me see. Work is underway for this is the base layer of the runway. So this is what I was talking about earlier in Belgorod. And they're building, let's have a look, they're building an airfield. And this is thanks to OSINT analyst Red Intel Panda, which I'm mentioning their name because, well, they pay for this satellite footage, so it's only fair, really, isn't it? But there's satellite footage there that's been released of that, so that's quite worrying. The Centre of National Resistance has recorded that Russians are recruiting Belarusian youth for the production of UAVs. So, of course, Russia's trying to militarize youth everywhere they go. Nothing new there then. Some nice news, James. Did you know that it's 106 years of the flag of the naval forces of the armed forces on April 29th, 1918? Ukrainian flags were raised on the ships of the Black Sea and in the Sevastopol fortress. I didn't know that, did you? I thought that was pretty cool. They've posted some flag raising pictures from Odessa.
No, I had no idea of that. Now, this is the Ukraine flag, Ukraine battle flag. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but that's great. No, I had no idea about that.
I will post pictures of it for you to see. So the Odessa administration posted it there. So it's the naval forces, the flag of the naval forces. Thank you, relatives, for protecting us from the sea, resisting the enemy, and ensuring the operation of the Ukrainian grain corridor to provide food and more than 400 million people to more than 400 million people on the planet. We wish you endurance, strength, and the fastest victory. We will always remember our heroes who gave their lives for our country. Glory to the Armed Forces Navy, glory to Ukraine. And that was Ole Keeper, the Odessa Regional Administration. Booyah.
Yeah, everyone. If your country has patriots, maybe contact your representatives. See about opening up a discussion to send Ukraine some more Patriot batteries. That might be a good idea.
That's an excellent idea. Thank you, Booyah. And if they have other air defence, get on to them about that, because we all have some form of something else. Anyway, that's for sure. And if we don't, then we'll have to start putting more money in, won't we, to get more. So let me see. I've just seen if there's any more updates about Odessa. But whilst we wait for that terrible news coming out, as we unfortunately have to do, because we have to be realistic around here, I will tell you all about the results of the first year of activity of the Brave One project. So, James, have a guess with a random number how many defence developments were taken up in the first year by this Brave One cluster.
Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna say 47.
47. Try 1,600.
Oh, I was off a little bit there. Yeah, order of magnitude about. Yeah, I was off. Ooh,
I mean, I would have been off as well. That's pretty staggering, right?
it's fantastic. Do you have more details?
Yeah, so in April 2023, at the initiative of the Ministry of Digital Transformation and together with the general staff, they of course got together with the Defence Council and created this cluster. And so during the first year, like I said, 1,600 developments were registered in 12 priority directions. The following are in the top are 300 plus in the field of UAVs, 200 plus developments of robotic ground complexes. Ooh, that's exciting. 200 plus in the field of artificial intelligence. That's even more exciting. And 100 plus means of radio electronic warfare and intelligence. REB or REP, they've put in brackets. And during the year of work, $8.2 million was allocated in the form of grants towards these developments and the scaling up. So that's some of the top ones. I mean, I expected the drones, but there's some interesting things in that list, right? And some good numbers there.
Absolutely. These are all areas that are going to be critical in all wars in the future because the people that master these different tools are going to be the ones that can win. So, yeah, definitely. And, AI in particular is so interesting. And it is all, captured in a computer system of one kind or another. And what is critical here are the systems for the long range drones that use various sensors on it, the cameras, radar, other sensors, and they interpret those signals and they keep on track. They avoid obstacles. They target. They even have the ability to retarget if they're programmed to do that. So, yeah, these are all really critical things, especially the artificial intelligence, because that will be part of the decision making of the future. It will be given over to computer systems. Once we've decided to take something out, the machine itself may decide how to take it out, and it may also decide to take out another thing based on its own reasoning. I should put reasoning in quotes, but it's fantastic. I'm glad that they're progressing on so many fronts and so successfully. It's so in keeping with, I guess, my high expectations of Ukraine, however. So I shouldn't maybe expect so much, but I do.
It's hard not to, really, when they just do so amazing at everything all the time, isn't it? I was just looking. Well, I'll come back to that in a minute because I was just looking at this update here. So it seems that so the number of people injured has increased to 17, and it seems like I'm just looking at a former People's Deputy is amongst the injured in the attack. This is in Odessa, of course, if you didn't hear me say that earlier. Kivalov, I don't know who he is, but he's a former People's Deputy, so he's not a current one. So that's probably why I don't recognise his name. Not that I know all of them anyway. He was taken to hospital in a dressing gown with shrapnel wound to the thigh and venous bleeding. That will be the video that's circulating then that I've seen. So just be careful, everybody. By the way, there's a video that's circulating that flashed past me earlier. I think you all heard my reaction because I saw it as I was speaking to you all, so I couldn't really hide it. And it wasn't censored. So just be careful. And if you do share these things, please censor them because you never know whose child might pick up somebody's phone, for example, and these things happen all too easily, and it can traumatize a child for life, something like that. So please do consider that. I know they can undo the censors, certain people in certain ages can, of course. You can't do anything about that, but you can censor it to make it harder for people to see those things involuntarily, because people should choose, right? I mean, if you can watch these things, you shouldn't shy away. And you know, we all have a responsibility to do that if we're able to. But if you can't, then of course I understand that, and we do have to consider that some people just don't have that ability, and that's all right, James. Yeah, because we all have different abilities in life, don't we? For example, I could never be a doctor and you know, be a surgeon or something like that.
Well, you were born to be a judge, clearly, not a doctor. So, yeah, yes, you might actually save the doctor some work in your line of work as a judge. So, it just depends, doesn't it? But, anyways, in all seriousness, this is a horrible thing that's going on in Odessa and across Ukraine, and I think and pardon me, perhaps you already read out the Defense Intelligence report from your country, the intelligence update. Did you already cover that?
No, go ahead, James.
Okay, well, so this is April 29th, and so according to the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, 604 civilians were killed or wounded in the month of March. This equates to a 20% increase over the previous month. These deaths are attributed to missiles and aerial munition strikes throughout Ukraine and increased bombardment at the front lines. The report highlights the increased coordination of strikes on Ukrainian critical infrastructure, with 20 destroyed or damaged sites. There were 57 children reported killed, double the previous month, and this was attributed directly to Russian use of aerial munitions. In total, there have been 31,366 civilian casualties in Ukraine, including Ukrainian-controlled or Russian-controlled territories, since February 24th of 2022. 10,810 killed and 20,556 wounded. These figures highlight the tremendous cost of life sustained from Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine.
Thank you, James.
To me, I'll just add that this is something that I expect is going to increase. I'm glad that we got the supplies that we got to them. That will help tend to decrease that. But until we have the ability to take out the Tu-22s and the glide bombs that they've been delivering, we could project that the number will increase over time. And, you know, so again, it is trivial, if you want to look at it that way, compared to what happened in World War II. But it is not for Russia's lack of trying. It's for the fact that back in World War II, Ukraine were largely serfs. They were not, they didn't have the same kind of capability militarily as they do now. And, that explains the difference. It is Ukraine's care of life that has kept the numbers this low. And you can say, well, these aren't that low. And I would agree with you. They're not that low. They're only low in comparison to other previous wars. And, the defense that they need is to block all the missiles, to take down all the planes. And until they can do that and more, then I'm afraid we can expect to see these rates go up rather than down, Tracy.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as the drones are going in various directions now. Of course, Odessa and Kharkiv. In fact, they've just had another arrival in the residential city. This is reported by the mayor of Kharkiv. A partial damage to one of the high-rise buildings. At the moment, there is information about one injured woman. A series of explosions before that, not too long before that, that hit several cabs. So this is, like I say, reported by the mayor. So I'll keep you up to date on what's going on there. I was looking at some information. It seems like that there's been it's the Law Academy, the Law Academy, and yeah, that's been hit in Odessa. The house of the students of the Law Academy is on fire. So more information coming out there. But yeah, it's just going to continue. You know, the other thing as well, James, is they do this, like they think that if they do this on a small level, or, you know, 5 people killed here, whatever, 6 people killed there. Not that I'm minimizing any of those lives whatsoever. That's not what I mean at all. But what I'm saying is it's like that going under the radar, that they think they'll do it to a level where they can almost normalize it so much that, like we say, you know, it's not on the media every single day. It's not headlines in every single newspaper, in every single newsreel, and it should be. You know, they should be saying it on a countrywide level as well. This many people in the whole country have died today, and it shouldn't take us to have to do that, you know, to get across to people the scale of what's going on. But if that's what we have to do, and we have to put that information in different ways, then I'm happy to do that. Well, I'm not happy, but I'm willing to do that, you know, if that's what it takes. But it's just despicable. You know, this is why we have to help them in Kharkiv, because they're just doing this constantly and trying to cut off the power supply constantly and cut off them critical services, you know, so that people have nothing. So they've got nowhere to turn when there's an emergency, when the power goes out. They've got nobody to support to help them. You know, imagine being a parent in a hospital, or a sick person, or, you know, something like that. Or imagine being a person in a hospital responsible for, I don't know, like some kind of unit, a neonatal unit, or a blood bank, or any of these things where these things are needed. Imagine standing there and feeling completely powerless and not being able to do anything. Not only are you traumatized from whatever missile attack has just happened, thanks to Russia, you also really can do nothing because Russia's destroyed everything. So no, we cannot let that happen. And this is how we help. We use the power of this community to fill those holes where our governments are not doing these things, and to make the impact that we can, to help in the way that we can, because small we may be, but we are also mighty at the same time when it comes to putting everything together. And we've done it before, and we can do it again. And actually, James, we're so close, are we not, right, to the end? Did you hear over the weekend? 5,000 was the what we'd raised. That's what I found out on Sunday morning. And we need to get to $8,000, so we can get that first generator and get that going there in that first medical unit, in a long line of medical units that we're trying to help. So spare some cash if you can, and get us to that 8,000, and spare a bit more if you are able to spare a bit more. But only if you can, because we don't want you doing without. You have to be healthy too, otherwise you can't help Ukraine, and you can't be strong for Ukraine, and you can't be part of this community if you have to be sick. And we don't want you to be sick either. So make sure you put yourself first, and put all your needs first, and then share what you can. And if you can't, then retweet and share in that way. And you never know, that might reach somebody who maybe can, I don't know, share $8,000. You never know, James. This is possible, right?
It's entirely possible. Yes, if you've got $8,000, maybe it's your tax returns. Maybe you paid a bit too much to the government and they owe you. So maybe you can drop some of that on. That's a thing in the U.S. at this stage, although quite frankly, for many of us, that's filed electronically and that's already been processed. But nonetheless, think of it like found money, you know, that perhaps you can give some of that. Perhaps you can find some activity that you enjoy, but is not necessary, and curtail that, to make life possible for somebody else. And that's not a bad way to look at it. We have plenty of things here in our country that are luxuries, and I enjoy the luxuries that I do get, and I also give up some of them. And you know what, though? I haven't had to give up that many. One of the things that went for me, Tracy, was some of the you know, what do we call these broadcasters now? What do we call Netflix? But
Oh, like
anyways, these
streaming
subscription
services.
things. Yeah,
Streaming.
thank you. Streaming services. Who needs them? I found out the library and my couple of library apps provide me with plenty. And in fact, I have been enjoying a book on tape by one of, well, I said tape, it's digital. But, anyways, a streaming book. That's what I want to say. A streaming book by one of my favorite authors. And this would be Craig Johnson. And I'll mention the title too, The Longmire Defense. And the reason I'm mentioning it is because it is adjacent to Ukraine in as far as one of the villains is a Russian. So anyways, it's a so far it's very good. I'm almost at the end of that book. So, and it cost me nothing but what I've already paid in tax dollars to support libraries. So there are things like that that we can give up, and perhaps there are other things that people can think of. And you know, whatever you can, we encourage you to. And it could be a small amount, and it will still add to the total. So no amount is really too small to give. So whatever you can manage is kind of the watchword. And I won't go into you know Alan's opinion about the dispensability of lunch because I don't feel that way. I'm usually by lunchtime I'm hungry, but I do take his point. And we all have different things, and we all are engaged in different activities and consume different things that we all have to look at it separately and say what is it that I can give up and what can I afford, and so like I'm gonna pick on somebody I know in my life and I think it could be their clothing that maybe they could do with less of. I won't say who that is or anything like that, but that just comes to mind for me is that, gee, they've got a lot of clothes already, this person I'm thinking of. Anyways, and so, there are things like that we can give up too. But important thing is that you don't hurt your own financial situation to the point where you're going without necessities. That I think is one of the bottom lines here, Tracy.
Yeah, absolutely, James. And we say sacrifices really, but you make a very good point. We should probably maybe try to not say that. I'm thinking because they're not really sacrifices, are they? The things that we're giving up. I mean, I really look at it like I'm making savings here and there, and then I'm choosing to put those savings somewhere else where they have much more value to me, and that's to donate to MriyaReport so that they can get power in Kharkiv, for example. So that's maybe the way that we should look at things. And yes, I think we do also need to look at what sacrifices we have to make as societies, whether that's an increase in defence spending or, all the other things that we've talked about. But we do have to make that clear difference between what we say, like what are domestic problems and what are nothing to do, with what's going on in Ukraine, thanks to Russia. And we have to make that clear. And I think, we also have to realise that there are sacrifices that will have to be made for all of us. And we should be willing to make those sacrifices because we should all want to live in a safer world, and that's what those sacrifices are going towards. And we're not paying with our lives right now either, like Ukrainians are. So I think that's something else that is always in the back of my mind anyway, for sure. I'm not expecting anybody else to think the same way as me. That's just the way that I think. And I guess it's kind of easy for me because I'm tight, James. Northerners, we get called tight in the UK. It's a bit of a running joke amongst British people, but we're not tight really. We're just very thrifty. But nowadays it's a bit more fashionable, so we don't get taken the mickey out of quite as much. But I never minded being called tight anyway. I don't care as long as I know I'm not tight.
My friend gave me the term the cheekbone, and my wife has told me that I have a large cheekbone, and well, gee, I wish that was as good as it sounds, but it's not. Apparently, she is tired of my cheapness at some points, but I take it as a point of pride. And I remember my mom telling us stories of when she was a child and the kind of things that they gave up during World War II. Although she was quite young then, she remembers it really clearly, some of the things that they went without. But though they lived in the middle of a city, they still had a large enough piece of property that they had 2 goats there. So I can't imagine goat milk or goat meat, but well, anyways, that was one of the ways that they managed. Oh, along with the chickens. So, anyways, I think maybe we're getting a little bit too far back in history now. But point is people have historically gone without and survived. And in my case, I really could give up some, well, maybe parts of lunch, if not the whole lunch. Certainly, my waist could handle that.
Yeah, I know what you mean, James. I'm growing more veggies this year than I normally do because I've decided, well, why do I need to buy them when I grow them anyway? And I really enjoy growing them and looking after my garden. So why not just grow more? So I've got like about an extra 10 pots of beetroots this year.
Awesome. See, this is the kind of thing we can do to change our own personal economies. We can find ways to save. And it's amazing to me how even little changes in our practices can save money. Certainly my wife and I, we got over the temperature difference in the house. That was one of the ways we decided was that we don't need to go around the house in the middle of winter with short sleeves on. That just isn't a necessary thing. We could lower the temperature and actually save a lot of money with a few degrees difference. So there's different ways, but we probably don't need to go on because I think that people get the point. Ukraine needs this power, and we have the ability to give, because we are relatively richer than they are right now, and we are relatively safer than they are. And so we have a chance to kind of equal the playing field for them. And this is a wonderful life saving way to do it. Probably our next charity event that we will give will be to a military group, and we'll be back sort of helping to get Ukraine on the offensive. But this is definitely humanitarian aid. This is to make life easier to maintain, give people in particular ongoing medical care that they otherwise might have to go without, and that is certainly life-saving. So that's what we're about with this one, is about saving lives, maintaining sort of a sort of ordinary, because it is definitely not ordinary life, but we are helping them to keep going in tough times, and that's a good thing for us to do, and we should be proud of what we can give.
Yeah, absolutely. But I have another secret reason for growing beetroots as well, James. Not just saving money so that I can choose to donate it, but also because I'm going to make some borscht. How about that? Well, I'm going to try anyway. I'm not sure how it will turn out like. We shall see.
Well, okay. Yeah, I've got this long-standing thing about beets from my wife. Loves them. She loves them, and she convinces me, like Lucy, over and over again to try borscht in different ways, and I keep falling for it. So, and I have to say, when I did try borscht, it was okay. It was okay. I'll just leave it at that. It was okay.
You
However,
can have one
I
without the
have also
beetroots if you must, but how can you not like beetroots, James?
Oh, well, anyway, I think that there's something about this. You know how that asparagus thing works when you go pee? I don't know if you're familiar with that, but asparagus can make your pee smell funny, and that is literally a genetic thing that not all humans have. So I suspect that I am genetically disinclined regarding beets.
I would not be having this, none of this. You're like one of those strange people that doesn't like Marmite, I bet, too. I think we should get away.
Is a marmite some kind of insect there? I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna take a. I've never tried it, so I cannot judge it. I like Spam when I'm on a camp out or something like that, when I'm really hungry.
Oh, I will only eat Spam if you fry it.
That's how I like it. That's the best way.
That's the only way, unless you're really hungry, of course. Jenny, save us. Do you have news for us? Actually, just before you go ahead, quickly, what did I see about Canada? I saw something about Canada. They were going to give some vehicles. Where did it go? There it is. So they are going to give some 50 AC SV 8x8 APCs. The first 10 will arrive this summer. Why do they keep saying this summer? I suppose it's better to be ambiguous. Go ahead, Jenny.
First of all, Spam. No, just no. No. Fried or not fried, just no. No. Then you can eat.
What about this thing they're having in Ukraine, Jenny? I don't know what it's called. It's basically pork fat, I think. Have you seen that?
No. And no on that one too. Borscht, on the other hand, yes, please. It's really delicious. So, I'm not saying no to, and I have yet to meet a Ukrainian who'd be like, "Oh, fermented fish that stinks like death warmed over. Please, can I have some?" You know, I I don't blame them because I don't touch that stuff either. I am actually quite a picky eater, but borscht, I really like. It's really delicious.
Well, I have yet to try it, but we make lots of stews and soups up north where I'm from, but we don't do them the same way. They're much thicker, so they're more like stews, I guess, thin stews and thick stews. But that's not much different to a soup, is it? A good soup anyway, with lots of chunky things in.
That actually sounds really good.
Ukraine more update. Correct me. What am I saying wrong?
No, Tracy, everything you say is right. That's all there is to it. Period. No, I just wanted to say a really quick pitch in on the whole beet situation that you guys talking about. I love beets. I like it in borscht. I literally just had a homemade salad that has beets in it. And sometimes I even like nicely sliced, beets as a snack. After it was boiled up. I don't know, I just like it. But anyway, I'm gonna bring you back quick to the news because you mentioned earlier, Tracy, about the attack on Odessa. There was people's deputy, former people's deputy, that was wounded. So if I understand correctly, his name is Sergei Kovalov, and Kivalov, and I guess he used to be pretty prominent politician during Yanukovych's time, and he would always vote in favor of Yanukovych's laws. All those Russian dictated legislature and all that stuff. So, I think it's only fitting to see him actually getting wounded by the country that, by Russian terrorists, which he was so vigorously voting in favor of. Hopefully, I'm not mistaken here, but that's what I'm reading right now. So if anybody knows something different, please correct me. But so far, that's what it looks like.
No, that's him. Yes, exactly right. Ukraine war update. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? And funny.
Yeah, no, it's. I'm surprised he was still there, right? I guess he was one of those people who didn't escape at the time, and now he's dealing with this. Yeah, there's just so many of them too. Well, not so many, right? But those that were really loud, the loud minority. They were basically pillaging Ukraine under Yanukovych and trying to use Russia's money. Now they're kind of stuck, right? Some of them escaped. If you remember, one of them was I can't remember his name right now, but he looked kind of fit. He ended up, getting killed in Russia, right? So it's not really safe for them in Russia either, I would imagine, right? Can't really hide, can't run apparently anymore for them. So
Well, I was surprised that he's still there as well, actually. And then I was wondering if he's gone to the medical institution now, does that mean that the SBU are going to catch up with him?
yeah, I don't know. I think I'm sure they already had whatever conversation they wanted to. And the other person that I was referenced to earlier was Skiva. He was very pro-Russian. He was just really weird dude. Very public figure in Ukrainian politics, especially after 2014 Russian invasion. He's the one who ended up fleeing to Russia after full-scale invasion, and then ended up getting killed. But yeah, some of them are kind of, it's like the way I see it, Tracy, and again, I might be wrong on this, but this is just kind of my way to visualize stuff. There's like a spectrum of all of those people who in certain degrees supported, Yanukovych and Russian policy in Ukraine, right? And some of them could be like, very ideologically, leaning into it. Some of them could be just because of the money or whatever other benefits they were trying to extricate from it. So, so there's like a spectrum of things. And I think, on that spectrum, you have some people who they probably felt that they they can probably get away with it, right? Just because they did very little damage, even though they did do damage, but maybe not enough to really be, to feel that they're going to be prosecuted, so to speak, right? So maybe that's the reason. But yeah, I think those on the far extreme spectrum of support, who supported Russia, they probably already left. I mean, and again, a lot of them probably not going to make it, no matter where they are, no matter where they're hiding in the world, because when they left, they took away stuff with them, right? Whether it's money, whether it's maybe some sensitive information, that kind of stuff. So they will be, they have to be, facing justice at some point. Right now, Ukraine has different priorities, to the extent possible. But I know SBU, as you mentioned so many times, Tracy, is working tirelessly to make sure that people that need to be prosecuted, found, and brought to justice. So.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. More update. Yeah, you make a really good point, and I think as well. I mean, there are some current people's deputies and other serving people in the government that say and do questionable things, aren't they? So I suppose on that note, then it's understandable, isn't it? Sometimes some of the things that some of them say. Well, I don't want to mention the names here, but I think you all know who I'm talking about. They say what seems like very pro-Russian things sometimes. Booyah, please go ahead.
My understanding was that he owns the building. Students are gone for the summer, or had just ended the term, and that he was there. So I'm not sure if that's true. It's from some Ukrainian friends, but I find it very interesting, and maybe just the type of cynical thing that someone would do to a former ally, aka Putin Huilo.
Yeah, the indicted child snatcher. Well,
That's the
unfortunately,
one.
yeah. Unfortunately, the number of victims has increased to 3, so that's 3 people killed in Odessa now, and there's 20 people being injured. Oh, there's some awful pictures now of what I think is there must be. They called it a university in one of the posts, and the other one said, like you said, it's the law students building. So I guess it's the university where the law students are. Then that's basically what they're saying. What a
Yeah,
beautiful building,
they
and it's
sometimes
just
they sometimes refer to it, I think, as Hogwarts Academy because of the way that the building looks. So that might be where the difference in translation is coming from.
yeah. It's funny you say that because I was thinking just that exact thing as I looked at it. Then that it looks like Hogwarts, and I'm devastated to say that the whole roof is on fire. So it doesn't look good for that building.
I hate Russia more than I did yesterday, but not as much as I will tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. This is why Ukraine needs everything that we are not using. And that is what I am going to keep telling my representatives until I'm blue in the face.
I am
Because that's the
texting.
only way.
I am texting POTUS right now.
Thank you, Booyah.
Text POTUS and contact Australia and thank them for the $100 million package of aid. I don't know exactly what was in it, but I saw that headline. So, Will Teal has one less thing to complain about, or perhaps 100 new things to complain about, as in it's not enough, it's not enough, it's not enough. What about the F-18s, et cetera, et cetera?
What about what Germany just did then?
What'd they do?
One air defense system, Skynex, 10 BMP Marders, 1 Beaver Bridge power, 6 M10ZO tank tractors, 1 whatever they call them, Pioneer Panzer things, 2 A1 engineering vehicle, 9 mine trawlers, 3,000 RGV-90 grenade launchers, 1 TRML-40 radar system, Iris-T anti-aircraft missiles, yes, almost 30,000 35mm shells for the Gepard air defense system, ammunition for Leopard 2s, 18,000 40mm shells for grenade launchers, 120mm mortar ammunition, 155 shells, 1 AMPS protector system for helicopters, interesting, 60 boat engines, ooh, that will be to go maybe with all the boats that the UK gave, 600 lantern lamps, 1,980 camouflage nets, 2,000 camouflage nets. I guess there must be different sizes of nets, and 100,000 first aid kits. Thank you, Germany.
Wow, that is a long list. Good. Any Taurus in there? I didn't hear Taurus. Oh, well.
You did not. Something to get on at them for.
Indeed. Ooh, never give up the pressure. That's what I say. Keep pressuring them. In fact, you know what we should be pressuring the U.S. for, we citizens of the USA, is let's get on the stick about that bilateral defense agreement. They're secure. They call them security agreements. Security agreement. Where the heck is that? What happened to it? Why is it stalled? And I know I've offered the reason that it may be that they're waiting to see exactly who wins at the end of this year, because they're concerned about a security agreement that may not be fulfilled, I think. So maybe that is the holdup still, but nonetheless, pressure, I think is still the name of the game for us around that, and about also just pressuring. I still want them to get up and talk to the American people again about what the heck is going on in the world, so that the citizens understand this, because the press aren't really doing us any favors, Tracy.
No, they're absolutely not. We need to do it for them. Sorry, James. Unfortunately, I just have to add that it doesn't look good for Harry Potter's castle. That's what they call it, apparently. They've assigned it the highest level of complexity of the fire, and the equipment cannot get closer than 600 meters. So heartbreakingly, there's not a lot they can do.
That is bad. It's kind of funny to call it that, but it's a serious situation. I don't know what to say, except that Russia doesn't care about life. It doesn't care about the ability to sustain life. It doesn't care about historic buildings. It doesn't care. If it can't own it, it will destroy it. I think at core, Russia is a very jealous nation. They lack, the capacity to build great things on their own, despite that one shopping center with a cart ramp on it that drags your cart up automatically. That's about all they've got. lot of productions, if you've noticed, have definitely gone off. So they can't really do plain old vehicles anymore for citizens. So they don't have much to go on. So they're jealous and they want what other people do, and they want it for quote unquote free. If they had put all the money that they put into their offensive war into their own economy and building out infrastructure and building factories that build cars and television screens and computers and networks and infrastructure, why, they may be a happy people that might be peaceful. But no, they got to take it from others to be satisfied. They're sick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just fortunate that there's not really anybody there because they're all on holiday. I'm just absolutely thankful for that because otherwise I dread to think. Jenny?
I was in my freezer digging out food. Now I don't remember what I was gonna say because I was so concentrated on getting food. I was probably something. Maybe it was something about Germany. Um, yeah, never mind. I don't remember. Thank you.
No worries. It happens. It happens to me in increasing frequency, I'm afraid, with increasing age. But, maybe I'm just more aware of it as I get older. I don't know. But in any case, it's not a worry. So, well, Tracy, I don't think we've exhausted the news. But right off the bat, I don't think I had any other stories except for maybe expanding a little bit on the telling of the preparation for the F-16s in Ukraine, and that includes building these underground structures to protect them. And clearly, this kind of care for F-16s is something that has taken quite a while to prepare, and I think this better explains why it is that F-16s are not already in the air, over Ukraine. So. The fact that they're talking about them, it gives me some indication that they are nearing the end of the preparation. You wouldn't want to announce that way in advance, although I suspect Russia has been looking for a long time for these, these bases. But anyways, that is all the news I have. But that's because I didn't get as much time prepping this morning as I usually like to do. So back over to you, and I see we have a hand too.
Yeah, let's go to Kerry. Welcome, Kerry.
Hey, Tracy. Hello, James, and everybody. It's just a small thing. I think we've talked about it before, but with what we were saying about Russia, it really does remind me of those horrendous stories. Hiya, guys, of when you hear these horrendous stories of a father that because they basically want to hurt the mother as much as possible, and so engage in infanticide, killing the children. It is the worst thing you can do, isn't it? It's spite. It really is, when you have no soul and you deny everything to the other person. Who was saying the story about, there's a classic story about if you could have a cow and your neighbor, it's like I don't know if it's an old wives' tale or whatever. If you could have a cow and your neighbor could have a cow, would you choose to both have cows, or would you rather not have a cow and kill your neighbor's cow? It's always, no, I'd kill the cow. It's just, I don't think we're ever going to understand the mindset. It's so hard to wrap your head around.
No,
So this is go ahead.
No, it's all right. Go on, Jim. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that this is the classic Russian tale, the story that, not to confuse tale with the cow's tail. This is the story about these two neighbors. And it is classic Russian that they kill the neighbor's cow rather than get their own. But I think it does tell us something about the Russian spirit and the Russian way of constantly coveting other people's stuff, and they're happy to see things destroyed that they can't have. It really is a mental sickness, and it's on. It really is on a huge national scale. So it is more than just a national illness. It is a plague on the world.
Go ahead, Ukraine, more update.
Hey, no, that Carrie's analogy there about the cows reminded me of a joke. So, has something to do about Russian. You guys want to listen? You want to hear it?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I've said it once. But it was a while back on this space. I don't remember. So anyway, man dies. A bad man dies. Goes to hell. Demon meets him. He's like, "Well, welcome to hell. Let me show you around where you're gonna spend the rest of your eternities." So they go to basically different places. They come up to this one particular place. There's like 3 big holes where souls are being tortured and thrown into, and they get tortured. And they come up to the first one, and he sees a bunch of demons running around. As soon as different souls trying to escape the hole, they catch him, they throw him back in. So that man that died asks the demon, "What is this about?" It's like, "Oh, these are all like bad Europe, citizens of European Union. You see, they just like always try to work together, to escape this really crappy situation they find themselves in. So as soon as one finds the way, he pulls the other one out. So we have to work really, really hard to do it, to keep them in there." They go to the next same hole, but there's like 1 or 2 demons. Just once in a while, the soul tries to escape. They catch it, throw it back in. It's like, what is this? Like, well, these Americans, once in a while they have this innovative soul that just kind of comes up with this unique thing that they, how to escape, so it jets out and we have to catch it, put it in. And go to the third hole, and there's like an old demon just sits there, barely moves. I think he's asleep, maybe, right? Just like nothing's happening. He's like, well, what's going on with this hole? The demon looks at me, oh, these are the Russians. You see, as soon as one soul figures out how to escape, all other souls pull them right back in.
100% on target.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sky Kiss.
Hi. Well, I wanted to point out that Woke AF has put in the comments for the space. I think it's an article on lithium. Very interesting. So last night, I almost came up to the speakers panel, but James took the words out of my mouth. So I said, oh, I don't have to talk. He just said it. Jealousy. So last night in the book club, it was very interesting, very, wide-ranging discussion on the book Forging a Nation. And I was just going to go up and say just that something I realized more than 2 years ago after I'd been here in this space. I guess the war was maybe in its 3rd week. And about the first time I spoke, I said, it's the resources, it's jealousy. They want everything that Ukraine has. And so last night, there was all this discussion about the cultural, the language, just many, many aspects. And you guys were just talking about this again, that whatever they want, whatever their neighbor has, they want. And like you just said, they are going to destroy it. If they can't have it easily, they're just going to destroy it. So that's just the way they are. And what you were just saying about the story, Ukraine, what you were just saying about, and that just, to me, that is an excellent description. If they have souls, there it is. And if they pull themselves, if a person or a family in Russia is able to pull themselves out of that and break free of this horrible mindset that seems to be the national ethos. And ethos is such a nice word. It's one of those things, you know, it insults the word. But if there is a national soul, that's it. And they're just jealous, vindictive. It's very sad that humans are that way, because I mean, most of us we're not that way. We see that any kind of envy or jealousy in ourselves, we're going to try to get rid of that. We're going to try to be better people, or self-reflection on what can I do that amends that feeling in me. I don't like that feeling. It's not a good feeling. And they don't do that. The Russians don't do that for the most part. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. And I very much enjoyed last night's discussion in the book club. That was great. So I try not to miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sky Kiss. Appreciate that. Yeah, you hit on it.
James?
Am I talking into a closed mic?
I couldn't hear
was
you.
talking.
Maybe it was just me.
No, somehow my mic got closed. I don't know where I cut off, but anyways, I was thanking all the speakers for coming up, and so thank you all, speakers. It makes it very enjoyable for us as co-hosts to have people to talk about things with.
Okay, Axel, do you
and,
hear
sharing
James?
the news. Well, in any case, because we're here at the hour, I know one of us has to drop off. So I think I'm going to break with President and drop off. And Axel, since you're a speaker now, could you pass that along to Tracy that I am going to drop first?
Tracy, if you can't hear James, he is off. He's jumping off a cliff for you. And yet again, it is eerily quiet.
Well, apologies very much for the confusion. I hope you can hear me now. Scouts, maybe you could give me a wave if you could hear me now. Skycast, you can hear me. Sorry about that, folks. A little bit of discoordination with a little help from Elmo here. Things things be breaking down here. And so we'll try with this swapping co-hosts again. Oh, Axel's here, very good. And I will just
Yeah,
say
I just recycled.
that
Sorry,
the
I
count of
wasn't sure
items
what
in the
victory.
pink or the purple pill is not one. It's higher than that. Elmo, what are you doing to us? Axel, welcome.
And a very good afternoon to you and everybody else. I hope that you can hear me now, albeit that I presume some of you would probably be happy to do without, given the fact that we did a good 4.5 hours yesterday already together with Thomas Tyner, and then do a little airing. If you have any kind of feedback after yesterday's session, if you have questions and suggestions and input and news from today, feel free to bring them to the forefront. I am currently going through the news. James, your hand up.
Yes, and I just wanted to say, wow, what a sobering message from Thomas Tyner. I didn't get to hear much the afternoon, had family duties, but I did hear the first half hour or so of that, and it was quite a sobering assessment about troop strength, about the the facts on the ground in terms of Russian territory that was gained and how difficult it will be to retake that, the supply issues, all of it painted a pretty dire picture of what's going on in Ukraine. And then, as I heard from others last night, the rest of this, the presentation yesterday between Thomas and the Doolittle Air Wing was really, at least the people I talked to, quite a bit of hope about the situation. And I would say that Russian losses today also gives us hope that Ukraine is still in the fight and still doing exceedingly well as they did today. So congratulations and thank you for bringing us good speakers. And Thomas Tyner, boy, he is a treasure to us. It's great to hear him talk, and you can't call it a Tyner-ton, can you? If it's a 2-hour segment, but
This
in
was
any
just a
case,
SITREP. We planned it as a SITREP, and then we thought, given the fact that he may have some additional questions and he has a good rapport with our Air Wing chaps, that he should just stay on as a guest speaker. And that went, or as a guest host, quite literally, that actually went rather well. So can't really complain. But no, we plan to do a quick update, given the fact that everybody's busy and working. And yeah, well, it is mobilization-wise, it is what General Zaluzhny had stated last year. So nothing changes. You can't wish things away. And the issues with the rotation as a consequence of the lack of reconstituted, respectively new built-up troops and regiments has shown, and you can read them now, even in the English-speaking news in these days. Goings on with the 47th cycling out and the 115th coming in. However, adjacent unit sectors, TDF and ZSU, then having literally retreated when the 47th had to cycle out, and they had to throw in the 110th, whilst the 110th was essentially still only lightly armored. That evidently is, it's an error under stress, and the stress is a consequence of the political failure of not mobilizing the whole population from 19 onwards, and just simply then selecting. And as Thomas said quite rightly, one of the moments was there last year, freeing Kherson, using the momentum prior to the attempted counteroffensive. That momentum was not caught. Another option was there after the counteroffensive failure, where people showed resilience and the will to resist, and that was not used. And now we're there with a mobilization level of 25, albeit that most of the amendments of the 4,000 amendment proposals of that law were made actually by party members of President Zelensky in parliament. I mean, it's quite evident that as a friend of ours said, you can't have both. You can't speculate on the election post victory / post ceasefire, post armistice, whatever, you can't bank on the fact that you'll be elected. First and foremost, you have to win, and win only. Everything else flows from there. Whether you then later on end up with the same fate as Winston Churchill and get voted out of office doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is winning, and winning means lowering the age to the right level, i.e., to adulthood. That's where it starts, and then those who can and will want to serve have to be registered, and the army will select those who are the fittest. That's how it works.
It's sad what you need to do this as a nation. It really is sad. It's wonderful if you can get by with a volunteer army, but in the situation that Ukraine is in, facing a much larger opponent, it just hasn't been enough, and so they're facing up to some hard realities. And Thomas did suggest that perhaps an earlier date for raising more troops was earlier after one of the victories, or when they took Kherson back. But that's in the rearview mirror now. We're past that, and they are facing it now. So
But we
difficult
said it here
choices
on the
for
program,
them.
James. We said it here on the program, and when
Yeah.
when the discussion came up, when General Zaluzhny was quoted in autumn last year, people here applauded his sincerity and also his openness and the intellectual honesty vested in his analysis and his clarity. So I think there's a key element there that Zaluzhny and others had a very good and clear understanding as to what was needed. And don't forget, General Sirski was on his staff, so it's not that he wasn't there. He didn't come. He didn't come from nowhere, nor did the other people surrounding him at this point in time. And they now actually have to work with what politically has been given to them, as much as what the enemy allows.
And the enemy is really continuing the pressure across the front, so they are not getting any breaks there. And the only thing that's going on that's really good is that the attrition of Russian soldiers is continuing. And I'm sure you looked at the numbers for today, and you saw that it was near a record. Not the record, but near the record of Russian personnel eliminated, and that's a great thing. And the armored combat vehicles tipped over 12,000 total destroyed. So there is great progress being made by Ukraine, but this is the nature of an asymmetric war. Is that before you can take on the troops head on, you've got to kill a lot of them. And so this is what's happening. And it seems as if this will be the pattern, or needs to be the pattern, for some time. I guess I am not expecting a huge conquest or retaking of territory, but this to continue, but also strategic victories. I did see a refinery was hit. I don't know how Joe Biden feels about that, but it felt good for me that another refinery was hit, and the other air defense systems in Crimea, another major source of joy for me, at least, to see all that taken out. And don't know about the Kerch Bridge. I'm looking forward to that, but we see that they also have a train route into MriyaReport now, so the Kerch Bridge is of less importance, but still one of those things I know that we're all going to party when it goes, to get the right tools and opportunity to do that. So we've been looking at some of the aid packages. We saw an aid package from Germany and from Australia. I haven't heard the contents yet of the Australian aid package, but $100 million. I take it that was in Australian dollars, which I think are close to our American dollars, but I have to go look that kind of stuff up. Axel, I don't know if you'd heard about that.
There was an indication yesterday, but the only thing which matters about Australia is that it has not been giving much, if anything, thus far. That's a real issue. And there's a lot of equipment in which the Australians could have provided for, from tanks to IFVs to APCs, and we've been discussing the F-18s until the cows came home, and unfortunately it didn't work. So what should I say? Mick Ryan was, as a former Australian general, was kind enough to dissect the rather inopportune, rather meek position of Australia in that regard. So every work from there forward to increase Australian support is grand. But as I understand, they still haven't found it in themselves to send an ambassador to Kyiv, right?
They've not. And what, and Will has pointed out this repeatedly, it's especially sort of embarrassing in as much as they are running a budget surplus. And for the days of a surplus, I wish we had that problem in the United States. I don't think we will ever have that as a problem or opportunity, I should say. For Australia, it is a huge opportunity to give an outsized amount of aid to Ukraine, and yet they're not delivering. And so it does make me wonder just how deep the Russian influence goes in their country. Australia back from giving aid, but it is something that we know Russia tries to work on in every democracy, not just Australia, America, Germany, or the other countries that we can think of, but all across the world they try to do that. So is that what's holding them back, or is it some other thing, or are they just greedy, selfish? I don't know. I doubt those things, but it is hard to explain the lack of aid coming from Australia. In any case, it is a good opportunity for Australian citizens to call their representatives and bug the hell out of them about this. Light a fire under them about giving aid, and that's about all we can do. We saw that in the United States, that was a very effective strategy, and perhaps the only strategy that we had was to turn around, the decisions that people had made and get them to look at Ukraine as the necessary ally that they are to us, and that they're, convince them that the cause of Ukraine was just or is just, and it works. So pressure works. That's what we know, and so that's why we've been in the last couple hours encouraging everybody in every country that is an ally to Ukraine to call and pressure representatives, however it is that you do that, and that it would be wonderful to see more aid come in, more pressure campaigns. But anyways, Axel.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's vital that you know exactly where to put your finger on the scale in order to make a difference. And fortunately, some people manage to do so in the discussion with the House. But there you go. This is what is it? Spilled milk under the bridge, quite literally in this case. And if you look at political pressure as it is exerted currently in Germany towards the Chancellor, that's not working because you're just literally hitting a roadblock there. There's only one approach which makes sense, and that is a constructive vote of no confidence to replace the current government and immediately put a new government into its own seat in order to make sure that there's better and more comprehensive support. But then again, you could say this for a number of governments in that regard. This is nothing new. And we fortunately touched upon this only briefly yesterday, where we managed to get through a significantly more, shall we say, battlefield and logistics support oriented program.
Well, that is not my mic. I'm having troubles keeping my mic open there, Axel. I just want to let you know that. But anyways, that's not how we do it. Vote of no confidence. We just get our turn to elect people or not, or impeach them. That's the other thing we could do, but none of that's going to happen. There'll be no impeachment. The next the next election will be decisive, but that is a ways off now. And for today, I think the other thing that is still missing that the U.S. can give, and that is the bilateral security agreement that the United States and Ukraine have been working on now for quite a long time. And I understand there are the difficulties that face this. And ideally, whatever kind of security assurances that are given are passed in the House and the Senate so that they have standing, and not just left to something like another Budapest memorandum, which didn't work exactly as it seems like it should have. So I think that is the next thing that we really need to put pressure on to get is that bilateral security agreement. Don't know what you think of that about that, but when we think about what we can do, which is give, and we give, and we're raising money, as you know, for those power supply units for a hospital, and we do advocacy, we fight disinformation, and we get out the news about Ukraine, and those are the things we can do, but that advocacy role can be one of the largest and most important things that we do. And we know it had influence in the United States. So, I look at those opportunities across the world and they are there. What's happening in Britain, for example, by shrinking their military is just the very wrong thing to do. And they're putting the military needs against other needs in the country, and that is not the way to look at it. It is that, sometimes all of the above are necessary, as if Britain didn't have enough money. It's just that I think there's a lot of control over that money that is ill-considered. And so there's a challenge there, and I use them as a familiar example of a problem that we see across all of the Ukrainian partners is that they're tied up in their own problems and perhaps not looking carefully at the world situation closely enough, and so not seeing the risks. And certainly, I think the citizenry don't see the risks. Those in government, especially those who are privy to the full intelligence reports, because they all representatives in the U.S. At the national level get some amount of information coming out of the intelligence services. But the citizenry, no, I don't think that we're getting the whole picture the way that we need to, and that would be probably one of the best things that would happen is if people were better informed, then the politicians would follow the people, and as it should be. But people first have to be informed, Axel.
Yeah, I think you meandered exactly to the point where I would have gone to right away, and that is that it's certainly helpful that we raise awareness here. That's one thing. This is what we've been doing right from the beginning. But the key is to provide information and a forum to discuss and dissect information. I think that is our primary task here. Everything else, it's good to support advocacy, but it's not our main. It's not our main capability and capacity. We can support a campaign, wage a campaign, whatever. That's fine. But the main thing people are interested in is getting more information from Ukraine about Ukraine in relation to Ukraine, what nations and supporters are doing for or with Ukraine, what the tasks are, what the risks are, what the movements are of our adversaries, so what the cranks are doing worldwide in order to thwart democracy and freedom, and how this relates back with their active measures and global strategic campaigns, how this relates back to, say, winning in Ukraine first. Because the key thing is actually, you could reduce this to one thing: defeat Russia first. That's the key aspect. Everything else flows from there.
It has to. It has to be the defeat of Russia, and we saw the USSR collapse, and that was pretty good. That was a good start. but we were left with a situation that quickly degraded from collapsed USSR to the resurgence of Russia, and so it felt to me like the snake shedding its skin to grow larger and more dangerous in this case. And I think that the complete defeat of Russia, getting them forced to do what we want, is going to have to be the objective this time. And for all of Ukraine's goals, at least, and hopefully. We are taking the lead from Ukraine. They've put together, I think, the terms of surrender for Russia, and it really is in the 10-point peace plan that defines that. And I think it would benefit us all if we could stick to that. I don't know if we will or if we'll cave in, because that is still quite possible, Axel, that we'll cave in as a collective and demand less and get less than what we should out of Russia in terms of the end of the war. So Ukraine has designed a really good 10-point plan that addresses these things, and in particular the point of acknowledging the end of the war is especially important. It cannot be one of these deals where it's like, oh, okay, we stopped fighting, but we're still going to shoot missiles at you. Well, and think to Gaza about that. That is one of the things that it looked like peace, but that Iron Dome system kept shooting down missiles that were coming in over Israel territory. So we do not want this situation for Ukraine. We want them to stop completely, and I think that's going to take a lot more oomph than we've been giving.
Yeah, well, there you go. And Europeans and Americans alike, in that regard, look into the mirror and feel ashamed. I found it interesting that today many magazines started quoting the interviews, respectively, the statements by Admiral Bauer, who's now at NATO, not Sacker, but at NATO in a critical job, and where he highlighted that Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is a critical conflict, and that will now determine the fate of the world. Now, if everybody were to look very closely, listen very closely to our very capable military leaders in EUCOM and within the various various occupations in NATO, and if our politicians were to actually take this as advice, they would have to shift their political pleasantries and complacencies and become significantly more conservative, significantly more reductionist, tell the population the truth as to what the entitlements are worth if there is no freedom, what it will be if there are limitations on global trade imposed by dictatorships, that the nice supply chains they all seem to benefit from are so very much precarious, and that the overall social security systems which we have in Europe are equally at risk as is the Ukrainian civil population by Russia's attack. And therefore, we need to act. And we may have to suspend a few things. And we may have to tell a few people that, no, that's not the time now. Go back to the end of the queue, win first. Our politicians are not ready.
No, they're not. And I think that, the benefit of being attacked is it's really clear. It's like, okay, they just hit Pearl Harbor. Okay, we know what to do now. And there will be no Pearl Harbor this time, is my estimation. There'll be the Baltic Jammer, the little missile strikes that just happened to land in somebody's country without killing anyone, shooting down unmanned drones and the like. These are what Russia will do. They will also spark off new battles in other places, as they did in Gaza, where they really pulled the trigger and got that whole thing started. And it's not attributed to them yet. I think we are correctly saying, yep, that's what happened. But I don't think that most people around the world understand it that way. And in fact, Russia has gone to some difficulty to make sure that it isn't obvious. And it is the case, I think, that they'll do it again when they can, find another hot spot to light up. And it's quite possible. But what we see also is that that particular conflict has been spreading, and we'll just see how far that goes. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a lot hotter, but Israel has no incentive really to stop at this point, because there are still battalions of Hamas there, and Hamas is the terrorist country that invaded, or terrorist group that invaded their country, and they need to be destroyed or dismantled. They don't have to even be killed. They can just give up if they want to. So, but this is the kind of thing where, with the press the way it is, even the justified actions of Israel are turned against them in the news. And unfortunately, it impacts the citizens of all our countries in the wrong way, and in accordance with Russia's wishes. So this really is an information war first. And well, is it first? Is it more important than what's going on kinetically in Ukraine? Hard to say that, but I do think, man, Axel. But I see we've got a hand, Jenny.
So I want to ask Axel, what do you think should be done about the Baltic Jammer? I know what I think, but I want to hear your opinion.
Well, it's very straightforward and simple. You have to start with diplomatic means. You have to request the Russians that they do not impair safety. And you have to throw the IATA rules at them, and close access to any and all airports within IATA range, within, say, the range of the West, to Russian airliners. That's it. That's what you do.
Haven't we already closed it, like all the airports for Russian airliners?
No, Turkey hasn't.
Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, because I thought that somebody had already talked to the Russians and they claim it's not them when it comes
Yeah,
to,
no, but
yeah.
they can claim whatever they want. We know exactly where it's from. But we're not stupid. They're not stupid. So this is relatively simple.
Are you sure they're not stupid? Or are they just drunk?
No. They are not that stupid. No. Just because there are individuals amongst them who are stupid does not mean that they all in total and as a state and a state organization, that they are stupid. There is individual strokes of genius amongst those who work against the side of the free. There's no question. That always has been the case. Evil has its qualities. Unfortunately, those are the ones we have to literally take out in this instance. And this is quite clear. This is black and white. We know exactly where the signal is coming from. We can check than people often seemingly assume.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking, Jenny. Yeah, well, I don't know what the diplomatic things are, but it seems like they should have been Axel and Jenny. I think there have been indications of this for quite.
Find ways to say force themselves, so to say, upon us in the northeast, and that's what they're doing. And Finnair now has to close flights until the end of May, as it seems, even for the access to Tartu, which is the cultural. How should I put this? Tartu, the University of Tartu, and Tartu as a city further inland and closer to the Russian border, but very, very deeply rooted in Estonian culture, is the center, just like Krakow is the center for culture in Poland to the Poles to a large extent. Yes, we'll hear in a few minutes that there's many, many centers for culture in Poland. That's fine, but Krakow has a central position as to cultural heritage, same as Tartu. So it's vitally important that people can fly there. And Tartu, it also matters economically and strategically. And that Finnair can't fly there because there's only a GPS guided approach system, because the airport is small, and that we tolerate this. I don't think that it speaks well of us. Therefore, one should take out the baseball bat, and that means no Russian tourists in Turkey. And for that, of course, the caliph needs to be pressurized a bit more. And as you know, we don't do this very well.
Oh, well, well, this is one of many issues that we're facing with Russia. The same sort of thing has happened in the Red Sea, messing with the GPS signal. So it is an international problem. In fact, that does in fact happen around the world. But this is one of the hot spots, I think, that has to be considered as a particularly Russian problem. And we'll see about the next round of efforts to get Russia to stop. But at some point, it does seem like it'll have to be kinetic. It doesn't have to be explosive, though. Maybe there are ways to counteract this with other electronic warfare equipment. But the best thing, it seems like, would be to blow that thing up. But that kicks off a whole lot of things we may not want. Well, with that, I guess I want to talk about Georgia for a little bit. Georgia is, working to expel the Russian influence on their law. And there's been a package of laws that are sort of pro-Russian in the sense that they would isolate, non-governmental organizations in Georgia and kind of brand them as, bad, external forces when in fact they're not necessarily that. And so Georgia is, I don't know how many days into this they are, but still huge protests going on there. And Georgia is, ideally with Ukraine marching steadily toward EU membership. However, this is being blocked as best as Russia can block it. And right at this point, Russia seems to have some cards that they're playing fairly successfully. And so it's troubling to watch this and to see. It is very nice to see that at least Georgians are, they're ready at least to protest and say no. But will they get through this? I was really, of course, enjoyed the punch that was thrown there at one of the Russian Russian supporters, I guess I should say. But it's going to take more than that to dislodge the Russian influence. So I'm hoping that, we find a way, the collective partners of Ukraine will find a way to also help Georgians. I'm not sure what kind of aid we can offer except for moral support at this point. Axel, I don't know if you had any other ideas or any other news out of Georgia.
Well, today is interesting in one regard. I mean, today is day 16 of the protests, and what we've seen in the past, whenever Russia tries to influence matters, and you've seen this also even during the wars in Yugoslavia, is that they put people on buses, and that's what they did today. So Georgian Dream has called for demonstrations to support that law against foreign agents, as they call it, in Georgia, and supporting that law by means of getting civil servants from all over Georgia put on buses to bring them into Tbilisi to mount their own demonstration in favor of the ruling party's proposal. It's interesting, yesterday, more than 115,000 people, as they estimated. In this instance, the opposition and the numbers looked actually quite, how should I put this, comprehensive. More than, by far more than 100,000 people, but they said 115,000 people demonstrated yet again. And these are significant numbers, and they continue to actually bring their case forward. So I'd say that the Georgian civil society needs to hold fast and needs to hold on to this, because the key is, of course, that in recent years they were rather complacent in voting in a government which would do so. They fell prey, or part of the population fell prey to the sweet poison of entitlements and a policy which can only be described as authoritarian social democratic entitlements and providing government jobs to cronies. I mean, this is something which we have to understand. There is a way to make people do things. And that's what Georgian Dream, under the auspices of the oligarch, with all his Russian interests, has done. So there you go. But I see that Jerome has joined us. So Jerome, good evening. How are you?
Good, Axel. Thank you. I know this is just an idea. It just occurred to me. Like Russia plays in that gray area where the governments have to make decisions where it's hard to get a feel for what the public actually thinks. It's almost, I think there almost needs to be like referendums put forward on foreign policy decisions or actions. Like this Kaliningrad GPS thing has gone on long enough where it's interfering in civil society almost to the point where you need like if it was a public decision, you would make a referendum on. And I know it's hard to make a referendum on to say, yes, we're going to take military action or something, but I don't know. Maybe it's not a good idea, but they're just playing in that gray area where it's hard to measure the actual public will. And candidates aren't coming out and staking a claim. And I think they just keep playing that gray area where it's hard for the politicians to have a marker down to say what the public wants. So I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but I guess that's it, how to put a public marker down for the sentiment of what the population actually wants, because the politicians aren't giving us any clear, like this guy does. I guess some do, but so I don't know, just a thought.
It's an idea, because you're right about the inaction there. We are not hearing about this from politicians, or very few of them anyways, and they are certainly not being echoed in the press, which is another problem entirely. But a referendum, it's an interesting idea. It is a major thing to get a referendum going in a country like, say, the United States. That would be a very costly thing, and it would also probably mean that there'd have to be laws created to allow these kind of things within all of the 50 states. So it seems unlikely to me, but it sure would be useful. I'll grant you that. It would be very useful to have a place where we could ask and get answers from the people themselves about these kinds of things. Short of that, the best thing, of course, is that we're contacting our reps, asking for what it is that we want, and that would be probably enough. But without the knowledge first about the situation, why would you call in the first place? So I think that the real issue for us is getting the word out. So I don't know what you think, Jerome.
Yeah, it's actually triggered by the Kaliningrad situation. So that's a civic, there's a civic issue right now, I think, as far as air travel. I know there's ways around it and whatnot, but I don't know. I guess for specific, it'd have to be a very specific topic, and you're right, it would never happen. But I don't know. There's just, I just think there's a new way we need to proceed. If people are going to attack democracy, I don't know if we're using all of our levers to maybe communicate how the population is thinking. So, okay, enough. Thank you.
You know, the other way to do this would be to do some polling, and polls are good when they're actually not Twitter polls. First of all, Twitter polls are useless, except except when you can outvote, I don't know, like Representative Lee or somebody like that. But they're not representative of a greater population, whereas a good poll is representative of a population. But this would have to be a poll that the question is going to be very long. It's like, okay, here's the situation, blah, 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 blah. And then, so what would you have us do? And I think there is a lot of value. Polls don't just reflect opinion. Sometimes they lead opinion, and that's not altogether bad. So I think that tapping into the the people at large to get their input is a valuable thing. So maybe that would be a more reasonable approach to that, Jerome. So thank you for the ideas. Whatever we can do to get the word out ourselves. I wrote letters in a couple local newspapers in the drive to get that petition number 9 signed, and no, they did not get published. But that is certainly another avenue to tell people what's going on, is for us to put ourselves out there a little bit and talk about this in our local papers, because eventually it gets to be a local thing. And if you've got other social media accounts, that is another option to tell people what's going on. And we certainly have some outreach there. We've got a Facebook thing. I am not on Facebook. I like it that way. I really hesitate to jump into the that, but it might help. And so that's another way. But in any case, I see that Lexicon has her hands up. Welcome, Lexicon. You're neither furious nor cheering. So
That's right. Now that now that these things have baked a little, I'm not going to cheer these guys anymore. We got stuff to watch. So I just came in very recently, so I'm not sure what you're talking about getting the word out about. And talking about referendum, because I understand you're talking about Georgia and you're talking about the jamming in the Baltic Sea. And I think it sounds like you're talking about a third issue.
primarily, Jerome was speaking to the issue of the Baltic jammer, and maybe people need to weigh in on that. But go ahead.
Well, I was thinking about Georgia. Yeah, the jammer. I don't know, because I even saw recently some respected by us experts saying, "Oh yeah, I mean, it's no big deal. The problem is nobody can say exactly where it's coming from, and they got 3 other, they navigated before, and I think Finland is. I think it's really good that Finland has made noise about the issue. That's what's happening. Is I think that there's too many countries have not been making noise about the issue, and I say, oh, not surprised that it's Finland. But I also was thinking about Georgia, that, if someone was talking about a referendum in Georgia, I think it wouldn't get counted straight. But Georgia, I don't even know whether the election count, I don't remember at the time, did people feel the election count was correct and proper, or did they feel there was?
No. The election
It was.
Yeah, the election
So,
was as it was, but they lost it
okay,
because
but
they
now,
managed to be complacent about it, and the participation in the election was not sufficient for the opposition to actually gain the upper hand.
yeah,
They let
and
it slide.
So now they've watched and they've seen what they've seen, and they see something now, well, they saw it a year ago too, that pissed them off. Like at some point you push the population and they know exactly what this means, what it implies, what it means for them. And they're saying, no, we're drawing a line here. And when the government tried to, do a KG by saying, okay, we'll withdraw the law, they did not declare what people wanted, that would be completely dropped and abolished and got rid of, and they're doing it again. And I think Georgia's in a really tricky situation, because the demonstrations look at Belarus, the demonstrations were very, very impressive, but there's no way Russia would let that happen. So they sent specialists in police repression, exactly what Yanukovych got a week before. Well, at any rate, thinking about my weeks now, but yeah, Putin definitely sent Russian police specialists and this kind of tutushki, or what are they called? The riot police, the special police, and they started beating them up. And but in Belarus, he didn't just send a handful, and when it didn't work, or to the extent that people fought back, he sent more. And there was no way he was going to let Belarus go, having seen, of course, what Ukraine did. And I'm worried that Georgia, I just wonder how, because if Putin is going to be fairly determined about this, or let's say if people start demanding more than just the withdrawal of the law, they're quite smart. They're demanding, I think, the withdrawal of the law and total forget it, garbage dump. And I think they're in exactly this kind of balancing situation. They've got to muster enough strength to go toe to toe with the government and say, back down on this. That's all we're saying. And gather their strength for the next elections to do more than what they did last time.
And these
Or
elections,
is the government
these elections are
making?
coming up. So that's October. This is all the run up to this. So the question really is, how can the
Right.
opposition maintain momentum? How can they prevent certain laws to be made and enacted beforehand? Because these laws are designated in order to reduce the impact of NGOs and exiled Georgians who reside all over the world and who do not want to see their country going into full Russification. So that's the whole point.
Sure. And what Russia wants is this law, because we see exactly how Russia used it. They brought in that law. Putin brought it in a few years ago and proceeded to exterminate by hook or by crook, by just causing to dissolve or explicitly dissolving them. So, and an organization like Memorial, completely domestic organizations, of course, were abolished with the use of this kind of law. And I think they're very smart to say, okay, we've got this minimalist demand. This is all we want. And at this time you demonstrate for this, and you move on to the elections. But that's really, if they can maintain their strength as the Ukrainians did for a few months, and it starts worrying Putin as to the outcome of the elections, then I think they need to be prepared for him stepping it up a few notches. And there's going to be dirty tricks. I'm sure there are right now. And the dirty tricks are just going to increase, augment, get worse and worse up to and through the elections. And the elections are probably at great risk. And I'm sure people are now discussing, how do we organize a people's election, supervision? How do we supervise the supervisors? There's a lot of, I'm sure they know, lots of practice on doing this, taking back our elections, being able to. There's a lot of that exists, practice in the world. But anyway, I'm just saying, I think it's a really dangerous time right now, or really, let's say, this can be the edge of, or it's a time to be extremely careful, extremely smart, to look at all kinds of experience and to really maintain the organizing, whoever are the organizing groups. By the way, I saw somebody saying, and all this is completely spontaneous, as if there's some value to the people not being organized. I mean, I hope to hell it's not spontaneous. In reality, it's like, it's what I don't think James got exactly clear about the iron law of oligarchy. But the point is, if something's big, it has to have some organization, or it's going to get smashed apart by people who are organized in addition to being armed. Anyway, a little bit of speechifying, and back to you guys.
I like the way you speechify that iron law of oligarchy. Yeah, it creeps back in all the time, doesn't it? So now that I've learned a thing or two about it, I sure appreciate how it in fact happens. But yes, I'm thinking about the organization that went into the various protest campaigns that the Ukrainians launched and carried out. They did quite a bit of organizing in preparation beyond what you would expect from, in particular, the students. I was surprisingly, delighted to see how thoroughly they'd prepared their protest campaign, and it certainly worked in that case. So, yeah, I too, Lexicon, hope that this is well organized and that they can sustain this, and moreover, that they can in fact leverage the protesting into change in the in the country. Yanukovych got chased out, right? That'd be nice, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So I don't know what the various end games are for the situation in Georgia. But anyways,
Well,
I
I can
see,
give you
Axel, that
some input
there's
in that regard. I mean, James, it's evident that this will become kinetic. This is one of the long-standing and available scenarios. There's a good reason why, for example, paratroopers and the United States Marines and others have been training with Georgia in the many years before, especially in those years when the current government was not in place, because you had to train them for the moment if and when Russia were to go kinetic and try to attack them again. The Georgian army is not bad. It's small, yes. It's under-equipped, yes. But it has a couple of capabilities, and the Russians are not that strong. The Russians need people who collaborate with them in Georgia for Georgia to fall. Georgia is extremely hard to dominate, given its mountainous setup, given the way the coastline is designed. There's many options for resistance. The Russians would not be able to take Georgia. They had difficulties enough already in other areas. This is would they be able to attack in full? I doubt it. I think also that at that point in time, we would have a significantly more severe response. But the question is, will it become kinetic right in the run-up to the election, because it becomes evident that the election might actually be a fair election and the opposition has a chance to win it? May it become kinetic, say, after October, after election? We do not know, but it is extremely likely that this is something which will become a very heavy-duty conflict. And what we can do, and what we have learned from the failed foreign policies of our American friends, is that this is not a matter of deterrence only, it's already a matter of defense. The last time when Barack Obama failed to dispatch two of the vessels for a Freedom of Navigation Act visit, because they were just there for the Olympics, don't forget, right in front of Sochi, right in the Black Sea. They could have gone to Crimea. They didn't. We didn't dispatch the paratroopers to Crimea to see and have a little look, see who are these little green men. We could have done all these kind of things. We did not develop a forced posture at this point in time. And we can. This is what actually we are trained for. This is what we should be doing. And yes, as soon play through the scenario, the Georgians vote into power a new government, which is in opposition to Putin. Immediately upon that time, we should motivate our ally Turkey to overcome its inhibitions and send, say, some of its navy there for a friendly port visit. You should immediately send assistance, yet again, from the United States. We should send paratroopers from both Britain and the US to train with the Georgian army. We should give them, under the Foreign Military Sales Act, the capabilities to buy more equipment. We should give them a long-term lease program. We should include them in the build-out of their air force. We should make sure that the EU at that point in time accelerates its program of accession and send people there. We should give them all the help possible and all the military power and support visible. That's what we should do if we reach October without kinetic impact. Lexicon.
Lexicon? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I agree. And the thing is that, as we know, the world has changed since Ukraine. And nobody in that part of the world, anyway, is having an election simply all by themselves in their nice little country, having their nice proper election. I mean, somebody yesterday was saying Putin's 71. He's not waiting 10 years till he's 81 to do what he's doing. Like, Putin is on his role right now. And Georgia is not just anywhere, you know. Georgia's really important part of the Black Sea. I guess people saw at the Munich Security Conference in, was it late February? I thought I would remember her name, their great president. She spoke, I mean, her speaking, every time her interventions, every time I saw them, were absolutely clear, sterling, clarion call to awareness of the world, of the strategic significance of Georgia on the Black Sea and of the Black Sea, and the need for Black Sea policy. And I mean, she's a very analytical, incisive, and I think extremely smart woman. And she was, the interviews she did were so good that stations were putting them, they were back up on YouTube as clips. Yeah, and she was trying to get the word out. She's foreseeing the kind of situation her country's in, and asking countries who have some reason to care about the Black Sea, which should be just about everybody, to be aware of Georgia's situation. Now, right now, these people in this movement, certainly the people who are active leadership within it, are probably aware of that. But I think building awareness of, let's say, the simplicity of this demand. We just want one thing. We just already told you we do not like this law. This is absolutely, God, I'm searching for an adjective, which means dastardly, to then attempt to sneak it back in again. Obviously, nobody got fooled, hoodwinked, because here we are all out in the street. World, this is all we want. I think an awareness that this is a democratic demand of a people who are trying to influence their own democracy. And I think I don't know the ways that they can best create awareness. I think, yes, that the European Union should be making a lot of noise. The European Parliament should be making a lot of noise. We should be demanding, whatever sorts of groups that defend people's democracies, that hang out in countries all around there, and UN agencies, what have you. Maybe people have smart ideas, but I think it's really important, because I think that the way Putin is not a matter of invading the country. I think Putin will do all the Belarus ways of attempting to forestall the success of the opposition, either in this movement right now or and because, just as you say, it's the buildup to the October election. So yeah, I think it's really urgent and if we care about Ukraine, which we all do, we need to make noise about Georgia. I cannot believe the way this is being ignored in the media, and how, on the other hand, completely outstanding their work is. So continuing to speechify.
Yep, make the case. That's exactly what we should be doing.
Yeah.
So what can we guys do?
Well, what I do
we
for-
had sorry, Mr. Liz, just very briefly, what we can do is we can continue doing what we're doing, providing information, getting the word out. If you remember those days when we had when the protests flared up first a few months ago, we had some of our friends directly from Georgia, plus of course our regular listener and speaker Alex Caftelli join us. But we had people directly from the protest and from the Georgian opposition come onto our space and talk with them and highlight this. At the moment, they are just exceptionally busy. Yes, they have this difficult situation that on the one hand they have to be present there, on the other hand they have to reach out to the media worldwide. It's difficult enough for them. We'll try to keep that candle lit, and we'll keep the flame going. That's what we should be doing, I think. Vasilius.
Agreed.
Yes, I just wanted to throw in that what I'm doing is to read everything and share the also nearly everything about because it's starting to look a little bit like Maidan. So actually to also connect the dots and raise awareness that it has been Georgia before and it has been similar and it's getting Georgia back now. I think that for their sake, it's good that actually Putin is now occupied elsewhere, but he is also. We can also clearly say if he has not something in backhand to actually try to get involved in both situations similarly, but his ruthlessness has increased for sure. So it's hard to predict situation there, and yes, it's I'm also very closely watching the development in Georgia, and I think we should discuss it more often here. And Georgia has been not part of the bill, so but of course nothing started yet there. So there have been even a few minor throwbacks for those pro-Putin party soldiers, which has been trying to break down the protests. But as long as they do not get support from their master in Kremlin, I think the people are safe. But who knows? The people on Maidan has been also going through hell even without calling in the Russians, even if there might have been a few snipers from what I've heard. But
All right, let's swivel back to Ukraine, if I may say so. We will be hearing from Georgia later in the evening. The Georgians tend to have their demonstrations ongoing. At the moment, the speech by the current prime minister has already roiled up people. There is one pro-government, well-organized, bust-in kind of small demonstration in favor of the law, and that it is highly likely that the opposition, which has already gathered in Tbilisi, will continue its protestations on day 16 today. With a massive overmatch of numbers. However, in the meantime, we understand that Polish peasants have stopped with their pitchforks and tractors to block the last, or have given up the last of the blocked transit points and border checkpoints. Stunning stuff, Vasilius, isn't it?
well, yes, and especially also the truckers has been moved out the trucks from the border. There is still some there are still some issues from what I read when it comes to the grain transport, but other beside this everything is cleared finally.
Well, there you go. So, and I understand that the Minister for Agriculture in Ukraine, the new Minister for Agriculture in Ukraine, has highlighted the very constructive work done by the Polish side in consulting with Ukraine and these peasants. So there you go. And it seems somehow they ran out of money there, right?
Well, it's also the season, I believe, at least for the farmers, which starts to round about this time, where they need to get ready to actually be able to harvest anything. So it was kind of also foresawn at least that this will be the time where it will end for sure, at least in regards to the farmers, but it does not apply to the truckers. So I'm actually very curious, and I didn't found till now a good explanation how they managed actually to get the truckers away. I know that there was some hard invitation from the police side, but I didn't read anything about some kind of agreement if there will be such a thing. So if you know more, please share. I'm very much interested in this.
All righty. What else is new? Has Radek Sikorski made another big speech yet again? Because I mean, day one of the week, he must have, right? I mean, we can't have a day without him.
You can't have a day, even an hour within a day without him. At least when we are talking about the same speech, because I tried to listen to the whole thing, and it was like impossible. I think it was 2 hours or something, and even when he's
so he still has time, you know, that he still has, there's wie sagt man auf Deutsch, da ist noch Luft nach oben.
Yeah,
he still has, there's still things he can do better to come to the same level as shall we say
MriyaReport.
No, I mean normally the longest speeches of all times were held by the former leaders of the Cuban Revolution. Don't forget, Fidel Castro managed to have an average of 6 hours, and 2 hours is nothing. I mean, by the way, how can we not have a day without a proper, sensible, at least an hour and a half long speech by Radek Sikorski?
Well, I think he's getting to it, and I mean, obviously, the best you can get is MriyaReport, because you have a speech basically without an end. So it's unlimited. Even if the personas might change, we are constantly talking about everything related to Ukraine.
Are we the Sikorski choir unplugged? Therefore,
we are the very best that Sikorski might dream to become one day. Like, I would put it like this. I must say there have been a few interesting twists and the attempts to actually debunk the former narratives from a party, which I must admire. I must admit that they have been well thought out, but there have been a few that have been rather laughable. But at the end of the day, I judge politicians not by what they say, but what they actually do. And honestly, besides the turning point on the border, which has finally happened, and we still don't exactly know how it happened, I didn't see anything really happening in favor for Ukraine, rather talking right now, until now.
well, we have to be fair, of course. We are very happy that Radek Sikorski is now making clear on which side of the fence he stands. He is very much in support, and he finds the right kind of words to attack Putin, which we really very much appreciate. This could have been completely different, as we all know. And we're very happy really very, very happy that he actually is a spearhead in terms of overall communication within the EU in that regard, no question. But we have to, from time to time, be a bit humorous, given the fact that people who do not speak Polish do not follow what he says otherwise, and how his speeches in the original actually come across.
True. Well, Poland are also right now a little bit abgelenkt,
distracted,
yes, by the topic of plans of the CPK, which should be the airport. There have been big plans to build a central airport with a lot of infrastructure around it, like trains and hub and even parts of autobahn. And it looks like actually most of them are very much in favor for, because it would also not bring Poland a little bit to a next level, but increase the military capability in terms of quicker NATO response abilities. But it seems like the current government wants to prevent it from happening. So people are really debating about it and are really distracted by this topic. So honestly, I think this is actually covering the top news, and it might be that a lot of things are falling behind.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing that, of course, how should I put it this way? There's the integration of rail and road transport, not just for Warsaw itself, but for the rest of Poland, is absolutely vital, no question about it. Can this be done for the Chopin Airport in this format? There are technical solutions for everything and anything, of course. Will it be done as well, unless it, or would it be better if there were a central airport set up as proposed? There are reasons as to why the planning has come about as it has. All right. So, but the decentralization is something which politicians in Warsaw very rarely take into account. I think there are lots and lots of people in Katowice, Krakow, and in Stettin and Danzig who would prefer to have a slightly more decentralized setup within Poland. But even that would require more interconnectivity of both cargo and passenger rail, as well as a slightly more improved road network. I mean, the Poles have done magnificent stuff. If you think about it, if you think back to the early 1990s, right after the Poles had managed to thwart the Soviet occupation and yoke and free themselves, the road quality in Poland was disastrous. But the massive impact of Polish ingenuity, the hardworking engineers, focus on improvement on key infrastructure, and then later on the access to the EU and structural funds and use of structural funds in Poland, they have created a substantially upgraded Poland, which has a road network which by itself is massively improved. I mean, the Czech Republic, yes, beyond that, but still, Poland is doing fairly well. CPK will continue to be associated with the previous government, and it seems that the polarization of Polish politics, Polish domestic politics, which has been ongoing for, shall we say, 900 years, Vasilius, if not longer, the polarization of Polish politics will not allow one side to be appreciated when the other side has come into power. It just won't happen.
Yes, both want to be at the pole position, you know. That's probably the reason for. And actually, I have an interesting anecdote, because I can 100% second what you've said, because when we've been traveling constantly by car from quite of the middle of Poland to quite of the middle to Germany, and it's exactly the same distance. And in the beginning, we needed like 8 hours to get to the Polish border and 4 hours to get to our German destination. And in the time after the autobahn has been finished, and the Germans started to because there was a long lag for upgrading the autobahn, and started to finally work again on their infrastructure, it became the complete opposite. We needed 8 hours to get to the Polish border from Germany and 4 hours to get to our destination. So that's a good fun
there
story
you
there.
have it. There you have it. The over-regulated, over-controlled, and badly repaired and maintained quality of roads because of a lack of infrastructure investment in Germany in recent years. Because we've been throwing money at everybody and everybody and their wishfulness, as opposed to doing the things which we were once doing reasonably well, focusing on the essentials. But there you go. This is seemingly continuity of entitlement government. So the Niskanen model of economics. So for people who have fun going through that. And I don't know whether it makes any sense highlighting that Ukraine also in the run-up to the full-scale invasion was actually investing a lot of the funds provided to it, unfortunately still, on the pure upgrading of a number of infrastructure projects where it is debatable as to whether it could have been better to harden further, shelters for military equipment and the likes. But this is a debate, yet again, spilled milk under the bridge.
Yes, spilled milk under the bridge. And you know what catched my attention during the last few days most was actually an analysis done by a poll which was totally totally clear and really sound, that has mainly pointed out how Russia managed to undergo Germany in a way that they
Undermine,
think
you mean?
undermine, yes, from each side actually of the society, so that it's hard for Russians to give up, for Germans to give up on Russia. I will need to translate it to English and share it with you someday, because it has been really short and so precise that I found hardly even someone in Germany who would not agree to those points, and I think it's a very, very good read. So
Yeah, but the key element to this is that Russia's active measures and propaganda strategy is exploitation driven. So not only they of course try to shape conditions, and of course they will use those who are already gullible and they are more easily exploitable, and gullible both in terms of the belief that you could trade with the Russians, Wandel durch Handel, as many German business leaders said. So change through trade, which, if you think about it, go back to the initial German, Dutch, Frisian merchants of Novgorod, who in 3 instances were all literally beheaded, killed, expropriated, pushed out, and the like. So whenever Novgorod was rebuilt, whenever they actually came back there, nobody knows why. But so to say, the definition of insanity was what? Anyway, so there's of course those who on the merchant side are gullible or open to be corrupted by means of exploitation of trade and exploitation of the submissiveness of those who rather would wish to trade than to actually combat. And then there's those who are in line with you, and that of course includes pretty much the whole left of the German political spectrum, as well as those who are in line with certain results they desire. For example, phasing out nuclear power in Germany was desired by the Greens, was their prime target, and it only serves the Russians because the Russians were the ones who could then provide cheap gas as a replacement. So of course you support the Greens from a Russian perspective. Of course you nurture them. Of course you try to endear yourself to them, and it's easy because many of them are also hardcore left. So it fits within an overall affiliation and the appeasement towards terrorism, the affinity to the former RAF. Both on the hard left in Germany on the one hand, as well as the steering of the RAF, the Rote Armee-Fraktion, the Red Army faction, the terrorists who steered by the Soviets and the Soviet-occupied zone administration of Erich Honecker and Mr. Mielke of the Stasi, as well as the Bulgarians who were also involved, by the way, in that regard. The terror organizations supported and wielded across Europe by the Soviets were predominantly hard left. Up until the point in time when they found out that in the late 80s, for example, it was actually quite helpful to sponsor also the extreme hard right. And the Russians managed to undermine both the hard right in Austria with the Freiheitliche Partei, the FPÖ, as they became then later, and of course Wehrsportgruppen, the rather fascist little organizations which are Verfassungsschutz, our internal security service, then had to go after. We found evidence of Russian insemination of funds, support, logistical support, and infiltration, even guidance and conversion of certain of their players to becoming foreign agents. And we know this, we can see this, we actually report on this, we discuss this even here in this space. And still today, Manuela Schwesig is still in the public eye as a politician in the, shall we say, amongst the higher echelons of German polity, because she even has what we call an Amt. She has an office, and she is allowed to be there in public. And this is the woman who, as state prime minister of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, the northernmost state, allowed the Russians to employ the created foundation to field money into it, being Gazprom, to highlight the good cause of Nord Stream 2. There, the circle closes. If you tell this to anyone outside, Germany, they'd say, "Are you mad? Can you be so blind? Are you
Yes.
that stupid?"
And
And
you know what?
but the Germans say, "No, well, yeah, this is not so bad, and we needed the gas, and it was just working." No, you're just stupid. I'm sorry, but carry on.
Yeah, and this is exactly one of the 4 points he actually has came out to has been that their main leverages they have used, and actually they have found out about this. That they can use this for Germany to bring them to this way of thinking, because Germany, the Germans also constantly like to. They tend to fall into a few extremes, like sometimes communism, sometimes fascism, but they also have this ideology, this ideologic thing, not only Germans but especially, that they want to save the world, and this is like an ideological thinking that this way we can do finally something good for the world, and that's why we need to push it, and that's also why they have been against nuclear weapons in Germany, and because like there are exactly the same, right? Nuclear plants, nuclear weapons, and things like this. So this whole ideology has been curated, and led to the actually situation that you have described, that everyone outside of Germany is thinking, okay, nuclear plants might be quite expensive, but once you made the investment and you have a place to store all this thing for very long time, And given also the fact that it might become one day even again usable, as we talked here on the panel a short time ago, then it's actually quite good for the climate as well, because it does not
Yeah, but you
produce.
can't say this. You can't say this, Massilius. Please, please, you can't say this. This is Philistine. How would you say this? I mean, please. Germans know that the good thing is the slogan, no Atomstrom in my Wohnhome. Oh, God, please. The stupidity of the German population knows no boundaries. And the funny part is, even with the tragedies occurring in Ukraine, they can't see what this was for. They don't see it, and German media doesn't get it. This evening, our friend Jay in Kiev posted yet again notices about today's attacks on Odessa. Okay, and put this into context. On the one hand, you have Manuela Schwesig in Germany still hovering around, still doing the Russian bidding. You have Olaf Scholz denying Ukraine the tools it needs. You have the Social Democrats already preparing for general elections next year and the autumn state elections to make him the peace chancellor who will make peace with Russia. At the same time, Russia sends ballistic missiles with cluster munitions to maximize casualties and hits a tourist area of Odessa. And if people haven't seen this, go to Jay in Kiev, follow him. 2 hours ago, he highlighted this. There's a video of the people who actually arrived at the scene. There's a woman who was on a normal walking trail, okay? You go out in the evening with your dog on a walking trail at the coastline because you have the benefit of being in a city which is close to the seashore. Of course, you walk there. You walk the dog. And you're happy and you meet people, you meet friends, you do your thing, you relax, you recover from your day of work. And what happens? That area gets hit by a ballistic missile. And another woman, as Olga, our friend from Odessa, from there, said that, well, another woman alongside that park has died. And this is just this afternoon. So, Manuela Schwesig, Olaf Scholz, what do you say? What do you say to that? Does it matter to you? Is it important enough for you? Or can you be so ignorant that you don't see that what we call in German pars pro toto, a small part for the whole, an anecdote which serves to enlighten the whole theme of something. This is a pars pro toto, a part for the whole. There is nothing to negotiate. You do not negotiate with an alligator. You do not feed the alligator. You kill the alligator.
Perfectly formulated. There is no other way. At least the only option here is to hit the alligator in to such degree that he will scramble back to his wherever he came from, swamps, and rethink if he should ever hit into the same direction again. And this is what is really, really lacking. And I think that there have been also there was this talk from Timothy Snyder yet again, which has made perfectly clear that which has been also used, the same phrase has been used by Radek Sikorski, by the way, today in the Bild article.
You know what? We should talk to him. We should get Radek Sikorski here on the space to get it out of our system, because the guy wants to do the right thing. He talks a good game. He talks about the right thing. He is smart. He is fast. He's hard. Let's make sure that we keep him honest and get him on here. How about it?
I can live with it. Honestly, I like what he lately said, but then again, I know his past, so it will be probably a little it will be a little hard to completely forget about it. But of course, one should give him a chance, and I will be also glad on the panel and not busy.
But seriously, that's the point. You know what the funny part is? If Olaf Scholz, which he just can't. Personality-wise, he just can't. But imagine if Olaf Scholz were to say, you know what? Joe Linsley talks about this all the time. It's a thing. It's biblical. It has this conversion kind of approach. I have been blind, but now I can see. There is something to it, to this Saulus to Paulus. If Olaf Scholz were now not the stuff he said on this day with the Zeitenwende, all this bullshit, that was just blabbering. I mean, insanely unwarranted. And I'm sorry to say, he thinks that people who are serious in Germany let him get away with this. Sorry, we do not. Most of us do not. Not even the Süddeutsche Zeitung does that. And that should tell him something. If those who constantly, are sufficiently playing his game don't follow him, then he probably has a credibility issue. But just imagine if he were to say, I have seen the light, this is wrong, I failed to do the right thing. Let's get it over with. I will work with everybody in German politics to make sure that we win this war. Because we are at war. Not because we chose to, but the other side started waging war against all of us, starting in Ukraine. If Olaf Scholz were to say that and were to act like it, I'd be locking hands with him and supporting him all the way up until victory. No question, 100%. Right on the money, immediately. We would probably have differences later, but we would also drink a good amount of beer. I know that he likes it. A good amount of beer at victory party, and then probably, have a little look-see as to what happens then. But I don't really care what people did in their past unless they did very, very terrible things and crimes and whatnot. If people in the past hadn't seen the light, but now come to see it, and therefore act, then they're all welcome in this big tent.
Yes, I know the feeling. I also, of course, know that the Speaker Johnson has no means and has been a puppet, so it was not fully his decision. But I also had a similar feeling when he came, made his speech and said that we are the party of Ronald Reagan and we need to do the right thing. I also had this short feeling, hey guy, if you keep on this, and I also made the same post, if you keep walking this line, I could be, whatever you want. Because
Yeah,
it
but
will be very
that's the
thankful.
thing. Yeah, but the funny part is, what happened actually? Friends of ours, and he was here on the program. I don't know whether you were joining at that point in time. Stephen Moore, by the way, congratulations yet again. Stephen, you and your boys, if any one of you are listening, you and the boys and girls, you're doing a fantastic job. Because they were just simply trying to find ways to get into the hearts and minds of those people who are working at that point in time. And they managed to get a number of representatives of the Ukrainian, shall we say, Protestants and evangelicals, including one specific priest right in front of Mr. Johnson a week before. And then Johnson was hit with the with the intelligence briefing as well. So it gave him a double whammy. So he first got a proper uppercut, and then there was a roundhouse. But the meeting with that Ukrainian priest who had escaped torture, and who is therefore as close to the same kind of evangelical beliefs Mr. Johnson heeds, which I do not have to agree with, and I don't care. But it was what impacted him. And sometimes it's much more important, rather than constantly castigating people, finding ways to your heart, to their heart and soul, and that seemingly has worked. James, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Out getting a little needed exercise, so this is good. But wanted to chime in on
But there was no
redemption.
ballistic. There was no ballistic missile hitting your walk, right?
It's the ballistic cars that I really need to watch out for. Those machina that are out there on the roads, and they're
these pesky pedestrians. Trust me, I'm completely happy when they're relegated to the pavements and the sidewalks. I like it when there is a separation from this. But pedestrians are nice. Cyclists, I mean, there I give it to Jeremy Clarkson. Cyclists are really evil.
we don't get as many of those. We've got a very hilly terrain, very challenging, and people do not choose to mix bicycles with other motor vehicles because it's extremely dangerous. But anyway, redemption stories, I like them. I trust less those who are the weather vane. So I think of well, let's see, Lindsey Graham, who has seen the light again, and then seen the light again. So be careful of those. Johnson is too young in his speakership and his adventures in Congress to say just where he is. He could be the weather vane. We don't know. But we do know what happened while he reigned. So I like redemption.
So
I'm
he
glad
did
he's
he
come
did the right
about.
thing. He
I'm
did the
glad
right
he
thing
came
when called
about.
upon, right?
Well, no, he did not. For a long time, he did not. It was only until he was dragged to it that he
No,
did
no,
it.
but wait.
No,
That doesn't matter. He did the right thing when called about and called upon.
no.
Now, finally, he did.
He fulfilled a promise to Putin or Trump or somebody, and badly damaged Ukraine in the process, regardless
Yeah,
of how his turnabout lately. His late turnabout is.
that is not relevant for the argument I was making, because I
I
don't
get it.
really care what I. No. My argument is I like to reinforce positively. If people do the right thing and come about and then continue to do the right thing, they're welcome. That's what I'm saying.
Sure thing.
Positive
And if he
reinforcement
does,
is
then
extremely
I'll be
important.
happy. I agree. I'm boy, did I learn that hard ways. But yes, it's important that people turn about. It's important that we treat them right when they do.
I can't hear James. Can you hear James, Axel? I lost him.
He's probably walking about. James, can you? James?
I hear you guys fine. I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yeah, now we can hear you again.
Okay, I was just saying it's good to keep a track of the history of the individuals and see whether they are the weather vane or not. Do not forget that before he turned about, he did some things that we didn't like. So that's all I ask is let's keep an honest track. Beware of the risks of trusting yourself to those who in the past have only recently turned toward their base. That's what they turned toward. It wasn't our pleas, it was their base that they finally listened to. So, yeah, be careful who you trust and reward those who do the right thing when they do it.
Exactly, and trusting politicians is actually never that good idea anyway, but you can judge them. Yeah, I see Untal came up and wanted to add something to discussion, probably, or ask a question. Untal, please.
Yes, definitely with Johnson, it's very difficult since his track record is not that long, right? That's usually one thing that is like a talking point on US politics when one candidate attacks the track record of the other. In this case, there's not that much of a track record with the speaker. He did do the right thing, and I love to think that positive reinforcement would definitely weigh in on political outcomes in this case. But I think the speaker's arm was sort of twisted. He had to be forced more than what obviously should have been, to do the right thing. There is definitely merit in him doing the right thing, but it shows a lack of integrity. One of the things they used to tell us,
He's a come on, he's a politician.
Yes, for
Well,
sure.
the word integrity. Sorry, we have an issue with the feedback loop. You're working with a speaker or something there. That doesn't work.
Yes.
You have to change the setup somehow, because otherwise we can't have a conversation. But let's put this way: they are politicians. Very few of them have sufficient levels of integrity that we can be proud of them.
But not even in the speaker. Not. Yeah. Well, I guess is a.
What? Oh, come on! Hey, how long have you been following politics? I think when James and I look back, and if Chuck comes back on, we can talk about politics at the end of the 1970s, and I can definitely tell you that lack of integrity in politics. I think that's one of the base criteria of the levels of ambiguity a politician seemingly needs to have in most Western democracies.
Fair. Totally fair. Yes, you're absolutely right. But I still think he was sort of feel the pressure of the constituency and the base really hard, and that had to be organized. And it was, I mean, you guys, MriyaReport was every step of the way pushing forward, getting it done. People calling, me calling my friends like, hey, what's your postal code? Who's your rep here? Let me get a call from your phone. Call your rep and try to push. Like, it was a concerted effort that needed to be there, and I hope it doesn't stop. I hope it continues. But
thank you. You're absolutely right. And many people here did this, and I think advocacy has its waves, has its momentum, and we will continue to do so. When there is a suitable cause which we can support, we will do so. But there's many pillars, so to say, of what we do, and advocacy for more support to Ukraine on the basis of logic and fact, and is definitely one of them. James.
Well, you guys did cover some of the ground I wanted to cover, but again, yes, the base is important. I call it base, but the people are important in guiding, what a representative should do. That is one thing. The other thing is that the representative ought to do his best or her best to lead their people in the right path. And I think we did see some of that from Speaker Johnson and each of the people that voted for this. This is a critical task because ultimately it's the people who decide who the representatives are. And so the case to be made that Russia is not an eternal enemy, but an enduring enemy, one that needs to be taken to task, is an unpleasant truth for a lot of people. And so real leadership now would be better introducing the people to that reality. So I'm looking for that as a next thing. I thought that the hearing on China was very instructive for those who saw it. And it showed where a lot of people felt exactly the same about China. Not so much as Russia, but I think in the end, they saw that they're inseparable as a fighting force, and they are aligned. So I think they realize this. But can they lead the people? Can they at least show the people what it is that we are facing collectively in democracies around the world? So hope that that helps. But yeah, well, interesting conversation. And I would add community as another thing that not an intended thing, I think, but a thing that MriyaReport does in addition to advocacy, which we sort of picked up on. But it serves many purposes. So volunteer if you've got the time and inclination and intelligence for that task. Anyways, thanks.
Alrighty. In the meantime, Marsilius, let's just highlight one thing. Not only did Gerhard Schröder have his birthday party yet again, but also Sigmar Gabriel, another former leader and minister in Germany, and bigwig. Funny enough, they're all pretty big fat boys. Sigmar Gabriel, Warnig, and the likes. Let's put it this way: he was just there with. Now it comes.
I know.
The effervescent Mr. Warnig. The das Ministerium für Staatssicherheit lässt grüßen. Oh God, it's so funny. They go out there, and by the way, shout out to our colleague Paul, who put this up at the German Bild Zeitung. He's getting a lot of flack again for it, but Gerhard Schröder and Warnig and Sigmar Gabriel still meet together, and of course, a lot of Social Democrats joined in for this wonderful appointment. This is what it is. Mr. Warnig, the former Stasi officer, meaning that is the internal security and, general security forces of the Soviet-occupied zones German delegation. And Mr. Warnig then was in Dresden, where he worked very closely with someone called Vladimir Vladimirovich, and funny enough, ended up later running one of the biggest German banks' regional offices in Moscow, and became the big boy in the efforts of Gazprom. Why are we not surprised, Tovarish Vasilius? How are you today?
I am not surprised at all, especially when you read the analysis, which I now in the back translated also to English and put it here into the nest, because I was talking about it, and it's really, really, really worth reading. So it's now in English, and you can go on and read it, and it's once you have read it, you know how those things work out this way. No, I'm not surprised at all. But one funny anecdote about Sigmar Gabriel: when the full-scale invasion has started, in one of the first, this TV shows, I think it was Maischberger. He was also joining via from a restaurant via Zoom, and Mr. Watt, of course, who was still considered then one of the main generals in Germany, Watt the Wattnik, was a member of the panel, and Sigmar Gabriel has exclusively thanked to the moderator that she picked this very best of what Germans army has to offer to be here with them. And later, a little later, we have seen how much this guy has to offer. And yes, so the anecdote there, I talk about the point which you have already described, which was one pillar was to get the Germans by word saving. The first pillar, of course, the fear of the beatings, which Germany had after the World War from the Russians, and also things like Chernobyl that has also played into the game. So constant little fear incentives, and which get Germany into invest in oil and gas, which then has been more and more dependent on, and that's why it was easier to consider Russia friends. And I keep on repeating, I don't know if you know that, for sure you know the film Fargo, but there is also a serial Fargo, and the third part of the season is about exactly the same Russian game, when they came into and infiltrate a business by buying them in, and what in what situation you end up. It's actually the same thing played out on the geopolitical level. So after surely in a short matter of time it will be clear to everybody. But I think this short analysis here enlightens us really well. And I don't know, Untali, you raised your hand, but you lowered it again. So please keep in mind that since you are obviously not using a headset, we cannot be have mics open at the same time. So please go on.
Yes, thank you very much. I try to be very careful with that. I have a question. I'm gonna go through that thread from Masilius. Looks amazing. Looks very interesting. I have a question. I don't know if it's the proper time. Maybe I should leave it for another time. But it's basically about Serbia. I keep on getting. I'm trying to get a better sense of like exactly what the situation is in Serbia. Obviously, there's. I don't know if I should go into it. I don't know if anyone can provide me a little bit of an overview about the situation and how Serbia fits in to the basically Russian playbook of attacking Europe. Because I know that's one vector that I think is the one that I know the least about, or that I've heard the least about. I don't know if someone can tell me, or let me know if I should just leave it for another time.
Thank you, Axel. I would prefer if you could take this one because I must say.
Sure. No problem. I can do this. Let me do this short. I've asked a friend of ours, Ivana Stradner, whether she has time for another upcoming segment before. And the issue is Serbia. The elite in today's Serbia is still significantly affiliated, and in recent years has yet again made itself more and more dependent again on Russian support. It has become yet again a fiefdom completely of Russian money. There's a significant stream in Serbian intellectual circles and culture, which is revisionist, which is focused on a long-standing cultural superiority paired with the same kind of victimhood which Russia projects upon itself all the time. You should always take into account that Mr. Vucic, today's Serbian leader, was the Minister of Information in the government of Milosevic. So, whilst supposedly he had seen the light, he didn't quite. And so it's a very difficult environment. Russia has, since the past few years, been setting up Serbia to render its bidding. And let me just hold on 1 second. I'll try to lock in Ivana when she has time. Wait 1 second.
Some comfort noise from my side. Yes. I'm glad that Axel has so many insights in this regard, because I would be not able to provide you such founded analysis. But I'm sure. I will shut up and you can say something.
Oh no, just I wanted to I really appreciate you guys taking the time to answer this particular question.
I'm talking to Ivana at the moment. We'll try to set something up. We'll see later in the week. If you give me 10 minutes more or so, we will be able to sort out something. I'll highlight this here on the space as to when it will be. I think it might be Friday. We'll see. Give us a few moments.
Beautiful. That's the great thing about MriyaReport. We are informing each other. We are helping each other have a better understanding. Even though we are worlds apart, we are being able to connect with people who are like-minded, and we're able to mobilize in our own home place, place of work, wherever you are, to be active. So I'll just take a second to, while all this back stuff is happening, remind everybody of the drive, the defiance and resilience. Let's power Kharkiv. It's a wonderful way to really put a dent in what's going on in Ukraine. This is one of the many wonderful ways that MriyaReport can help you mobilize. I know with sometimes we get all this information in our head, we feel a little bit overwhelmed. One way to combat that is to actually do something about it. Don't take the bad news and stick your head in the newspaper reading about all this bad stuff. Take action. There's a lot of things going on for Ukraine. One of my favorites, MriyaReport, and one of their wonderful drives that they're doing to basically bring power in the healthcare sector in a city that is being under attack from Russia. So we'll see if we have one of our co-hosts back with us. But yeah, thank you very much for taking the time to answer my question. I know we have the internet, and sometimes we have so much information available to us that it's overwhelming, that we don't know where to look. Each other, actual people who have knowledge or expertise, or simply are very well informed, better informed than us. Connecting with other people gives us a sense of more control over the situations that are going on. This war has been going on for far too long, and we need to look at our possibility of playing the long game. So we got to keep ourselves healthy in our bodies and our minds. We have to educate ourselves. We have to provide information to one another in an honest way. And that way we can keep together. Remember, one of the things that Russia seeks is to divide us, to separate us. That's why they're very quick to point out the flaw that sometimes they're right. Yeah, we are not perfect, but they're trying to make us seem as if we are just as bad as them. And that is, my friend, not the case. We make a difference. We help each other. And I think Ukraine is creating a global community. I think Ukrainian democracy, for being so young, is very active and very mature. Countries that I think have had a longer democratic history are not as mature as Ukraine. And I'm very happy to just be able to contribute my little grain of sand every week. We'll see what the drive is, and we'll see if there's a need, if there's something that we can do from the other side of the globe.
Fantastic, thank you. Axel, you are back with us. Thank you for the speech.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to set up the thing with Ivan. Give me a minute.
No problem. Sure. Yeah, it's exactly this. We, by the way, also do want to make something in 2 weeks in Dresden, which is called Zukunftsforum, where people from different countries can meet also and we with a few panels and in person talk to quite famous people which are which will be there as well, like Makiev and Talis and few correspondents. And yeah, the program is still growing and still work on, but it will be cool. So of course, the internet is the only way to speak through the whole world and about the topics. But I also very like that dig that people are actually also meeting in a real life and not getting actually what is called often war sick or war and want to get back to the
War fatigue.
War fatigue, exactly. But they see that obviously more needs to be done. And I obviously triggered Oyvind, so I will pass over to him directly. Oyvind, please.
Yeah, I just logged in, so I don't know if you have a main topic. I haven't, just a message. The Russians are starting to provocate Norway on Svalbard. Svalbard is the island far north. And on Svalbard, it's a Svalbard Treaty, which allow several nations to be present, to do research, to do coal mining. And one of them are Russia. They have been there for a very, very long time, almost since the treaty was signed in 1920. And then it was Soviet Union, but Russia took over that thing. Now there is a place on Svalbard called Pyramiden. It's actually a ghost town. It's abandoned. But the last one that was present there was the Russians. Now they want to open a research center there. And they have invited the other BRICS country, China and the other thing there, even Saudi Arabia, that is not a BRIC country yet, to come up there and do research. Under the Svalbard Treaty, it's allowed to do research, but the guideline, the Norwegian informal guidelines for international actors science at Svalbard, is limited to natural science, climate changes, cosmos, geology, glaciology, marine biology, and likewise. But the Russians now plan to do studies in ethno-humanities, cultural, historical, paleography, and medical biology. The picture here is that they want to provocate. They want to provocate to make some case in the future saying that, yeah, we have research, we found out that Russians have been here for 500 or 1,000 years or whatever. That's my prediction. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I was just about to put this out, and I'll put this in the nest, because the Canadians were the ones who immediately picked this up earlier today. This is, of course, a classic preparation for active measures, which the Russians are undertaking. They're using and abusing, and therefore employing the ambiguity as well as the loopholes in the treaty for the purposes of creating yet another anchor for their own cultural studies, because they want to have the somebody else, some other paid researcher from the Chinese, pay some chink, pay some other chap to come there and validate your research that this is from an ethnogenetic point of view Russian territory. So, and that's what they want, of course. And at the same time, this is all about resources and about having a strategic location where the Russians have access to. I think, from my point of view, it's very clear. The Svalbard Treaty already has clearly shown that Norway always acted in good faith, but it has allowed itself to be bullied around. You should station as many troops as possible and get rid of the Russians. And by the way, in Pyramiden, this stupid Lenin monument, that needs to go.
You know everything about it. You are very well informed. Did you?
I just like Svalbard. I really think it's very cool. And yeah, there are people who are regularly flying there. I know. So
Yeah, and yeah, there is a lot of stories here. Barron's Observer is a paper. It's right in English. It's a good place to go if somebody want to see all these provocations. Thank you very much, Axel. Have a nice day. Thank you, Marsilius too.
you're very welcome, Oyvind, as always. And by the way, I just put this thing up in the nest, and whilst it is Canadian, it's not from the Barron's Observer, but it's a Canadian source. But they're reporting upon it really, really well. I think it's important that people follow it, because it's like people did not know about Chernihiv. They did not know the name of Bakhmut. Many people in the world did not know where on earth the bloody Kerch Bridge was, up until Ukraine actually had to fight for it and lit it up. Now everybody can sing Kerch Bridge on fire. So there you go. Svalbard is one of the most strategically important assets and locations in the high north, and it's part and parcel of our strategy in the West to defend it.
Apropos Kerchbridge on fire, I noticed a really, really, really interesting movement in the Vatnik narratives. They have been not only increasingly kind of addressing this topic, but also kind of trying to frame it as it would be actually a Russian success if this bridge would get down, because they have already so many other ways, and this would be just another provocation. I can actually look it up and maybe share it as well, but of course I would.
Yeah, they can say this all day long, Marsilius, but trust me, when the Kerch Bridge is down, one of the biggest projects Putin ever commissioned would be gone. If you talk symbolism, that's the key thing. Secondly, it has currently still significant logistical relevance. Thirdly, yes, they are building out the road network along the southern coastline. Yes, they're building out the rail connection, southern coastline. Yes, but Ukraine is now getting attackers. So that rail network, that road network, it will be impaired. And if they get more sensible air-to-air capability in the coming months, that rail network is toast. On the day when they hit the Kerch Bridge, we'll be partying here like there is absolutely no tomorrow.
So what do you think? Would it be the 3rd or the 9th of May? I mean, we are talking very near future here.
I don't know. I really have no idea. I don't think that Ukrainians are as driven by symbolism. I think the Ukrainians will do well to focus on the battlefield and make sure that they can currently focus their efforts on taking out key Russian logistical positions, supporting the approach by Russian forces on the Zaporizhia front, as well as in the Donbass. And that's absolutely key. Restocking, recycling, reconstituting forces, providing artillery fire support and the likes. I think the Ukrainians, whilst it's always good to have a symbolic move from time to time, absolutely. But what the Ukrainians need currently is to hold, reconstitute, consolidate, strengthen, become ever more resilient, and then hit back. If they, in the meantime, find capability and find time to take out the Kerch Bridge, I'll be the happiest bunny on the planet.
There was always this one meme from the beginning. I think it was taken from something where actually the Ukrainians has been fighting back the Russians on a bridge, And always when we talk about it, it kind of I feel completely reminded. But maybe let's get back to serious topics. What about looking out for the news, Axel? Are you okay with it, or would you like to extend one of
Do
the?
the news. Do the news. I can, if you want some silly comments from the side, I can do this for a little while longer.
Perfect.
I have time, and I have to slip out at past.
Okay, perfect. And let me start up quickly, so you have a lot of ability to do your not absolutely not silly, but well educated comments. So the first one is actually about more or less well a Divka sector or but and operational threat. Over the past week, RUAF has achieved series of local successes on Adivka sector. This began with a sudden and unexperienced penetration into village of Orchestroin on 22nd of April. So this is a longer thread, but it's obviously the Russians are using the advantage they currently have because the weapons has been not delivered as fast as we all have anticipated, which is also a important piece of news. Stoltenberg, the NATO chef, has. Yeah, that's the second one. So let me read it out. If allies force, so Stoltenberg is now in Kiev, and it's a post from Anton Gerashenko, who we all know and dear. If allies face a choice between meeting NATO capability targets and supporting Ukraine, they should support Ukraine. NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg during his visit said today, which is like obvious. But he also, I've been reading that already. He also made clear that he is very sad about promises which has been broken by from European side, that a lot of things which has been promised to be delivered are still not there, and that's why he also wanted to draw attention to speed up and finally deliver everything what has been promised, and promise more, of course, as well, and to get finally a positive momentum for Ukraine side. Next piece of news is there was a Russian officer who has been Wagner's mercenary interviewed, and he has deserted and is now Kronzeuge. I forgot the English term for that, but he is on a trial. He will be used as. I need now an advised word from the side. Axel, if you can help me out. Kronzeuge. Well.
Grund was?
Kronzeuge.
That is the key. It's a key witness.
Yeah,
Kronzeuge
exactly.
is
Witness.
the key witness.
Thank you very much.
Kronzeuge is the key witness. Actually, this comes, of course, for the witness for the crown, but that's where it comes from actually originally. That you have one key cornerstone witness, and that's the one.
And he will be used in IGH or IGH in Hague. So it's moving forward. That's good news. And from the picture, I can already tell that he is also the one which has who has been on a CDF documentary, which was with there was 4 piece. I think it was Arte CDF cooperation, and there have been 4 actually of them who has been speaking out about what they had done. and some of them had been also working against the Russians from the beginning, but he was the one which was a Wagner mercenary, and he had a really interesting and devastating as well story to tell. So this was another piece of news, and the next one is and this is a little bit funny and interesting. There was a married couple of spies from GRU, Elena and Nikolai Spasnikov, and they did a lot of spy work in. I think they have been obviously Czechs, and now I will need to go deeper. It's a story from Insider. So first, the Americans. Exactly. I also wanted to point to this serial, The Americans. If any one of you have not seen it, it's really worth watching. It's a serial about two Russian spies in America. Very well done. And first the Americans, now the Czechs. Husband and wife outed as GRU spies, aiding bombings and poisonings across Europe. So again, I won't spend the nest. I said it a few times before. It's those are the news from Ukraine Compact, and they are just creating the hottest piece of news in regards to Ukraine from the day. So you can look them up over there if you like. Next is the latest defense intelligence update on the situation in Ukraine from 29th of April tells that found out more about defense intelligence use of language. Well, that's quite shortened up. Let me translate the summary. There have been civil casualties increasing through the bombings on Ukraine infrastructure. In recent month alone, the number of casualties has raised by 20%. So very sad news here, but we've also seen also today, I don't think it's even, obviously it's not counted, but the pictures you've been talking about, Axel, I see them as well, and there was also a child in very bad condition in the dark, and just random people has been hit by I think it was cluster ammunition.
Yes,
so it was real
I put it up. I put it up in the nest a few moments ago. The third tweet in the nest.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next piece of news is about adoption of childs, and I've been also reading quite a lot about it recently from Ukraine fella who has made a good thread about it. But let's see what Andreas Umland has brought us here. He's saying that one of the goals of this special military operation, in quote unquote, since 2022 is to take over the Russifications of a big number of Ukraine civilians, to cover the gap in Slavic Orthodox civilians on the Russian side. So obviously, it's not only to bring fear and break the spirit, but also to make up for their own how is this pyramid called? Demographic pyramid. Okay. Well, it's a very sad and hard topic, but let's go to the next. Ukraine. Well, it's from Euromaidan Press, so a little grain of salt here. Ukraine to pay urgent reparations to victims of Russian warfare, sexual violence. Ukraine is the first country in the history of reparations measures that addresses the needs of survivors without waiting for the aggressor country to pay damages. This is actually an interesting piece of news, and I think it might be seen as some kind of innovation and good, of course, development. And they are obviously also showing the way here on this front, how to, because you don't need to wait, and maybe if the people will get something after they lived her life in a miserable situation, but try to compensate them as soon as possible. That's great. Next piece of news is Putin, the self-declared president, Pace declares Putin's presidency illegitimate, turning his 23-year rule into a de facto dictatorship, which the new UEF episode streaming now on YouTube here. So it's obviously a pointer to some episode from Hybrid Warfare Analytics. And it's especially interesting because well, the summary says kind of the same thing. So I think it's obviously more important that the European Union has declared his at least elections to be invalid, but obviously some PACE, or what I don't know exactly what it is obviously declaring his whole presidency invalid. Next one. Finnair, so it's great that I hope we still have Oivan with us, which is has stopped actually flying to Taru because of a GPS jamming. At least, and for 1 month, between the 29th and of April and 21st of May, they are not flying to the airport in Eastland. And I could really only hope that maybe that Ukraine will have one attack in spare after they have allocated all the targets and can send it maybe over to Königsberg, Kaliningrad, Krulevitz, whatever you call it, on this freaking jamming facility.
It has never been called Kulowitz, so please. It's Königsberg and currently the so-called Kaliningrad.
Temporarily Kaliningrad.
Exactly.
Next one. Espionage for Russia. Who would? This is actually really funny because shortly before the elections for Europarlament, more and more spies are detected within the AfD, which is this far-right pro-Russian party, and in the actual case I will now talk about is about the officer from Bundeswehr who is also a member of AfD, and he has acknowledged acknowledged that he was spying for the Russians. But to extend a piece of news, the AFD has placed made a list for who they want to see in the EU Parliament, and number one is Kra, and he has been his co-worker has been arrested for spying for the Chinese, and he tries to constantly to say that he has nothing to do with it. And the other one is number two from the list, who has been recorded for taking money from the Russians in Czechia. And he was also complaining actually that they paid him in $200, 200 euro bills, and he won't be able to use them on the gas station. So it was a funny recording there. Yeah, next one. It's also again from Anton Goroshenko. Western banks in Russia paid 800 MN in taxes to Kremlin last year, and I don't know million probably, but what N should be, I would expect MR, but it says MN in taxes to Kremlin last year, reports the Financial Times. The largest European banks, Raiffeisen Bank International, UniCredit, ING, Commerzbank, Deutsche Bank, Interson, and so on, that continue to operate in Russia have paid more than 800 million euros in taxes to the Russian budget in 2023. This amount is 4 times more than before the war, the Financial Times concluded. Last year, the reported and combined profit of more than 3 billion euros, which is 3 times more than in 2021. According to the Financial Times, Austrian banking group Raiffeisen Bank International accounted for more than a half, 464 million, of all Western banks contributing to the Russian budget. From 20.
So put Raiffeisen on the OFAC list and things will change within about 48 hours.
I would do it directly. Where should I sign? Okay, consider it signed. They are already on the list. Next. Frieden. Oh, this is the one from a very good fella who had made a thread about Stephen Douglas, who is using Russian tactics of disinformation. He's analyzing Russian tactics of disinformation, and he makes clear how their supporters are working. And he's also decoding the trolls. So it's an interesting thread to be read for all the fellas who can read German and or know how to use the translation, Google Translate or whatever. But of course, DeepL and ChatGPT are far better. But if you want to know what the analysis of him is, it's the 12th piece of news in the today's compilation. Next one will be about cultural heritage, and I think it's the right translation for kulturelle Aneignung, because Russia is using it to use Alexander Nazarov and Natalka from Ponomariv, as like being theirs, but they are constantly plundering and erasing actually Ukrainian culture. And they're also using history as a weapon, which at least trying to use. And they are using it in occupied territories of Ukraine, where they are using history books which are completely designed to Russify the young population inhabited there. And there is a thread about it from Annette Verberger, so you can read more about it. The 15th from 16th pieces of news is about is coming from United 24 Media, and it's about a 98-year-old diva, old lady who walks 10 kilometers through the war zone to escape walks to escape Russian occupied right? I don't know the word. Ocheretin. Oh, it must be, of course, a location. She said that I survived the war and I'm surviving this war. I am left with nothing, but I came out on my own feet with my Ukraine, the woman said. The house that the resident of Orchentren built with her own hands was destroyed by the Russians, and her relatives were wounded, saving herself from the occupiers. The woman, at the age of 98, did the impossible. Yes, wonderful story there. It's never too late to escape the Russians, and you can do whatever you need to do if you got the means. And I mean, all you need is actually being decisive. Wonderful story. And last but not least, or actually last, is a nice video of two young boys that are playing music, obviously from Ukraine, and that's it. I will not play it, of course, because it's not possible. But I encourage you to get to this. Maybe I will put it into the nest, or at least you know Ukraine Compact, where to find it, and take a look yourself. So it's great that you stayed here with me, and I see we have a speaker request coming in.
I would love to stay with you, but I can't. Vasilius, an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for taking the time, and thank you for bringing the news to people. Very much appreciated. I will have to go, and I'm quite sure that you will be joined by someone who's significantly more adept at handling the washing of cockatoos. And with that, good night and good luck.
Good night, Axel. Was a pleasure as always. Yes, Prestige, welcome to the panel. I particularly like your icon because
Thank you.
Jeff is a very cool actor, and they both together made a lot of cool stuff. So what would you like to talk about? Hi.
I just want to say I support Ukraine, Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava.
Okay, so let's talk about a couple things. How do you feel the offensive is going against the invaders?
Well, one piece of news has quite highlighted that the offense is not going well because it has been from quite a long time, the whole year.